One active, PGG, 2 active.
Can we wipe or no?
Twisted is перед нас, так.
Можна сможеш там.
Можете кров хангер, ей.
Knock on twisted. Не добре.
Пав монет. Браво.
Чили, добре. Іде дестон.
Full death, one zone іде.
Морага. Само ігри.
Ну, піди, як знаєш.
Кроле. Twisted жута лінія. Єп.
Сидит.
Внутри. Справа, внутри, справа. Один нок у него.
Базуку в стену
он один всего.
Базуку в стену.
Я убил. Да, у тебя один смог есть?
Нет.
Тебе надо
на левом
просто
камне,
заехать. Заедь передо мной, я тебя поцелю.
Тебе надо на желтую батуту.
Ну где ты лежишь?
I'm needing one more time drop. Knock one.
Nice.
Full car.
Dead. We should.
So nice. Nice, good job.
Yellow.
I'm nading. Take angles, play together.
He's 1 HP.
Nice, good job, guys.
Nice.
Good fucking
Let's go,
shit, boys.
boys.
Motherfucker, bro.
I don't know.
NT, bro.
Фармить его.
Только смотрите, что у вас
Лево. Поехали.
Пускай дают.
Сверху зацел, что просто станет.
Справа уезжает тачка.
Хае дает, еще хае.
Выезжают. Два типа. Дайте хае туда.
Берешь просто.
Да, вот видишь, они форсируют уже
Бля,
пиздец так.
я сейчас бы...
Лежи до конца, забей.
Один у тебя внизу, один у тебя в спине.
Бля, там 3 нока.
Нок еще нок. Еще нок.
Пинок. Лаз Батулин под нами, 10.
Да, батулин под вами. Ресет.
Хились.
Да есть ноки.
Сейчас не могу.
Пожалуйста.
Можешь виталити пережить.
Да, надо переживать виталити. Нельзя.
Если он убивает, то инста нокай топи.
Если вверх
Скажем, когда. Убивай.
Ну да сейчас.
Блять, топи!
Сука.
Я не спешу.
Убил,
И батулин где-то. Пацаны, вот тут.
Убить.
Да он в меня в кусте, блядь!
Убил.
Nice.
Есть, не доел.
Найс.
Хорош, мужчины, хорош.
Alexi, pick up lots, bad stuff that you find. I've got
My
pretty
loot
badly.
stinks, bro, like my ass.
What did you say?
Pick up extra stuff. I have only a vector.
You can go orange on the fucking platform there. Stop to reset.
Only one story on me inside and one outside.
I can blow zone.
Inside, he's not inside of me.
Blue side, look at.
I can nade inside. I'm nading inside, Clinching.
I'm hitting you.
All three inside. Missing one guy. One more inside and one granny, I think.
Flash.
Flash
2. All dead.
And
Can make holes.
I open parachute.
People on our west side, Depps, okay?
I'm probably dead. I'm dead as well. Team on me. Team pulling up on you. Coming to you.
One team left up.
God, no shit.
Drive him over.
Took the flash. Come to me, guys.
Yeah, I think we just
Two
play
up.
close here. Yeah.
On us. One knock.
One active.
No, 1 HP. Stop in front of me.
Teammate holding on yellow.
Can you come to me and we fight? It's gonna be too close on blue. Snake blue all over the smokes.
Yeah, they're all on blue now. They're all on blue. I can go behind.
Snake blue, they're gonna die.
No. One more.
He could have pressed, he could have pressed.
One active.
Hit the smoke.
I'm healing.
Wait, sound guys, I'm nading.
What do you?
I don't have any nades.
Green on Nela. We have mortar in the car. Sound. One knock.
Я только подъехать могу. Сейчас.
Давай.
Сейчас. Я буду подъезжать и убивать их пытаться.
Он на двойке.
У меня один чел целит, да, ему...
Они всю жизнь стоят.
Надо их убить просто, Батут, я тебя могу забрать сейчас?
Я нокнул.
Батут, я могу тебя забрать?
Еще 3 стольника, 4.
Бля, вот тут труп лежат. Посмотрите, вот тут.
Может
вот
быть,
тут,
да,
может
вместе надо.
Го-
Просто с дропом. Инста.
Найс. Стольники и твисты пулка.
Не, у меня упор еще! Блять, за машиной.
Передо мной. Хуярит. В тачках где-то.
Я бегу просто.
Я флеш даю.
Хай.
Давай.
Я иду просто.
Вижу перед собой на месте справа.
Убил. Не имеет слаз.
Он у меня. Хорошо.
Найс. Больше убил.
Спасибо.
One HP, kill him. He's 1 HP, behind the car.
I myself. He's 1 HP now.
In the car. Fix you. Nice. Smoke.
One's behind you on your tree, big tree.
Fucked.
Sorry, I
I thought
You're just so
that was
far away.
I'm looking not checking for car stuff.
Look
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm taking next loot. I'm taking this
Just come pick us up then.
I'm coming.
Nice, bro.
I'm out.
On you. Look at your car.
Foreman.
For checking.
That ball is gonna copy.
I knocked this guy, bro.
Long.
Guys, I'm coming to you. Let's play for this.
Wait for that meds, so kill this place.
No.
That's nice.
Good shit.
I looted him. Take all the meds
We
now.
marked the other body. You have a separate car now. Mark your body.
Yeah. I'm gonna pull up right side so you can go in. I'm in that hole.
Driving.
In front of me? In front of Chris in the hole.
Can you smoke? Smoke myself. I'm just
Try and hold
leaving
above
place.
Chris if you can.
Looking back.
Again.
Careful.
They crashed. They're super low in coop.
I'm hiding again.
What's
I
one
can't help.
HP? No coop.
One active.
What's 1 HP? What?
In yours,
I can't
should
help.
use
I
this.
can't help.
Focus west and top now.
Above me pushing. Knock in the smoke.
Two active.
I got a heal.
Can you play with him?
Yeah, I can try.
Chris still has pretty good angle from side.
You have to move now.
Pushing left now. Oh, peek, Chris, peek.
Knock one. Nice, good job, guys.
They're green. They're on green mark. I'm just driving down, right? It is what it is. On the green.
Oh, nice try.
Их надо будет ебать и... На вас поедут. Ебать, лохов. Найс, хорошо.
Блять, меня зажим сейчас.
Блядь, тварь!
Нормально. Правые на кубах не в зоне.
На кубах, да. Кинь
Прыжком
смок
надо
всякий.
будет, Тём.
Смок надо. Смок надо.
Сейчас, погоди. Взорвали. Ждаем. Очень много летит.
Да, левее двойки.
Я с тобой играю.
Нокнул его, еще довхай туда.
Доел?
Доел.
Один в смоку. Давай.
Надо убить правого просто.
Нок лево.
Найс. Nok право.
Ben öleceğim beyler.
Gitteyim.
Ben de gideyim canım. Peki deneyebilirsin. Flash atıyorum belki attım.
Oynamamız lazım. Gazda kalacağız yoksa beyler.
Kitleyim.
Full kill'im.
Yakın verdim arkamdan. Bitti. Enti.
Я знаю чуть. На камне стоит. Я в опене пикаюсь. Пикайся. Бегите. Нокнул. Ласт.
Без ебала.
Можно камень, ласт.
1 хп камень.
Фай.
Хорош, хорош.
Найс.
Knocked one.
Good job.
Get the fuck.
3 active. Nice boys. 3 active SQU. You're still all going to zone though. There could still be more people. They're on their cars. There's 3 guys on the cars below me. Just remember, Yooo is still alive too, man. Okay. One's over below. Bro needs help up, yeah.
Knocked one. Knocked
Okay,
one.
active.
1 active.
2 active. Hit on blue. Bro, come to me, like.
We don't.
Yksi aktive.
Ja plussassa. Vähän saadaan täällä täällä. Se minusta oli betonissa.
There's 2 bodies. It's slick, it's 2 man. LB, 3 active.
I'm not in circle. They're pushing on the
They're
section.
pushing.
Добіть.
Sen sağla. Yeşilin
Bakıyor,
üstünde
bakıyor
Evet,
adam.
gördüm.
Ben koşuyorum. Gel sıkalım aynı anda.
Bir canlı adam low HP.
Sen ne dedim? Mermisi yok adamın.
Benim olduğum yere gelebilirsen iyisin. Neyse.
Alıver ya. Kimse ikiliden.
Smoke şeyi çıkart bak ona smoke
Kulübe tarafındaki smoke'ları yapıyorlar. Gaz dışı Medo. Hitli kanka.
Shit sola bak.
Arkadan.
Yavaş.
Gelecek sol dikkat et. Dikkat.
Bravo
Nice.
yakından.
2 ve 2.
Uzak kişi. Arkadaki önce çıkıyor. Panzeri var.
Nice. Son 1 ve 1. Yavaş.
Seli. Line light'ta oyna. Line light'ta.
Canı 1. Helal.
Bir vur. Bir. Nail git basa bas.
Yapma lan.
Inti.
On the car.
Trying to leave.
Knock him.
Knock the car.
Behind us, somewhere. Here.
On the rock behind us, one guy.
1 HP on the rock.
Yeah, this rock on yellow, guys.
Yep, sorry enough. Try firing last you guys.
I got up. I got me. 2 guys on me.
Full team.
One knock.
Be active.
Split the compound. On me, Michael. Nice. On yellow rock still. Smoke me. I'm going to kill him. Yeah.
Don't sit. He's not getting Nice. 1 active.
Take it slow. Take it slow. Something. Don't get knocked. Yeah. Nice. This wasn't. What? How the fuck did I miss?
Me too.
Two guys.
It's two. One more. Just send it pass.
Come down you.
In front of you.
Nice.
2 active.
Above me now.
Oh, here.
Yes, good
pulling
angle
up the
now.
people,
I'm
no?
in back.
Knocked him on top.
1 active.
Nice. Only left up. Orange, blue mark.
1 active. HiVE
Try
is
to take kills.
1 active. PGG 2 active.
Can we wipe or no?
Twisted is переласта.
Možda možete prvo hangar,
Knock on twisted. Ne dobro.
Pao mu nade. Bravo. Chill. Dobar si. Ide desno.
Full desno. One zone ide.
Mora ga. Samo igraj.
Move me, da ček naš.
Twisted žuta linija. Jeb.
Сидит.
Внутри. Справа, внутри справа. Один ног у него.
Базуку в стену
Он один всё.
в стену.
Я убил. Да, у тебя один смог есть? Нет. Тебе надо
На левом
просто
камне, на левом
заехать.
камне сейчас.
Заедь передо мной, я тебя подцелю.
Надо на желтую вот тут.
Ну где ты лежишь?
I'm needing one more time drop. Knock one.
Nice.
Car.
Dead.
We should.
Nice. Nice, good job. Yellow. I'm nading. Take angles, play together.
He's 1 HP.
Nice, good job, guys.
Nice.
fucking
Let's go,
shit, boys.
boys.
Motherfucker, bro.
I don't know.
NT, bro.
Фармить его.
Только смотрите, что вас
Лево. Поехали.
Пускай дают. Сверху зацел, что просто станет.
Справа уезжает тачка.
Хае дает, еще хае.
Выезжают. Два типа. Дайте хае туда. Берешь просто.
Да, вот видишь, они форсируют уже
Бля,
пиздец атака
я
пошла.
сейчас бы...
Лежи до конца, забей.
Один у тебя внизу, один у тебя в спине.
Ебать,
Бля, там 3
нихуя.
нока. Нок еще нок. Еще нок.
Пинок. Ласт по
Да, подвинем под вами.
Ресет, ресет, ресет.
Хились, хились.
Да есть ноги.
Ща, не могу.
Пожалуйста.
Можешь виталити пережить.
Да, надо переживать это. Нельзя, нельзя.
Если он убивает, то инста нокает ТП.
Если верх
Скажем, когда. Убивай.
Ну да сейчас.
Блять, топи!
Сука.
Да.
Я не спешу.
Убил,
И батурин где-то. Пацаны, вот тут.
Убить,
где-то.
убить, убить.
Да он в меня в кусте, блядь!
Убил.
Nice.
Есть, не доел.
Nice.
Хорош, мужчины, хорош.
Alexi, pick up a lot of bad stuff that you find. I've got
My
pretty
loot
badly.
stinks, bro, like my ass.
What did you say?
Pick up extra stuff. I have only a vector.
You can go orange on the fucking platform there. Stop to reset.
Inside.
On the one story on me, inside, and one outside.
I can blow zone.
Inside, he's not inside on me.
Blue side, look at.
I can nade inside. I'm nading inside, crazy.
I'm hitting here. Fuck.
All three inside. Missing one guy. One more inside and one granny, I think.
Flash. Flash 2. All dead.
All dead. Them can make holes.
I open parachute.
People on our west side depths, okay?
I'm probably dead. I'm dead as well. Team on me. Team pulling up on you. Coming to you.
Team and left.
One team left up.
Guy on the shed. No,
Drive
nice.
more. Take the flash. Come to me, guys.
Yeah, I think we just
Two
stay
up.
close here. Yeah.
On us,
Close in there.
One knock.
One active.
No, 1 HP. Stop in front of me.
Teammate holding on yellow.
Can you come to me and we fight? It's gonna be too close and blue. Snake blue all over the smokes.
Yeah, they're all on blue now. They're all on blue.
I can go behind.
Nate blue, they're gonna die.
No. One more.
active.
He could have rested, he
One
could
more,
have rested.
One active, one
Hit the smoke, hit the smoke, hit the smoke, hit the smoke.
Behind smoke.
I'm healing.
One dead.
Wait, sound guys, I'm nading.
All you.
I don't have any nades.
Green on Melo.
We have mortar in the car. On you.
Sound, just sound. One knock.
Им только подъехать могу. Сейчас. Сейчас. Я буду подъезжать и убивать их пытаться.
Он на двойке.
У меня один чел целит, да, я ему сейчас...
Они всю жизнь стоят.
Надо их убить просто, Батут, я тебя могу забрать сейчас?
Я нокнул.
Батут, я могу тебя забрать?
Прохожу, подожди.
Хорошо.
Еще 3 стольника, 4.
Разрушение, который зафузит.
Бля, вот тут трупы лежат. Посмотрите, вот тут.
Может
вот
быть,
тут
да,
может
вместе надо.
Го-
Просто с дропом. Инста.
Найс. Стольники и твисты фулка.
У меня упор еще! Блять, он за машиной.
А что за бред ебаный?
Передо мной. Хуярит. В тачках где-то.
Я бегу просто.
Я флеш даю.
Хай.
Давай.
Я иду просто.
Вижу перед собой на месте справа. Убил. Не имеет слаз.
Он у меня. Хорошо.
Найс.
Очень убил.
Спасибо.
One HP, kill him. He's 1 HP, behind the car.
I did myself. He's 1 HP now.
In the car. Fix for you. Nice. Smoke.
One's behind you, on your tree. Big tree.
Fucked.
Sorry, that's
I thought
You're just so
that was
far.
me.
I'm not checking for cars or
Look
Yeah.
at, yeah.
I'm taking next loot. I'm taking this
Just come pick us up then.
I'm coming.
Nice, bro.
Come on.
On you. Hey, look at in your car.
Foreman. That by the sky, copy.
I knocked this guy, bro.
Low.
Guys, I'm coming to you. Let's play for this.
Wait for that meds to kill this place.
No.
Huh?
Good shit.
Take all the meds
We
now.
mark the other body. You have a separate car now. Mark your body.
I'm gonna pull up right side so we can go in. I'm in that hole.
Driving.
In front of me.
In front of Chris in the hole.
Can you smoke? Smoke myself. I'm just
Try hold
leaving
above Chris
twice.
if you can.
Back.
Again.
Careful.
They crashed. They're super low in coop.
I'm hiding again.
What's
I
one
can't help.
HP? Not coop, not coop.
One active.
What's 1 HP, 1 HP, 1 HP, what's?
In yours.
I can't
Should
help.
use
I
this.
can't help.
That's good.
Focus west and top now.
Above me, pushing. Knock in the smoke.
Two active.
Nice.
I got a heal.
Can you play with him?
Yeah, I can try.
Chris still has pretty good angle from side.
You have to move now.
Pushing left now. Hold, peek, Chris, peek.
Not one. Nice, good job, guys.
There's green. They're on green mark. I'm just driving down, right? It is what it is. On the green.
Oh, nice try, nice
Их
try.
надо будет ебать и... они на вас поедут. Ебать, плохов. Найс, хорошо.
Блять, меня зажим сейчас.
Бля, тварь!
Нормально.
Правые на кубах не в зоне.
На кубах, да. Кинь
Прыжком
смок
надо
на
будет,
всякий.
Тём.
Смок надо, смок надо.
Сейчас, погоди. Взорвали. Да, ждаем. Очень много летит.
Да, левее двойки.
Я с тобой играю.
Нокнул его, еще довхай туда.
Доел?
Доел.
Один в смоку.
Надо убить правого просто.
Нок лево.
Найс.
Nok право.
Ben öleceğim beyler.
Gitteyim.
Ben de gideyim canım.
Beyler,
Deneyebilirsin, flash atıyorum belki, attım.
oynamamız lazım. Gazda kalacağız yoksa beyler.
Kitleyim.
Full körüm.
Yakın verdim arkamda. Mete.
Pek.
Enti.
Нажимай чуть-чуть. На камне
Я в
стоит.
опене пикаюсь. Пикайся, бегите.
Нокнул. Ласт.
Без ебал.
На камне, ласт.
Один хп камень.
Вай.
Найс. Knock one.
Good job.
Get the fuck.
3 active. Nice boys. 3 active SQ. You still all going to zone though. There could still be more people. They're on their cars in front of me. There's 3 guys on the cars below me. Just remember, Yooo still alive too, man. Okay. One's over below. Bro needs help up here.
Knock one. Knock
Okay,
on active. One active.
2 active. Hit on blue. Bro, come to me like.
We don't.
Yksi aktive.
Ja plussassa. Mulla ei saa olla täällä. Se minusta oli betonissa.
There's 2 bodies. It's Snick, it's 2 man. 3 active.
I'm not in circle. They're pushing on a
That's
section.
Push.
Добить.
Побежал бы, вышел.
Gel sen sağla. Yeşilin
Bakıyor
üstünde adam.
evet, gördüm.
Ben koşuyorum. Gel sıkalım aynı anda.
Bir canlı adam low 5 HP.
Sen ne dedin? Mermisi yok adamın. Benim olduğum yere gelebilirsen iyisin. Neyse.
ver ya. Kimse ikilden.
Şeyi çıkart bak ona smoke
Kulübe tarafındakine smoke yapıyorlar. Gaz içmedi o. Gitti kanka.
Çift sola bak.
Arkadan.
Yavaş.
gelecek sol, dikkat et. Pikte.
Nice.
Yakından
2 ve 2.
Uzak kişi. Arkadaki önce çıkıyor. Panzeri var.
Nice. Son 1 ve 1. Yavaş.
Seli.
Line left oyna. Line left.
Canı 1. Helal.
Bir vur. Bir. Nail tik basamaz.
Yapma lan.
Inti.
On the car. Trying to leave. Knock the car.
Behind us, somewhere, here.
On the rock behind us, one guy.
One HP on the rock.
Yeah, this rock on yellow, guys.
Yep, sorry on Right buying last you guys.
I got me, 2 guys on me.
Full team.
One knock.
Reactive.
Quick, compound. On me, Michael. Nice. On yellow rock still. Smoke me. I'm going to kill him. Yeah.
Don't sit. Knock it.
Nice. One active.
Take it slow.
Smoke front of me.
Something on
Don't get knocked. Nice. This was. What? How the fuck did I miss?
Me too. Two guys. It's two. One more. Just send it pass.
Stop contacting you.
In front of you. I need to pop him.
Knocked.
Nice.
2 active.
Above me now.
Oh, here.
Yes, good
pulling
angle
up a bit
now.
deeper
I'm
now.
running back.
Knocked him on top.
1 active.
Nice. Only left up. Orange, blue mark.
Good.
1 active. HiVE
Try
is
to take kills.
1 active. PGG 2 active.
Can we wipe or no?
Twisted is per lasta.
Можна зможеш там.
Можете в кругу хангер, ей.
Knock on twisted.
Bra.
Ne do.
Bomb on it. Bra.
Чили. Добре. Добре. Іди десно.
Full death. One zone it.
Bora. Samo igra.
Move mid, check naš. Krole. Twisted žuta linija. Lijep.
Сидит. Внутри. Справа, справа. Один ног у него.
Базуку в стену
Он один всё.
Базуку в стену.
Я убил. Да, у тебя один смог есть?
Нет.
Тебе надо
на левом
просто
камне,
заехать.
чел.
Заедь передо мной, я тебя подцелю.
Тебе надо на желтую вот тут.
Ну где ты лежишь? I'm needing one more time drop. Knock bomb.
Nice.
Still car.
Dead.
Good shit.
So nice. Nice, good job.
Yellow.
I'm nading. Take angles, play together.
He's 1 HP.
Nice, good job, guys.
Nice.
Good fucking
Let's go,
shit, boys.
boys.
Motherfucker, bro.
I don't know.
НТ, бро.
Фармите его.
Только смотрите, что у вас лево.
Поехали.
Пускай дают.
Сверху зацел, что просто станет.
Справа уезжает тачка.
Хае дает, еще хае.
Выезжают. Два типа. Дайте хае туда. Один берешь просто.
Да, вот видишь, они форсируют уже пиздец
Бля,
рака.
я сейчас бы...
Лежи до конца, забей.
Один у тебя внизу, один у тебя в спине.
Бля, там 3 нока.
Нок еще нок. Еще нок.
Пинок. Лаз
Лазарико.
Батулин под нами, дефик.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
The usurpers have been taken off that top spot, and now we have the kings of EMEA back at number 1. We have got ourselves a spicy day to start things off, but 2 more days will determine who's going to become our champion here for the second time for PEC to get everything rolling. I've got Martin, I've got Mark, it's M&M to figure out how all of these games are going to go on down. Martin, it was a good day yesterday as we watched the majority of those usual suspects rise to the top for day 1.
Yeah, it's good to have. We're back to normality, basically, right? And is that interesting, or is that going to be like, oh, are they winning again? It's going to be boring. I don't know, but I'll say this: with all the teams that we kind of had in, and the slight difference in we had in teams as well, I think yesterday was an absolute banger, and I think it's going to continue today.
No doubt, no doubt. Of course, here is our 16 teams that are going to be playing things out, Mark, and already they've been able to make a bit of a stand. We were a little bit concerned that Na'Vi was going to be able to run away with things even after just 3 games alone, but then everyone decided, you know what, we're not going to let them do that.
Yeah, nope, denied. Are we back to normal? No, Virtus Pro guys, come on. They're like the new 2026 champions. No, they're working their way up. It's good games yesterday. Yeah, Na'Vi had the opportunity to potentially put a big gap between themselves and the rest of the lobby, but they didn't quite do that. Really good to see sort of Twisted Minds up here. My surprise though, Team Vitality came out swinging day number 1, which is great, and Team Nemesis, after a bad playoffs, also doing the same.
Yeah, I think that obviously that is a brilliant position for Nemesis to find themselves in. I think for a lot of people watching, it's almost a guarantee that they are going to be one of the spots to be able to head to the lands coming on up, considering the performance that they have had so far, as long as they keep it rolling. Here's the PGC points so far. Twisted Minds, of course, for Esports World Cup is already there as the defending champions, Martin, but there's still other things that can happen here for this, as well as what's to come for PGSs.
Yeah, Vitality needs to hold on to that 2nd place to ensure themselves a spot. Otherwise, Nemesis is looking good in that 4th place. If we finish right now, and we assume that Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, and Na'Vi is through, that would mean Vitality and Nemesis would be our 2 teams that we send to Esports World Cup, which would be pretty cool. But Ascended's in 6th place. They still have a chance and a shot here at making history and making sure that they get a spot both for PGS and for Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I think Ascend, especially yesterday, Mark, when you look at how they kind of played things out, to me, they felt a bit cool, calm, and collected, right? I think that what they were able to do, it wasn't the biggest of wins for them when they were able to get a win on the board, but I think Ascend knows how to get to the late game as 4-man and do it all right here in this lobby.
They were cool, calm, and collected. But 50% of the time, give or take. They had a couple of good games, they had a couple of bad games. It was good to see them actually have some survivability about them. So when they went down some bodies, I was able to kind of eke out some more points, especially around placement. Eager to take some fights, which was good to see. I think this is a new Ascend. Have they found their game style yet? Not quite. But they are definitely calmer on the mics, and it's good to see them kind of, again, playing this kind of 2-2 split. We saw it a few times, a few games where we had kind of 2 sitting out by the blue, and then they were waiting, and they had a clear game plan, which I thought was good.
Of course, we watched Twisted Minds just before, leading the pack at the moment. Nemesis is really kind of, they're not necessarily the new guys on the block here, Martin, but they're definitely in this formation really making waves. And we watched as Sosa with the M249 in some of these games was going absolutely mental.
Yeah, what a clutch they had as well towards the late game, and we were assuming that we were going to have Batulins actually destroying the game, but it was Sosa, and then especially this angry position that he had with the car cover and everything. 3 knocks with them, 249 made everything pop. But yeah, what a great way for them to also push themselves into this. But they are 19 points behind Twisted Minds right now. That's quite the lead. The other guys, obviously, the Vitality and Na'Vi, 10 points. My worry is that Na'Vi needs more 30 points games to continue their campaign. Otherwise, they might be left in dust.
Some games a bit feast or famine, right? I mean, a 30-point game for Na'Vi, for then the rest of them to spot 19 points. I think that one thing's for sure, though, is that, again, you know, we look to the Boostix, we look to the Hackatories to be able to perform well. Right. I mean, even during our playoffs, we had, you know, 2-man situations where it was both duos that were able to perform amazingly, and then Ferris yesterday looked fantastic as well, Mark. So I think Na'Vi, I think they've got all the components to not only kind of perform to the level that they did at PGS2 when they got the win, but also have more PGSs under their belt this year, I believe.
Yeah, I was talking to Arain about this actually, and he was also like myself, like was actually quite shocked about how well they performed on day number 1. And he said, look, it's not us. We're a comeback team. We sort of strive to sort of game day number 3, final couple of games, and kind of getting across the line. But he had a clear objective. Today was all about getting 60 points today. So I like that they're sort of breaking this down. I'll be interested to see if they can deliver 60 points today. They are going to need some big games. But then we look back at that mirror mark. They weren't hyper aggressive. They controlled a lot of teams. But more importantly, they controlled space, which was great. Can they handle the likes of Team Nemesis, the Joga Bonitos, and arguably even Team Vitality that want to shut their game down because those teams are really eager to deny them the opportunity to get 60 points.
As we take a look at Vitality, it's sort of unknown territory as well for them to start off in a lobby like this quite as hot as they did. At first place with 7 kills, of course, they did actually shut down a lot of the competition that was coming their way. And I think that with 49 points here, Martin, they're another name that could quite easily be challenging for that number 1 spot.
And they're consistent as well. They had 2 games where they had 11 points besides that win. They're consistent in the rest of them as well. I think it was the worst one was the 3-kill game in 10th place, I think. So their consistency was really great, but they didn't have those big banger games, and that's why they're not up and close to kind of Twisted Minds. But if that continues, it's going to be awesome. I like the more consistent Vitality that we kind of have, where we see them, kind of more. You could feel it, especially in the Wrangle game. The priority on winning the game was higher than going out and getting 15 kills and maybe a 4th place. And the consistency, once you lock that down, the kills will come as well. So you'll be able to build that too. But the control that they had on the Wrangle game, the way that they managed the space, as you pointed out as well, for some of these teams here, like that was what Vitality really did well yesterday.
Definitely found good footing, Mark, compared to, I would say, some of the flip-floppy moments from our previous 2 weeks of PEC.
I think the big game, look, despite they got the win, right, opening the doors, I think it was good. They didn't get any, as Martin says, they didn't get the kills that they wanted. And Vitality, again, known as like Na'Vi, maybe a team that's the last day, a bit more aggressive. They didn't really do much on day 1, day 2, so it was good to see them kind of come out and perform. But as Martin says, their consistency, especially on the leaderboard, is so good. And that Rondo game was a big decider. In fact, they managed to pick up, as you called it, but then they played that to that North compound. They knew where they wanted to go, and they had a game plan. They wanted to close out Team Nemesis. Unfortunately, Sosadid had other options, right? But arguably, their store sort of chipping away at these lobbies. They're finding kill after kill. Maybe not as high as some of the other teams, but the level's good enough.
Is this the day, Martin, that we see the Virtus Pro come back? I mean, I was listening to them talking about things whilst we were doing the post-show show with Mark, and they said that they were, it seemed like they felt like they were barely playing the game, a completely different game yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is they have 2 less kills than Team Vitality, but they have 1 placement points, guys. So that's why we see them down there. There's no consistency on the leaderboard whatsoever in terms of placement, but the amount of kills that they had 14th out of 12th out of 13th place, and a 10th. Like 1 game only was in the top 8 for those placements, right? So, and that was a 7th place. It wasn't even a good game, but they had 7 kills in that too. So the consistency is kills is there, but we need to see them winning alongside those double-digit games. Otherwise, they're not gonna be contending for a podium for this tournament.
Yeah, being dwarfed by some of the numbers coming out from some of the other teams. Na'Vi, as always, lighting up the damage counts. Levante takes the number 1 spot for yesterday, though, which is awesome to see. And the 1 kill that Na'Vi got on Rondo was, of course, this 700-meter mortar shot from Spiro. So they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at these games here, Mark.
Yeah, that was home turf for them, wasn't it? They were like, oh, we're happy, we've got the position, we're okay, we can play from here. Obviously didn't end there, and they did struggle, obviously, trying to leave some of this home turf. But I think Rondo, for me, was kind of a game changer, especially for some of the teams that were looking for the placement points, and they couldn't quite get the momentum they wanted to. But it was good to see. We'll go back to Virtus Pro really quickly, because I think we do need to highlight it, right? 1 placement point, right? That is crazy. I know Michael alluded to it last night, right? That they are they're qualified and they're having a bit of fun. I went back and watched the VODs again. I spoke to Crazy, and he was like, no, that's not the case. We're chasing zone. And I can see that. I can see that from what we've done. I don't have an answer to Beamy driving around and shooting people, right? That's separate. But I think there is an argument that actually might try and work on the placements here. One placement point is not what the VP that we expect. I think they're going to come back. I think they're going to come back swinging, and that might disrupt our top 4.
And you guys over on the interwebs can go and disrupt all of the G-Coin that you would like to have, as you can go and find themselves the code, the other half of the code, over on social media. And you know what, guys, actually, I figured this out because I hadn't looked at them up until yesterday. And then I realized how easy it was to find them. And then apparently from Michael, it wasn't so easy, which is pretty ridiculous. So yeah, you go and find those. You can have some free G-Coin as well. What was interesting to me about Vitality's situation was the fact that, sorry, not Vitality, Virtus Pro's situation in that last game is what Michael actually pointed out whilst we were doing that post-show talk, which was that they actually had some of the pick of the litter when it came to the compounds, but then had looked to deviate away from. I suppose there is a world where they thought maybe it was going to be going towards the east side, and maybe they wanted to challenge some of those dips for it, but of course, that's not the case for a circle like that. So, yeah, I expect a rise from them. Who else do you expect rises from, Martin, here today to see if they can be able to challenge for day number 2?
Oh, the rise? I don't know about that. The question is, who does fall? Because I don't think we're going to see a continuation of a 4-horse race as we kind of have right now. So that's my worry. I think and I hope that Navi is going to be able to step up, but if they don't find the consistency in finding themselves in those top 5s and where the kills kind of come with it, I think they might drop down the leaderboard just a little bit today. Maybe Nemesis comes back a little bit stronger. So yeah, my worry is that they had a 30-point game and a 9-point game. The rest of the 4 games had 10 points in, and that's not enough, and that's not really close to where we see Navi.
Unless they're able to gain some Navi comeback magic towards the later stages of days, or even the later stages of the 3 days. But for now, though, let's check in with Vitality, as Hello My Bad's had a bit of a chin wag himself.
Всем привет, это Hello My Bad из команды Vitality, и сегодня мы будем рассматривать фишку с мортирой, очень полезную в наше время, как в киберспорте, так и в обычной игре. В первую очередь важно отметить, что 1 квадрат по прямой у нас составляет 100 метров. Путем небольшой настройки мортиры, выставив минимальное значение, можем это проверить. Данный выстрел лишь слегка перелетит наш waypoint и успешно приземлится в заданную область. Также многие не знают, сколько же составляет 1 квадрат по диагонали. 1 квадрат по диагонали у нас 141 метр. Следовательно, если поставить 2 квадрата, это будет 282 метра. Немаловажно учитывать погрешность, которая возникает при выстреле на более дальней дистанции. Тем самым вы побеждаете оппонента. Продолжайте болеть за нашу команду. Всем спасибо, кто смотрел. Пока-пока.
Can't believe that mortar knocked a lot higher. That's crazy. But anyway, you got Miramar, Erangel, Rondo, Tego, and Miramar to get things rolling for the day. 5 games will be coming at you here to see who's going to be able to challenge Twisted Minds at the top spot. I am of the belief, Mark, that Twisted Minds is going to grab this tournament with both hands and not let go. What do you think here through these next 2 days?
Well, you said this yesterday, and I agree with you to a degree, right? Because I do think there's a bit of pride lost, okay? I feel like, especially from the PGSs coming into the regions, as I said yesterday, and then VP winning potentially, arguably back-to-backs they took the regional and then came back here, right? They need to prove a point that TPP is not out of their grasp. They started day number 1 really well. I think a Team Vitality, a Team Nemesis is more hungry for it. So I know Martin alluded that Na'Vi might drop. I don't think Na'Vi will drop that far down, but I think we're going to see some of these other teams that have been grinding, that have come through the cups, potentially arguably take that top spot.
If Nemesis or Vitality was able to take one of these, I'd be very excited, Martin. I think it will be, again, a very refreshing situation. I think regardless of what happens, we win either way. Either we get to continue on the narrative of Twisted Minds, is able to fight back via adversity, considering Virtus Pro is able to step up in the way that they have done these last 2 tournaments, or Vitality or Nemesis alongside them is able to kind of make waves here in EMEA. Regardless of the fact, it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I mean, the snowball attempt at trying to get those kills early in and try to get some of the squad wipes from the kind of early to mid game that we've seen some of the strategies kind of shifting towards, because the late game you cannot decide as much. The early game, and especially what we heard from Joga Bonito as well, is that the early game, people are a little bit more afraid to fight. So the timing that you have, the first kind of 10 to 15 minutes, depending on the circle, that's where you can potentially farm and snowball some of the kills. And then the circles decide more. That's what we saw kind of an attempt from Virtus.pro yesterday as well, but also what Joga Bonito succeeded with quite kind of deep into the games yesterday.
Yeah, they were driving from fight to fight with Joga Bonito, and even in a lobby like this, Mark, it still seemed to have some traction to it, some success to it. We talked to Nori, of course, who seemed to be giving us the message that, you know, they were sticking to their normal game plan. So for them, this is par for the course, as they want to find some fights as fast as they can.
It's their only game playing, guys. Honestly, I know Noddy confirmed it slightly yesterday, but if you talk to me and Blank, we came through the cups and it was just Joga Bonito through and through. Who can we fight the quickest? Who is our neighbour? Who drops next to us? And they didn't care who it was a fight, because I think they look at it as 4 kills. And if they can get 4 kills ahead of everyone else, and they look at where's the next 4 kills coming from? Where's the next 4 kills coming from? And it sounds bad. I don't think they worry about mid-game or late game, because I think they see it out of their control. But what is in their control is who can they fight first. And it's not doing too bad this phase. They're currently in 5th place. They're on 34 points. They've got a few more placement points than it comes to Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
But arguably, 28 kills is not to be shied away from.
It's an impeccable insertion of a format and a tactic that normally doesn't exist in EMEA. So if they can shake things up, more power to them. But who will shake up where example currently sits? At the moment, it's Levante with the damage done here, Martin, as he tries to seek that top spot. But it's always hard to beat good old example.
Yeah, it is. A 3-way tie right now for the top kills. Hackatory also has 11 kills. Kristalny with an honorable mention with 10 as well. So it's been quite even towards the top.
All right, well, thank you very much, Mark, for joining us here for this one. It is time for the first game. We'll get you back in afterwards. Game number 6 for our finals. Right now, Twisted Mind sits at number 1. It's going to be me and Martin bringing you all the action here from Miramar.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to be starting quite north here, James, north of Impala. And some of the southern teams are going to have to go to alt drops and try to grab cars and get into their locations here. But starting in Miramar, ending in Miramar. What a day. I love day 2 of PC.
So do I. And I was very concerned there just for a second in the drops when I turned away from it and then turned back. I thought somebody was going to be challenging the position of Twisted Minds, but that's not going to be the case because that would be insane. For all teams, I thought it was going to be Joga Bonito. But no, they are going much further to try and get themselves good to go in this game. I think that Joga Bonito understands that actually, if they continued on, their path, got themselves plenty of kills on board and just somehow really disrupted this lobby, there's a world where they could get some good PGC points through this.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think there's a big shot where they are able to kind of lock in some. The question is it going to be enough with a good placement here? As we do have a VP home turf circle here, James. And with what Joga Bonito was pointing out yesterday and where the kind of meta shifts a little bit towards, and what VP tried as well, with the third parties and the timings on engaging teams in the earlier stages where the points could come a little bit easier and it's not as important to hold down compounds in the first, maybe the start of second phase, as it is for some of our previous tournaments here. So their attempt at a snowball was cool, but so far one placement point is not gonna carry you towards the top 5.
What is this? We don't get to watch the Nixie rave with random lights in his background? This is ridiculous. That's the only reason I was tuning in. Well, we'll see, though. I mean, I think Virtus.pro, of course, having a home circle like this for Lost the Owners, for the loot, knowing nobody's near them as well, it's a bit of a boon. It's a bit of a feather in the cap here for them, having only that one placement point yesterday. I am still a bit bemused that it was only one placement point, but you know what? Great teams can't be phenomenal all the time, I guess.
No, and to get the high placement points, you cannot try to snowball. You cannot try to get in and get those early kills and fail to get deeper into our late games as many times as they did yesterday. Every single game, they had great success with some of the pull-ups, some of the third-party timings, and we're kind of applauding them for it as well yesterday. But then, you know, giving up positions, giving up areas that you can get a lot of placement points from, and or have an advantage when it comes to fights, then that's the double-edged sword that is TPP and PUBG Esports currently in its current meta.
Fairest headset cam, fairest forehead cam, very much active today, playing in from Cantera. For this one. Storm on request. Oh, sorry, actually, no, it's HiVE. That's actually going for a very early emergency pickup onto a circle like this. Coming out from... Wait, one person's left behind. Is that a bug on my map?
That was Mogor. He's looting for a bit longer. Maybe they have another EP and they're early scouting or trying to get some cars maybe in the southeast. They know that the plane pass was on the more northern side, so Porto Paraiso Road cars could be easy to grab here, and it is southeast of Los Leones towards Porto that they try to grab some of these cars here. The thing is that already with Joga Bonito and also VP coming in, one guy go for the high ground here with rocks, the other guys try to get cars or maybe some other areas. Shots are coming in already. The thing with the Virtus Pro home turf circle here, James, is that I feel like the benefit of having the home turf circles in the very largest cities are so minuscule that it doesn't almost matter, right?
Yeah, I have to agree with you, especially when it's a home turf circle like this and it's Los Leones, chances are so many teams are going to be moving in on the edges of your city, your location, which actually stifles your opportunity to even get out of it, right? And that does definitely cause problems, I think.
Well, it might be, you know, BP Finals 2 here for PC. That might be their kind of jam. They're just going to fight their way through it. And with the snowball that they've been trying to get rolling from the start, they haven't had the big games, but I could foresee, you know, a slight focus on both getting the kills, but also trying to get into positions where they can get those wins as well, because 10 points for the win is still so much. Purgatory shots here, connects onto Vitality. They're getting into the containers here. More shots in. Oh, that's a broken car. That's going to be easy damage here for Purgatory with the Dragonov and the 4X.
Yeah, I don't like that. Try and find yourself some cover. At the same time, construction workers did knock one of PGG as they were rotating on past them, so that's a nice easy point there for Pixelic. Salak is down. RV had moved quite nicely and quickly onto some of this high ground above here, and of course in a circle like this they know that a lot of teams are going to try and move beyond them when you take a spot like this, so they're going to be able to shoot a lot, and that's why someone like Ferris had like 300 ammo. Just shoot everything.
Just shoot everything, make sure you get all of it. And they're really good at also utilizing the car's space as well, right? And obviously putting in utility, putting in anything in there. Bronco has 250 backspace, basically doubling your total available ammo utility, and so far been really good at prioritizing that. Also with the mortars and the Panzerfaust, everything is just to enable you to get deeper and to defend or attack better. Now HiVE and construction workers are getting into a little bit of a deeper side here, coming in from Impala, not high priority, but still coming in from an area where they have somewhat good shots though here from Kristalny. Get Dante down with the Saiga. I love the Saiga silenced. Oh my god, it's huge.
So do I. Yes, just the actual size of the silencer up on the S12K is huge. I love it so much. But yeah, not too much play is seen from it. Like, thankfully, for an urban ending or a potential urban ending down the line, it gains a bit of value. But of course, we are very far from that happening as a true ending here. Beanie sat way up top, as thankfully for him, he can get down with his parachute if needs be. It might be a little bit open. There's so many teams moving into the periphery, the edges of Los Leones here, Martin. I'm concerned for anybody towards the middle.
Yeah, and what a great addition that was some years ago. An emergency parachute if you fall down from high areas. I actually love that.
Useful.
That's, you know, there's always some of these things that we kind of talk to, oh, that's not going to be used a lot. But some of these things that have been added throughout the years have, you know, leveled up PUBG so much that it feels like PUBG 2 already.
Yeah, I mean, can you remember, like, actually there was times where people climbed on Los Leones, the big towers in the middle, and that wasn't in. And then they had to be like, okay, well, how am I getting down from here? It was a bit silly, but, you know. Times change.
Their teammates standing below trying to catch them, so they kind of slow down with rolling off the head and stuff like that. It's some time ago, yeah, but I've recently looked back at some of the older tournaments and was like, holy shit, it's actually such a different game, sorry to say. And Boostic finds Schiller here. Schiller had such an impact yesterday for S2G, so losing him now here is actually super rough here for S2G.
Not best at all. The Shido Wildcats just sat alongside Cantera at the moment. Nemesis doing their normal Nemesis things, coming in wide, coming in slowly, as all the rest of the teams are moving at a decent pace towards what would be eventually perching up around Los Leones. I think there are definitely some teams that are a bit more cautious about going a bit more gun-ho into the Los Leones area, like a Twisted Minds, for example. Look at how much space they're controlling over there. But, of course, really does depend on how the circle is going to be shifting, and we'll see a lot of people in cars very quickly at that point.
I really hope this is just going to be a proper Los Leones ending here. It would be so cool. I love the urban endings around Los Leones, especially how the high ground works and the amount of different levels that you kind of have with the elevation, with the high ground construction areas. And yeah, it's going to be cool. Let's see what the home turf guys can get out of it, though. VP, Joga, Bonito got in there early as well. HiVE with the E pickup, kind of controlling of the southeast side to make sure they have an exit plan in case it goes south. And now we do have a PGG getting Salik back in as well.
Good.
From the recall, so that's huge for PGG.
Yeah, I think construction workers was on some of the high ground just above the potential of where he was going to be coming in, so I thought maybe they would shoot at him as he came down, but I don't think there's too much of an opportunity for them to really get that double on Salik. They could just keep farming him. That'd be cool. Just kind of seeing how that would go, but not to be the case. He's getting on down and joining Zubila, so there should be some loot in here for him. It's quite a big warehouse, a few buildings around it as well.
M16 AK already. It doesn't even pick it up. It's like, oh, M4. Okay, he's fine.
Fair.
We'll get some loot here. Tactical pack. Okay, no takers here, James. I do think that a very rare case that it's no James with blue zone backpacks inside the jammer packs to get extra heals out of it. But let's see where we go, James.
Okay, going a little bit northeast of Los Leones, and of course there is some of that high ground in there that makes things a little bit troublesome for a circle like this, Martin.
Yeah, and if you're Virtus Pro right now, you have to consider, do we try to go through the city where we know and have already heard shots come from, or do we try to hold out some of the teams that's trying to enter from our direction? It's kind of difficult to come in here. Yooo does look good. Navi does look good for this circle. Vitality as well. Construction workers have a pretty good path in. But let's see where we do end up here. Yooo being greedy with their splits here. They're actually holding Michael on to the Ents compound, where Ents looted in 2019. Let's see if we do get some more Ents action. But I do feel like we need noslack to step it up if we get them reactivated here, James.
Yeah, technically speaking, I'm always a big fan of trying to take those spots early and with those fields still available, still alive. But again, there's still such a dichotomy between if the circle actually shifts east or west that it will be difficult. Get rocks, get down, mate. Yoga Bonito, they love to fight.
Yeah, they are indeed. And that was a neck shot even. He was down so low. That was a lucky that he didn't get knocked there. Forget rocks. HiVE is on that eastern side. Mogul is there too. Kind of spread out for them too. And construction workers is getting somewhat close to some of the members of HiVE, so they could strike them quite quickly. Quissy also here with the Panzerfaust and M4 in hand. Lots of utility for Vitality. They are sitting pretty to have that kind of edge chance where if we do get it shifting back towards Los Leones, they do have a massive opportunity to get some kills from there.
I appreciate the check of the big towers on Los Leones. I think maybe Curex is lying down up there, so it's a bit difficult to be able to see him. Or, sorry, Beamy even is lying down up there. As on the periphery of these circles, you got S2G still found themselves a bit of a compound. Not too much going on near them. Some on request moving in on north above them, but I don't think they're going to be hit on a compound like that. I think they should be able to open up firing lines. You can see the scouting actually going on there from Storm on request, seeing if anything would be open there, but not to be the case there. Pozyan's probably going to have to move away if he doesn't have the backup of his team.
It'll be difficult for them because the open fields in the air is anywhere in between. They're going to have to go to Vesi's location, kind of sweep around the western side where Bushido is already hunkered up a little bit. But the guys here in construction workers, especially Fex here with the frontline position, they have some information on HiVE, but they're not close enough to kind of strike on them here, James. And as the circle closes here, they need a southern shift for anything and anywhere of the area to be good.
Come on, where's my Yoga Bonito aggression? This has been a very EMEA lobby to start things off. 13 minutes deep. we've kind of had two kills overall. So I need Yoga Bonito to start ramping things up. Come on, lads.
Yeah. I mean, they're putting themselves into some of the areas where it could be happening here. Now shots coming in to Ascend. Nice strike here from Kilyakai.
Okay.
Finds one, finds two. Both perfect and example down. That's MVPs on both sides for those guys. That's easy strike for them. That's actually a really good bait that they have a guy driving the distance and then the other guys actually snug up on them. And an easy way to get 2 points here for Ascend. What a great way to play. We do have a new circle, and it does go into Los Leones here. It's looking really good for Joga Bonito, for Vitality, for Na'Vi, and maybe for VP if they can get some more space.
Holds on to some of the hills as well here, as exHOWL is also going for an emergency pickup. So is also Nemesis after that one. So where is exHOWL going to go? They're going to try and go for some of the high ground or try and hit some of these buildings. They're already heading south for all of that. I do like Ascend's punishing of the 2-2 split from Twisted Minds. It was the perfect moment to be able to hit them. And at the same time, exHOWL's trying to get themselves a bit of a high ground position here alongside these cliffs. But there's going to be quite a few teams shooting at them. They didn't take casualties as they came down, though. That's a win already for exHOWL.
That's a lot of good damage done here from Sparrow. It's some of the construction work, guys. It's Crystals get the flush onto Perfections. That's 2 points going the way of Ascent here. They put themselves deeper into this, and pushing them deeper into the mid package as well is important. Kristalny here with 10 kills yesterday was very, very important. Now gets Kovalevi with the AUG as well.
Not a bad start. AXE and the boys looking across. Slapson follows it up with a perfect nade. Really good 1-2 punch there from Yoga Bonito. I asked for aggression for them to start things off. Ascend was able to oblige, and at the same time, Nemesis coming in from an emergency pickup. Will Kristalny be able to hit shots? Doesn't look like it. A few do connect, though, from Simon. Sunset is down. Mogor takes down Diffex here. It's going to be hard for Nemesis to recover from this. They've already taken big casualties.
Oh, no recovering. That's the 16th place. And we talked about it yesterday. These late emergency pickups, especially where you have so many teams, so many players congested towards the middle.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit too late, and I feel like phase 3 is too late. Scav does find Slavin, a confirmation on him too. We have a little bit of fight between noslack and Joga Bonito.
Yeah, for a phase 3 E pickup, you really need it to be like, okay, yeah, this works with how the playing path, how the circles have shifted to be, on a less congested side of a circle if it's going to work. But for something like this, going into Los Leones, there's already like 7 teams in there. Or Na'Vi also holding high ground still. So that was treacherous, and there was no reprieve from the rest of the lobby. They were saying no to that one.
It's the force of pulling the parachute, like that you have to do it, that it does it automatically for you. Imagine if you could just not pull it, and you could put it so late that you decided to...
Last second.
Last second, and you took like 50 damage or whatever for landing too fast. That could be cool. That could be a fun change. Now Ascend is either looking for the last 2 Twisted Minds players or looking to try to get in to Los Leones, as we do have a new circle pop here in 15 seconds. With how the terrain and how the unplayable is here, James, I feel like there could be a chance where this circle could ping pong anywhere. Technically, it should go west, away from unplayable here, but I don't feel like it's guaranteed to go that way. Let's see, though.
Yeah, I'm hoping that for the in inverted commas guaranteed west.
Yes.
So we actually get some Los Leones, and there we go.
Nice.
Pretty much heads where we're thinking. Now, a lot of Los Leones still in at the moment. That's going to trigger a lot of movement going on. Quepra already starting things off against Storm on request, who tried to go for a little bit of a leapfrog forwards against them and do go down, thanks to the fact that there's multiple teams looking down upon them. Yooo especially here. James finishing things off here with the mini. And that also means now that Yooo can easily come in for the full cleanup here. They know Storm on request is also very vulnerable.
Yeah, already lining up this one here. Michael does get found by Spiro, and Na'Vi still teasing the guys on the northern side. They're holding on to this kind of mountain line that they have in the northern side. Hackatar has been found by Nailcom from exHOWL, and now shots come in here from James. That's an easy point here to get 210 down. Now Storm Request is completely falling apart.
Yeah. With Yooo cleaning up some of the edge here, I think that they realize getting into what would have been Los Leones proper was always going to be difficult for them coming in as late as they did. So, play some of this edge, find themselves some kills. Zizo down in the blue. I don't think they have full info on where he is, but they know that someone's lurking somewhere. So they will be keeping an eyes on the blue, as well as some of the other extra areas of this. I think Boostic's driving a little bit closer to the top 2 there. And Ferris is also taking down PWD. So actually, yeah, there is some casualties still going the way here for Na'Vi to take some kills.
Oh, Phase 4 is pushing him out. He's gonna go out and try to get a peek and steal. Oh, Ferris gets the confirmation with the nade here. That's great for Ferris, but CISO did now leave him with the information that the other guys got. Now he's shot. He's gonna delay it a little bit, James, and try to see if he can get the most out of this one. Hackator already down. And with the 2 kills Kristalny already got, he's effectively our kill leader currently with 12 kills. Now that he's out.
Yeah, he's out looking for some retribution maybe for the rest of his team now that Yooo has been able to dispatch of them after S2G was embroiled in that engagement. But Ferris now, we're looking to reposition, seeing if he can cordon off any more players that want to come in from this north side. Their attention is firmly fixated on this direction as a few more smokes to deny any shots from the back coming his way. And even just to reposition the car as well for Na'Vi, still knowing that they eventually probably have to move into the city at some point. So they will need some tools available to them to make that happen here, Martin.
Yooo trying to figure out how their point of entry into the northern side of Lost Ocean is going to happen here. Quizzy getting a lot of damage here received from Schengen from HiVE. Surprised that the 3 northern warehouses are not contested directly right now. Vitality does have 2 players up in the northern side here, as you see in the minimap, but still uncontested on the northern side. If Yooo manages to figure this one out, they can get a send in. And let's see where we do go with the next circle here, James.
Those warehouses, they just remind me of the ridiculous flash battle in PGS. From,
yes. On the southwestern one.
Too many flashes.
Yeah.
Crazy
We
stuff.
do go south,
but we
though.
are going Los Leones proper.
Yeah, we do go south, though. And VP's actually sitting dead center here. And they now have to figure out which buildings are the best to get both kills, but also to potentially ensure them a chicken dinner here. With also how the road works, the majority of the side of the southern side of the road is actually have a kind of more in. So they're betting that they want to be here. Beamy actually did have an E-pick up off of the high ground here. James has been found by Lou. The remaining 2 players from Twisted Minds trying to farm a little bit. Now shots coming in here from Beamy. A 1 helmet still because he's been up here for so long. A little bit rough for him. 30% reduction instead of 40.
Team's trying to make big moves though. North side here. Yooo as well as Na'Vi kind of ran into one another. Lynx in Boostic's hands. Oh my god. Scary, scary times. Look, they've got level 3 jammer pack as well here. So he's really kitted up here. Is Boostic at the moment. He is absolutely jamming. I love the level 2 jammer pack, man.
So
I had one today. I was running around having a great old time.
It's too good, man. It's really, really good. Lou here in hands with the Panzerfaust, trying to see if he can get more kills, more points confirmed. Twisted Minds here. A little bit of a salvage game, if you could put it so, with just 1 kill and 2 guys alive. This could be their worst game so far if they fall early here, James. Now, exHOWL do try to send it in here, but that's into the hands of Bushido Wildcats and into the hands of HiVE. Are they going to survive this one?
They are. It is tough, right? I mean, of course, hybrid scope in hand here for Roxer, be able to kind of try and go for a little bit of a trade himself. Code Marco shooting some shots that way as well. exHOWL, I think they know that they are driving into the lion's den at the moment here. And the big old cats for Wildcats are going to be trying to shut it all down alongside HiVE across the road as well. And even if they did somehow manage to get past those, there's still way more threats in the middle of the circle.
Yeah. Circle just towards that center side here. Patulins with some shots, trying to push away the Yooo guys. They're very low. They've got to get into the circle now, but that western side is actually quite open. It's only Ascend and VP that's more kind of close toward it. And now they survive this one here, but they're going to have to cross the road or try to push deeper. That's going to be straight into the hands of Ascend. Ascend's already had a pretty decent game with the 2 kills, but Gabi now trying to go deeper here. He's going to try to get onto the other side of the market.
I'm excited because this is going to get silly. Uh-oh, hello. Who's that handsome devil? No, it's just Ascend. It's Keta, 98 here. No, does he have a bolty in hand? I'm not sure, but it's less likely you even really need it in a situation. Hey, look at him, he's lovely. But Keta here, just set up and good to go. Yeah, MK12. He's got a zipline gun as well.
I like that.
I'm shocked and appalled.
I like that. That, you know, if you can make that work, that's going to be cool, but it's a little bit difficult. And it's not as OP as it could be, and I'm really happy that it's not OP, because if that is OP, that'll be crazy. We do go northwest here. Now we have to figure out, do they go back and cross the road here? Because it's effectively a 50-50 with the road, cutting the circle and intersecting here the circle into 2, and there's a bigger chance that it ends north with the new circle popping this far north.
Yep, definitely. There's going to be choices needed to be made. Sato goes down to Levante, who have got themselves a really strong central position at the moment. Again, on that south side of the road. PGG's crashing on forwards. Lou, Panzerfaust in hand, looking to try and deal with Na'Vi moving forwards. I think he may have hurt. No, okay, I'm not sure. I thought maybe he was going to hear the nade actually getting pulled there. Oh, no. Oh, Spiro, I'm so sorry. Lou, at the perfect moment, being able to take vision on that door. And now, no, Panzerfaust is huge! Oh, it's a triple for Lou. What a play!
Lou single-handedly eliminates Na'Vi here. What a way to do it. 4 kills. A salvage game to go his way, and to eliminate one of your closest competitors with 51 points on Na'Vi. It's looking good.
Massive.
Quissy also gets a Panzerfaust off, but it's a more suicide one where he goes down but gets scaffed to IX. He gets the confirmation on him too. Now it's just down to Levante and a newly rest Hello My Bad to get some more kills for Vitality here. And it's all the top teams that's kind of falling apart and losing a lot of players here, James. It could be a catch-up game for either Ascend or any of the other teams that have a big chance at it right now.
No, definitely more nades forwards here. Vitality is playing swap team now, trying to go through some of these buildings, and that's exactly what's going to have to happen for a lot of these teams. Bushido Wildcats shutting down exHOWL on the other side. Nade goes forwards to be able to shut that down. They're also trading off against HiVE, who was on that south side of them, knowing that there is a potential, if a team needs to move, that they're going to have to make a cross on those roads, as you were mentioning. So, Crossberg, I like this little dip that they've created here as well. It really gives them some decent fortification against the position that exHOWL needs to move into.
It's actually a little bit of a dirty angle here they have made themselves. I actually really like it. There's a P90 in the hands of the Mad, though. And now shots come in from Medibay. He has an angle through it. Also, Code Margo finds it. Rosberg helps as well. And that's an easy 3 kills for Bushido Wildcats here onto exHOWL.
Full cleanup. Still construction workers trying to navigate the mess that could potentially be occurring here with HiVE still up against them. Nades forwards. Maybe we'll see some Molotovs go forwards as well, with them all condensed the way they are. Oh, the nade as well as the Molotov burning them alive at the moment. It's a perfect little 1-2 punch, and HiVE has been absolutely decimated.
What a great way for construction workers to get up to 4 kills for this game. What a way to do it. Great nade. Vex has been spotted by PG, and they are in this more congested eastern side here, James. We do have noslack here. We have PGG ahead of them. VP has set up as well. Bushido Wildcats. This is going to be a rough one if they don't get a shift towards them.
Definitely, definitely. Where are we going? All right. Yep, that's not bad at all here on this eastern side for these teams. As Beamy, unfortunately, you're going to have to come off your high ground now, mate. It's
sad.
It's all done. He didn't really even get much from it, did he? Just kind of maybe some scouting information, but of course, at least they do still have 3 up and good to go. Maybe they can use that as a method by which to get in for Beamy towards them, but PGG is probably going to be looking, seeing what's going on. Vitality still has a central position. They were trading off against noslack.
Yeah, from that high ground position, that's what Beamy excels at. The information game, from seeing where people are shooting, from hearing where they are, where they're getting the knock, and connecting that to the kill feed information that he has. So I guarantee you, oh my god, though, we do see a huge wipe onto VP. Easy 3 points here from Vitality, and Beamy's going to have to try to clutch this one.
Hello, my bad. Start things off with the mortar explanation, and he continues it with some explosive maneuvers coming in here. And that is brutal there for Versus Pro, who kind of had the opportunity to be able to choose where they wanted to go in Los Leones. Beamy not being with the team does cause them some stumbling blocks there on what could have been a potential defense. Vitality, man. What a quick and easy cleanup it looked like for them.
Yeah. I tried to defend off noslack as well and got a point from that, but still, it's a little bit rough here now with this, Chris. Can they finish off? That's actually a dirty angle. He just saw that it's both players there. If they walled in, or if one of them does it, Kabi, he gets from the AoE explosion from the other side here. Michael does get Molotov out, but he has to disengage just a little bit here. Great way for Ascent to try to close down this Yooo push from this western side.
Yeah, once he sees them and then doesn't know where they've gone exactly. Oh, the blue takes Michael. They're completely gone. That's Yooo done. There wasn't many ways to be able to get in with the holdouts that were going to be happening on the edge here, especially from Ascend. But yeah, easy peasy there with that Panzerfaust. Really slowed them down as well. And now a ton of nades from Beamy forwards against them, seeing what else he can do himself. trying to effectively hold them out on an edge. But again, Martin, you talked about the road intersecting earlier. It is dead center. This is going to be such a problem for whoever gets caught short when these circles start shifting.
Yeah, we don't get a hard shift anywhere here. We're probably going to end on the road. We are ending on the road here, James, and this is where the smokes become ever so prevalent. You need to have like 10 smokes or so in the total of your team to be able to get into that position that makes you, you know, even viable to have that win here. Just when it's just outside on the northern side of where Vitality is here, it's upside down. Yeah, we're looking for another way. But yeah, this area here. But there we go. You guys are too good at your jobs. That's crazy. Yeah, so ending right here in the center. And as you see in the minimap, it's way more congested on that eastern side than it is on the other one. T-Bone does find Lou here. Lots of damage done. And Twisted Minds, again, another salvage game here, and they're almost into placement points just as a two-man.
24 alive, 29 minutes deep is kind of wild here, as it always will be. It's 22 now alive, as it's Chris taking a bit of a higher angle on this to try and shut them down, but it's going to be a nade here. Ascend is moving on up. Keta, no, that's not... Oh, that's unfortunate. Of course, getting knocked by Gedrox and then dropping his own nade. So Vitality still on the other side of the road, causing some chaos here for the rest of the team. 6 kills for them so far, trying to catch up to Twisted Minds that's now just gone down. The goalpost ain't moving anymore. This could be a little bit more for Vitality, as Zizo has done really well to stay alive on the north side of this circle for a Storm on request.
Sadly does not have a pickaxe. He could just dig a tunnel straight under the road here from his ditch already, James. That doesn't work like that. But look at this, though. I could see him getting... He's already in placement points. Very well done by him. But I could see him getting and squeezing maybe 1 or 2 more points out of it. Look at this, especially with how deep he can get in. I think the corner of this ditch is actually inside, but does he dare go for it? Does he dare go for a full team wipe with Bushido Wildcats hammering onto Ascend right now?
Does make you wonder how quickly they'll be able to spot him as well. Surely there'd be some interest about moving on there when you actually want to try and pressure Ascend a little bit more here. Bushido Wildcats, as Zizo at this point is just looking for a 1 kill, 1 flush by the looks of things to me. Maybe a cheeky few placement points here or there, but it gets very difficult. Okay, it goes for 1.
That's
and actually gets a second one as well. No way is he going to try and go for something crazy here.
Oh my god, a nade
This could be a perfect nade.
That could be really good. He's actually committing to a lot more. Sees a little bit, but a shot comes out. Oh god, he gets the 2 confirmations. That's 2 points. That's great. Another nade comes towards Code Marco, and now Ascend. This is opening the door completely for them. It's Chris and Killiakai is already up here, and with a few smokes in the hands of them, they could take on Crossberg and Code Marco. Gedrox does find Sabila here. It's the fight on the southern side of the road is kicking off too.
Great salvage for Zizo there. He was the armed man. He had all the explosives. But yeah, did do well for himself there. All things considered, Code Marco does a little bit of damage there too. Killiakai still has Panzerfaust in hand. There's going to be a lot of explosives coming on in as Code Marco with the P90 as well shuts Ascend down. There's no more incline for Ascend to be able to go on up here for this one, as Code Marco does enough of the business. They've lost players though. IEXE on the other side shutting down construction workers. Vard is now down, as on the south side of this circle everyone's being squished into one another. PGG's surely going to be coming into this as well eventually.
There they are. Salik does find Levante and also himself for this one here. Subila finds it too, and oh my god, that's complete domination here from PDG, finding a lot of the Vitality players. Hello, my bat down as well. XC finds Vard. We're still 5 teams, but there's just 9 alive. And PGG does manage to get up to a 3-man here, so they have quite the advantage at this point.
Yes. You can see it's just panicked movements from a lot of the players, a lot of the teams realizing that there's just going to be so much crunch going on at the moment here. Pixelic still alive on the roofs, M249 in hand. And this has gotten really down to the wire. They now all of the circle moving on in. Nades forward, Sloy. PGG came in super late to this end game here, but it's having huge effect on what's going on. The blue zone into the middle as well. Actually, that's crazy. Causing some disruption. That is crazy. Yeah, there's no one there. They smoked.
Pixel has to get off, and it's forcing him in there. That's another point. One more point guaranteed. Oh my god, he almost got it. He did get Scav, and Drugsworker's got some points, but it is going to be PGG with a 5-kill chicken dinner and an absolutely insane urban ending finish here to start our day 2 in PC Spring.
Yeah, really bided their time on the edge there on that south side and only came in when they absolutely had to. And it really felt like for a lot of those teams, the crunch down was just too much to bear. PGG, it's not the biggest chicken dinner, but it is chicken dinner indeed. Let's get Mark back in to talk about this one. We get an urban ending to start off day number 2, baby.
So jealous.
We get an urban ending. I'm very jealous. Tap me in. Someone tap me in again. Urban ending, but let's highlight though the obvious. It's a VP home circle and 0 points delivered. Unfortunately for them, so many teams remain up. PGG did come in quite late, and this from Lou. Oh my god, he individually got with an RV, one-man army.
Yeah, crazy. 1 nade, 1 Panzerfaust is all he needed. Admittedly, right, Na'Vi kind of lined up in the perfect way for him to be opportunistic on that. Levante as well with Panzerfaust. Chris with Panzerfaust. Yeah, you've got to, Martin, you've got to have them with you in a situation like this. Even Zizo was going to go for a Panzerfaust play after these nades.
Man, the amount of important Panzerfausts that's been in some of the cars, especially from this one here, has been crucial. Code Marco had an absolute beautiful opening there too. And I actually thought that it was going to be the northern teams that ended up surviving with Bushido Wildcats. I thought it was going to be them surviving for the longest, but PGG just absolutely dominated that 5-stack. And that being the last kind of hard cover or building that was in, they managed to play it out so well. But Pixelator had almost a chance there. Maybe a smoke on him, maybe a stun grid on them, and he would have had a bigger shot at it. But 12 points for them and 15 for PGG.
Hey, yeah, 12 points is all right for an urban ending in my book there from Construction Workers. Bushido Wildcats played the North very nicely with 13 points going their way and PGG coming in late to be able to get things rolling. So that leaves our standings not really too affected. Of course, some teams trying to go for that catch-up on Twisted Minds is very important as they didn't have the best of games after being wounded early on in that one. And I will say, Mark, you know, it ain't pretty in terms of these Panzerfaust being able to have this much impact on they do, but hey, they are necessary in a lot of these instances. So, you know, fair play to them. It gets the job done.
Panzer's the new meta for urban endings, is what you're telling me. Big changes. It does feel like it. The big changes there, though. Bushido Wildcats able to climb. Obviously, Joga Bonito falling, ascend. I'm with you guys. I thought a team in the north was going to win that one out. But obviously, PGG able to steal it away. Good game, though, from damage, especially comes from Levante. It feels like this finals, we've not been able to shake Levante. Every rival he appears, every kill, every damage. He's up here on these tables.
Yeah, really cool to see. Love it entirely, because the thing is that man came to lands and he stole everyone's heart.
He did. There's no denying that. Such a good guy, such a fracker. And when you're a good guy, a funny guy, and also one of the best in the server, you just can't not like him.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also always love good old Twisted Minds, but unfortunately they didn't love the amount of points that they were able to get from this game. They were our team focus for game number 1, of course, as being coming out of day number 1 at first place. But unfortunately for them, the 2-2 split got punished super quick, Mark. And I'm very impressed by Ascend so far, being able to find that the way they did, and then continue to put on the pressure against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Ascend are playing really different compared to what we're used to. We're seeing a new sort of dynamic from them. Twisted Mind played well, but they did get punished by that 2-2 split. But we saw that yesterday. A lot of teams actually getting punished by splits. So teams sort of capitalizing on area and on space. And then we put an urban ending into it. So it's even more crucial. And back to that point you made before, those northern teams, they for me was Ascend. Like it was coming in, they were sweeping in, they were rising up as they're coming out northwest corner. Eventually held out. Bushido Wildcats, I think, had a bit of a wild game here as they did anchor down and played well, and then obviously for Twisted Minds, this was the end of the road for them as sort of Ascend came closing on in.
Yeah, they bookended the Twisted Minds fights, right? They were the beginning and the end, or Ascend here for this one, as our kill leaders looking really spicy with Levante clearly taking the top spot now. But just to kind of hit on this Ascend situation here for a second more, Martin, I feel like they're slowly dialing up the aggression, and it's really working out. I think that they could be genuinely a contender if they continue on that trajectory. What do you think?
The execution with baiting, with driving somewhat distance and far out as they did, and then having 2 guys that are close enough and ready to strike with Kiliakai's off position there on the Twisted Mind. That was some of the best execution in kind of, let's say, early to mid game strategy that we've actually seen applied here. And yeah, it's difficult to do anything and defend anything from it, but that was just an easy 2 and very safe points. It ended up being obviously with him winning the 1v2 effectively, where it was a great anchor from him. But what a way to do it. I really like that. I hope we see more of that, where you get these punishments from the 2-2 splits.
I didn't know you worked at In-N-Out Burger one time, Mark. That's really nice. I just...
Team comms are ready. Listen to what
is that?
Guess that.
All right, team comms are ready. Let's listen.
I thought that was...
А я дал на зеленую.
Взорвал,
Смоки, смоки, смоки, смоки, смоки, еще смоки, смоки,
Нет
смоки.
смоков, нету смоков.
3 сольника.
Git dön istene, git dön. Bir tur git dön. Acele etme. Yo, basamazsın. Gitmen lazım. Gitmen lazım bros, gitmen lazım.
Still on the right somewhere. I think in blue.
Nice shit.
Nice try, bro.
Я умер за синькой, скорее всего. Падает на крыша, Тёма!
Хорошо, блядь!
PGG was able to deliver similar to Mark in his lovely top. He's saying it's cold. I don't know. I've blindsided you. You were catching a random stray, but I like appreciate that you moved on the show. That was cool. Just like last night when you were hosting for me. That was awesome.
I felt really weird, I'm not gonna lie. I felt like I had to move the boxes back around.
Good times though. A good first game here for sure on Miramar. We will have another Miramar later on here throughout the day as well. Mark, anything else catch your eye aside from a VP 0 points, or some of the other teams trying to move on in?
A lot of teams obviously looked at kind of lost the owners for me early on, but they begged to go the other side. And it's worth mentioning, I know Nemesis didn't get any points. That was a good split for them. Yooo, good play as well. Obviously on that sort of coming in from the east side, they rotated round. I really like Navi's sort of anti-Yooo play. They followed them around on the high ground. They made sure they didn't come into their location. Yooo able to find a couple of points. So a lot of teams maybe not taking as many risks as I'd like to see, but definitely playing more defensively. But I think that comes into the line that actually, because of the urban ending, they wanted to clear the outside edge first before they focus on the inside.
Martin, you're looking inquisitive. What are you doing?
No, I'm looking at, you know, the stats that we had obviously from this game here. The 10 points that Vitality had, that consistency. Again, Navi fell off a little bit, but still Hackatory still up here with Krystalny. But the amount of points that Team Vitality again had in a difficult game for them, they had a decent spot on the kind of eastern side, but them being able to survive for that long, getting the kills that they had, it was some Panzerfaust or some utility, but it worked out brilliantly for them, and also to defend the VP push was massive.
We've seen these rivals before. We've seen Hackatory versus Krystalny before in PEC. I feel like Krystalny, whenever I saw a picture of him, like, it's like if you ask ChatGPT, what does Hackatory look like? And it's just slightly off. It's not exactly the same. They look very similar. But anyway, oh my God. Okay, anyway, it's time for game number 2. I just looked at Discord. As we now head on to the grassy pastures of Erangel. We'll get Mark back later on, as it's me and Avenger here to round out the 7th game of the tournament.
We're almost halfway through here, James. Not after this one, but halfway through the next one. And we do get a northern to southern plane path ending over the military. And if I've ever seen a north to south plane path cut straight through the military island, I always see a lot of military included. Either it's a 50-50, either it's, you know, on the kind of eastern side where you have that kind of high ground radio. But yeah, let's see where we do end up with this one here. I'm hoping we have some more great fights and interactions here, especially how that urban ending worked out. I really love the way that teams strategize around that.
Already a few shots heading the way of either James or James was shooting. I couldn't tell there, as Yooo was dropping west of the position that Nemesis would normally be taking. Send obviously has to do a little bit of driving about for what would be their normal split overall, but they'll just kind of take no lean, take some of these compounds on that side, and that is a cheeky circle, because there is technically a world where we could go military. And again, another circle that favors a start for Virtus Pro. They need to make a bit more of a meal of it than our previous one.
This is way more of the, okay, home turf circle, but I'll bet you this, James, that they get like the 2 best prior positions in this circle, and then it shifts southeast where we do get a 50-50. I'll bet you that right now. I'll put a funny picture of Mark printed out in full size on the line.
Okay, huge, yeah. I don't think we need bets for those. I think we just put them around town. You know, put them around Milton.
Yesterday was me. This time we got to do Mark up a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, I see. So we drilled you.
Right. I got drilled yesterday.
Pictures of your headphones yesterday.
I loved it.
Right.
I was cackling so much when you guys are casting as well, coming in with all the pictures. It's funny.
Super silly stuff yesterday. We're having a good time here at PEC for sure, because all of us just want to make fun of each other. Ascend, no making fun of them at the moment. Right, they are looking spicy. 5th place at the moment, 39 points. They're taking it serious. They know, okay, we found emergency pickup early. Will Simon be able to hit anything? Burst fire an M16? Is that what we're playing here?
He was 10 seconds out of 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah.
That was actually so close. Cheeky Joga Bonito looking for those early game interactions and fights. Yeah, I really like it. That's the time you have where you can fight safely. Otherwise, you're going to get third party if you do it later. That's the scary thing, especially here with how good the teams are at analyzing and seeing what's ahead of you. Grabbing the car and getting out of there, though.
What do you think the Ascend angle is here? I felt like they might even head over towards Primos, get cars on board, and just know that it's going to be much easier transition for them compared to like No Lean, for example. What do you think?
I think that's an option. I also think the compound on the beach side in between Primorsk and Fairpier, the big one with the big white,
fair.
is also an option. There's a car or a few cars kind of spawning around the road there too. If they get 1 or 2 cars, that compound is, I would say, 2nd or 3rd prio, and they would assume that VP has the top prios. So let's see how deep they get and what they decide to. Also, like, I mean, the western side of military, but it's such a small chance. Like, let's be real here, 30% max that we do get a southeast shift. And also with the kind of how it works out where the center dot can't be in water, or technically can't be in water. So yeah, let's see where we do end up though. This is going to be a great game. It's going to be fun. And I'm betting you right now as well. I don't want to bet you more, but I'll tell you right now. The VP comms are, guys, we're gifted. We need to maximize and squeeze out the points here. Otherwise, we're not catching up.
Yeah, I think as we were looking as well at Vitality's position when we were watching them just transition there, I think they're super hungry for this win. Why do I think that? As soon as the tournament finished last night, Levante probably had some food and then turned his stream straight back on and got to grinding again.
I love it. I love that. So good.
Yeah. They're keen.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. Like, if you have that grinder mentality, you just get 1% better for every single week, every single month you're playing. Eventually, you're going to catch up. And the thing is now, with these guys already being so close and so far in the top, you need to get ahead of the competition. If you're grinding more than the competition, that's where you become one of the best.
Yes, indeed. I think we were almost both right about the Ascend drop. They didn't indeed go to Primorsk, but also it looked like 2 of them had split off to go towards the compound that you'd mentioned, but then they just realized Scav had just driven in just before them, so decided against it, and now they've all had to go to Primorsk. So the plan was there, in place. It's just a little too late for them, and some teams are now moving in alongside this very peer position here, especially Bushido Wildcats. HiVE has also spotted out Kurexi. Gonna have to move on away for that for the moment, as they had the prior spots of the farmyard above, as well as some of the long woods. So not too bad here for Virtus Pro. The only problem with this 2-2 split is technically they can't exactly reinforce each other line of sight wise. So it's going to be a defense and then maybe a bail if they see 4 coming at them.
Yeah, I'd assume so too. A lot of congested on the northern side. Imagine we do go southeast, like with that 50-50. Storm and Chris would be laughing. And now we would be bridge camping the 12 teams trying to cross that western bridge.
God.
And also from the other teams here, James, like if you have no prior, like a Yooo, like a Joga Bonito here, just getting into that next circle, seeing where it ends up, maybe even have an E pick up or something, and then strategizing based on what happens if the worst worst possible circle happens there. That could be an opportunity too, but it doesn't make sense for Yooo to rush into this. You don't have, like, all the compounds already taking with greedy spits anyway.
Yeah, if it's me in a circle like this, in this kind of lobby, I would be looking for that perfect time in to have an E pickup perfectly timed, just in case there was that crazy shift that happened. And then you could maybe go on over, right? Because everything else is just going to be an absolute nightmare. But that said, though, might not even go over to straight melee on a second shift, right? You might actually need that for a third circle, so it becomes even more treacherous. It's not easy to pick the choices. What are they doing up here? Destruction Derby, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, why not have fun and delay the time a little bit there? So 2 minutes and 40 more seconds until we see the next pop. Nemesis, though, they can get deeper and try to get some more information, especially with having that glider in hand and active there in the sky. With Sews it up here with an 8x, you get all the information. You get all the information with the 8x and the 15x. It's the same kind of deal with having a big headset. You also hear a lot of things from around. Either you see or you hear. Big headsets, big scopes, you know?
Right, okay. Is that the correlation? I didn't realize. I'll choose to believe you without any proof.
Sure.
I think that every time I get the 15x, I can't use it. It throws off my senses, like, completely. I'm like, hey, that guy's really close. No, he's not. Every single time.
It's something you really have to work on. I just zoom out on it, and then it's kind of an 8x, right? So it's just like, why do you use it for it? You zoom in to read people's minds or to see where you think they're going. But yeah, it's not useful to shoot with, in my opinion. Maybe on an armor links in that rare case where you're like half a kilometer away.
With no bullet drop off.
Right.
Yeah, good times. And links today. Hit absolutely nothing with it today, although I did have the P90 and I was hitting with that because P90 is amazing. Love myself the P90. But look, PGG, okay.
Look who
there's nobody coming over this bridge.
Unless we do get that wonky southeast circle where a lot of the military islands in, I don't really see anyone coming in. They're giving up on this, and they're like going to be like, okay, we're going to go north. I would go south if I was them. I think there's a bigger shot that if this goes north and then just gamble that it goes south, and then you're like second pick, considering they maybe think that one team is there. And also, then there's only going to be one team ahead of you fighting potentially on the bridge, and you can third party that. Here, they're going to be the absolute latest. There's no compounds, no areas left to play on the northern side because if on the northern side, we're effectively already on that second circle where all the teams have already locked in. And there's so many fields north of the ferry pier and around that area south of Gatka.
Definitely a little wide wrap spots. Wide wrap spots indeed, as once again, we are very EMEA pilled for this game, as 10 minutes deep, barely anybody's taking a shot, really.
Embrace yourself.
Having a good old chat ourselves. Okay, right, shoot. We need some shots. Yes, yes. Wait, no, leave him alone, not Michael, please. Okay, he's getting away. He
got him.
No, he's not getting away.
Oh, that's a kill on 98 if I've ever seen one. But that's with the mini. And that's an easy kill for Ascend. Good pickups here for Ascend. And we do get that, well, easy and comfortable circle. VP now, highest priority, 2 best spots in the game right now, but they do only have a 2-man in that highly contested compound that construction workers are coming in close to.
I think Yoga Bonito was going to go a little bit deeper there as they pre-drove really well for potential longwoods or maybe something else from that, but they've stopped just in a spot where they can kind of defend themselves for a second. But
exactly.
It's okay. And there was a little bit of an overlook there from Beamy, but he doesn't want much more of that smoke at the moment.
For my liking, that's 1 or 2 phases too early. Because that can still shift, and if we do have more water, sure, it's going to come back, but it's a little early. I know it's dead center, but if we do shift somewhere wonky, they're going to have to make moves, and they have lost every single tire on those cars. Killer Kai, though, and Yooo and Ascend is going to have a little bit of a fight here. Kabi's going to try to disengage and get out of this one. 52 HP for Killia. He's going to try to get it. Keta gets another one here. That's huge. No K9 shots so far, but lots of damage done to Copy here. Confirmation coming in too.
I'm gonna rue the day they run into Ketsa by the looks of things here. Yooo constantly taking casualties to him. Not too bad at all here as Ascend is holding on strong. This emergency pickup has been successful so far. Be it anybody trying to rotate in beyond them. Being able to hold off this corner, not too bad at all. There's maybe even a little bit more there for them. Okay, oh, we went all the way to south for the boat. Holy smokes.
That's crazy.
Whew.
That's crazy. And also, they're going to be received well by the Bushido Wildcats. So let's see what that happens. Nixie does find Pixelic here now that we're so far away. And Lucarooks did get the knock with the mini. There's still only a 2-man here, James. It's a scary compound to be a 2-in if this goes center next circle.
I will say for Storm on Request, it's very wishful thinking to think you're going to be able to get off the pier with your cars. Like, you're taking them with you, cool, I don't mind it. But I suspect, once we get there, we're swimming angle. Because I think it's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
We'll see, though.
Might be a good timing where the next circle kind of pops away and Bushido Wildcats decide to go somewhere else. Fix does find Petulins with the knock, the canine. That's far away. Their Twisted Minds is on Pochinki Hills, which is currently outside the zone.
I'm scared for Joga Bonito. And I know you've got secret room and things like that or whatever, but
they don't have the key, James. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, that is one problem. But also the fact that, you could have mortars coming your way, like at some point, sometime soon in a game like this, right? When everybody starts to say, okay, right, oh, you're there exactly, are you? That is just easy mortar bait. As you say, they lost a lot of the tires on the cars. They're probably going to have lost quite a few smokes as well whilst they were trying to make this work. So they've definitely expended quite a bit to make that happen. Oh no, where's... It is aimed in the direction of, I think, Virtus Pro more so, but...
Does look like it's that direction, yeah. Or it could be open field. Yeah, okay, it's more open field.
Okay.
I like that. That's smart. You put out and you put some cover down and put some dips down. I really like that. But we do go further west than that. Sure, it should have been redirected or rethought of. Slavin does find back here. Good offensive position. Beamy does steal it though with the ace. Now Naileb and the boys is gonna have to try to go deeper here. Fex is in the car too. They're also hurt quite a bit. Half HP in both of them.
Yeah, Big Sam through into the Longwoods here to try and find themselves some spot. S2G also going to be sending it forwards after that mortarfire that did go down. It looked like two teams were actually trying to set up those dips whilst that mortarfire was going on. As now Lazar does take a bit of an aid to the face, but at the same time, Schiller finishes everything off there. Fex is gone. But Curexi here having some kind of impact on what is going on here because they've been in the Longwood for a while. And everybody now from Virtus Pro has moved up there for them. So they're being able to reinforce that. Levante doing a lot of work, though, against Nemesis on this side.
Good nade. Gonna probably knock him, yeah. Nixie also found a nade onto Lars and Quet by Melman. Did get this one in Levante. Getrox is slow. Quiz, he's gonna have to pop an energy here. He's down to 75 HP after healing. Good Moritilta being committed here from Nemesis. This is a rough fight here. HiVE could also check this one out or maybe third party it, but let's see what ends up happening with this one. VP does continue to fight on SG as well.
Still got to survive. Still got to hold on here as Quizzy. With the rest of the Vitality boys, they've got a great opportunity here to continue to catch up to Twisted Minds, because Twisted Minds is kind of stuck on the edge of this circle. They're going to be having to make some big fights as they move on instead. Going for a few jump peaks here, trying to figure out exactly how they're going to be able to transition, or if anybody's looking their way. And Virtus Pro still stuck in those fights in Longwoods at the moment. They're trying to negate some of the utility that's coming their way.
Nemesis, 1 kill so far, only 41 points. Half the points that our leaders currently have. They're going to need to start rolling this snowball, otherwise it's not going to be able to catch up to the podium finishes. Ascent has already jumped them here with the 3 kills they have gotten, and that Western control that they have is looking good. The compound I talked about with noslack is in, but it's going to be going away from water here in phase 4, so it's going to go north and probably have a lot of the HiVE compound in, so they are looking poised for a good amount of points for the rest of the game too.
Yeah, I'm always interested to see how teams actually hold the HiVE compound when it does kind of become a focal point, because it's very big, very, very stretched across some of these areas. You do have big lines of sight like towards the east side, right? But at the same time, sometimes if you've got multiple teams really putting on some pressure, it gets a bit tricky to make things work from there.
Someone request is still swimming to the south side of the pier.
I knew they were going to swim.
Yeah, it's a little bit scenes here for them. Next circle pops, as we talked about. It's going to go away from water here. But how much of the HiVE compound was in? Damn, that's a lot. It's looking really good for HiVE. That's a crashable compound as well, though, James. That western and eastern side are so split with a little dirt road into the middle here. So let's see if they decide to reinforce. It does look like exHOWL is looking poised for a little bit of a breach or a crash onto them.
You'd expect some other teams to come in a little later on as well. Once Nemesis and Vitality finish up their fight, right? They're going to be looking that way. HiVE, though, does start off against SUG. Schiller down. Oh, the entirety of HiVE actually moved to the east side of the compound. I think that's smart. I think you can't hold the rest of it. And exHOWL has moved in straight away, seeing that movement. Really impressive stuff. Good moves coming in.
Na'Vi losing more players. 0 kills on the board for them still here. Nixie, 500 damage. Look at that. 4 kills for VP, obviously, but they're trying to hold that eastern side out. It looks like Twisted Minds and Joga Bonito is encroaching onto them. They do have enforced themselves into this area here around the bunkers and the sandbags, so they do have a good amount of defense here, James, as I get a little bit of hiccup.
Dug in like ticks at the moment, but again, it's kind of on that edge situation, so it's a bit rough.
The Navy
Storm on
SEALs.
request. They've been on a holiday and they've come back and they've been like, what have you guys done with the rest of Erringale? What's been going on over here?
What's the UK Special Forces that is the naval specialists?
SAS?
SAS? Is that the SAS guys? Do they also have
so.
They're
just
naval
special
part?
force in general.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Denmark, it's called the Frogmen. Our king, he attended that. Oh, look at the amount of nades coming. Yeah, it's kind of cool. They're badass. Look at the amount of utility coming in here too. Twisted Mind trying to get an opening onto Joga Bonito here, but they do look like they're disengaging a little bit from this fight here. They're out aggressive. Joga Bonito, shots coming in from the side. Oh my god, good damage done. Dancer does find Petulins, and HiVE is engaging into this fight too.
This really kind of exemplifies the fact that that compound can see so much. How far HiVE was able to knock Twisted Minds as they were making this crazy rotation on around. Bushido Wildcats, though, taking a bit of a casualty, knowing that there's going to be more aggression coming their way here, as Pozyan, of all things, Storm on request, has now unleashed themselves after being on their lovely excursion across the map. And now Bushido Wildcats reinforcing that position. After they've done so much damage to RV, they've got to fully turn their attention to this.
Good Marco, low. Oh, double nade. 210 finds him. Kilikai finds Keta with a Dorito. That's a little bit unfortunate as they do try to get in and get some area on that western side. A lot of fights here with Storm and Crest, Na'Vi, and Bushido Wildcats going to be happening just shortly. They're trying to be that last team that comes out of Fair here. Oh, that's a great lineup here for Celtic, but doesn't get the connection. More shots come in too. Utilities being committed here towards Storm and Crest. There's a lot of damage done. IXC, meanwhile, does find Mortar, knocks onto Ascend.
That's a big nade, slowing them down as well. On that other side, those mortars are massive, hitting against the position that they had. But now Celtic, all he has to do is charge up one more nade. This should be lights out. Oh, just a second smidge too long.
Does have another one. He saw them run into the smoke there. That should be an easy pick in. No, it's not. He threw it too far. He did get stunned, and it did not connect. Now he saw where the other utilities is coming in. Pozyan finds him, and Bushido Wildcats out in 14th place.
It's a tough one, considering he saw the nade coming at him, and he tried to negate it by running away from it a little bit, but unfortunately, that was the good lineup here for Storm on request. I'm surprised that they've been able to outlast Bushido Wildcats, right? Considering that they kind of had Fairy Pier on lockdown and shut down Na'Vi. So this is impressive by Storm on request to make this work, but now they're trying to completely circumnavigate what would be one barrel, it being Hakatori's. I understand why you would want to maybe not walk into that.
Oh, that's a long shot here. Correction does get a lot of damage onto Slavin. Now utility's being committed. He's going to not go for it as he has the jammer pack on. The other guys are going to commit a little bit of util. That's a great nade. It's straight onto him. Beamy gets Slavin down, and VP's on 6 kills and another knock to come their way. Diffix does get Melman with the MG3 headshot. It's a little bit weird. Maybe he ran in the line of sight there, but still, there's a little bit of a fight here between Vitality and Nemesis still.
I like to think that sometimes the bullet hose, aka the MG3, sometimes, you know, if you're like a 5-year-old kid and you just like flailing around with it.
There's the same things happening right now too. This 2G goes down though. Nixie does find it. good barrel damage done here. Hackatory, last player from Na'Vi, and now trying to survive for as long as possible. 7 first, it's going to pop one more and pop out, or maybe try to get the kills on to Storm and Request as they run out. Great shot. He's just a laser beam. That was actually disgusting. And then he's going to get the chance to heal off as well. I think a lot of players would have probably like whiffed maybe some of those shots and then actually not had time to be able to go for the heal. But great stuff by Hackatory. Kovalevi has a Lynx in hand as well. noslack. This could be their game for redemption. Actually having a decent spot on this south side. Yeah, they're controlling so much of that ridge on that southern side here. Rox also finds the confirmation onto Luguruk. Scaff finds Ciso. And Storm Request is out in 12th place here. Crazy being the last player of VP, but they did get 9 kills. This snowball did last for quite a while here. No placement points yet, but a 9-point game is nothing to shy off of.
The blue! Alright, this fight. He's going to wait, see what he can get done here. This has been such a kind of tight fight here between Vitality as well as Nemesis. Trying to shut him on down. He had a sawn off in hand, but it's not going to be enough. Nemesis shuts it all down as well. That is Vitality gone.
The Center actually managed to survive the onslaught of the Mortars. Correction does find Nodi from Joga Bonito. They're in 10 kills now, and Navi's out in 9th place. That does mean the Correction is going to be able to heal into a placement point, but it's 1 placement point. But it's 11 points total, double digits we're talking about here. And look at the open area that noslack is looking absolutely poised to lock down from this southern side. It's looking good for them.
Yes, it is. I can't believe that 3 teams ended up in here. I thought maybe 2 teams would, but yeah, cheeky Twisted Minds being able to enter in the northern side of this. But they're going to have a lot of work ahead of them. How many smokes do they have? What utility do they have to be able to make the transitions necessary? To be able to get the knocks necessary to make it work? I mean, an MG3. Does everybody have an MG3? What's going on here?
You get it. You get it.
It's a scary gun.
It is. It's too good not to take. The 990 RPM is too much to shy off of again here. More utility is being committed towards this fight here, and Twisted Mind says this is their only opportunity. I don't know if it's worth taking the HiVE fight. The more of the compound, or the HiVE side of the compound is actually in here, so they have decided that the HiVE engagement is better here, James.
Yep, that nade rattled through my brain there for a second. As Lou and the boys are trying to make them move. The molly been thrown down, but they've been able to negate it. There is a blue zone. They can technically get out of that, technically heal themselves. That's a good spray by Schengen to deny the encroachment here from Twisted Minds, really slowing them down.
More smokes being committed towards the windows here. Dante does look like he has a great off angle for this one here. Schengen does find example. It opens up and perfect x2 from him. Great angle for him.
Very nice. 1 more to take. 1 more to shut down. They do know that he's just outside the house. They realize there. He's chancing. Oh, okay. That's a bit desperate, but I mean, it looks like they're going to be able to shut him down eventually here. It's still very difficult here for Twisted Minds to be able to make this move forwards.
Schengen, another angle here from it. Correx has been found by Subila. That's them down in 7th place. 1 placement point, and PDG gets to top 6. Subila's been found as well. That's PDG down in 6. Now Dante goes out and finds the last player of Twisted Minds here, and they go down in 5th place. Decent salvage game for them. No kills though, but 3 points for your effort.
It's a good hold, and it's not only a good hold to the point where they shut it all down and get all the kills, they also kept themselves still anchored on the south side of this compound, right? There was really no move from exHOWL because effectively they really didn't need to move on their side, nor did noslack, nor did Nemesis. So I guess that actually was kind of a given, all things considered. But right now, the north is going to be a problem. Well, what does the north do versus the south?
They pray for a northern shift, James, and they do get it. HiVE is still in a sliver of the southern side of where HiVE is in. noslack has an easy side to kind of play with the south. They do look like they still have a huge advantage here, but Nemesis, what do they do? Do they make a send, try to make a push onto noslack, or do they try to make a little bit of a playable space onto that northwestern side? It feels like noslack's gonna shut that down and close it down. Some more shots come in here with the off angle that Nailcup has. That's a cheeky off angle for the headshot there, but did not connect.
No, it didn't. The next HiVE I do. Everybody's gonna be shooting at Nemesis by the looks of things. That's the first team that is gonna be a casualty. Oh dear. Speaking of casualties, Michael Bay. Get him in here.
Well, now there's some open terrain there, and maybe some more utility. Maybe a mortar can be committed towards that area, and they have an opening. Rough for Nemesis, though. The rest of their util and the remainers of Vitality's util is going to be committed to them getting into this area here. And State goes down as well. Everyone is looking at them. Rox finds the confirmation on the State.
Understandable. What can you do, right? AXE, I don't think he even really wants to expend his link shots on something like that, unless, of course, it was a guaranteed, I guess, steal, not so much the knock. Because if you get this, if it's knock, then you're following it up. You're spending so much ammo for what is effectively just one kill, and you could let the rest of the teams do the work for you here. As HiVE is waiting for the crosshair from exHOWL.
They do have some smokes as well. Can they smoke line themselves into a spot inside? There's also a little bit of dips, a little bit of cover inside. They have more, and they've cast there. This is a really well executed kind of push here. Using the cars, using the smokes, and they're going to have to re-smoke and redeploy. Now, going through here, it's falling a little bit apart. The soft cover is not going to be enough. The buggy's been used. Diffix finds one, finds another one. And it's going to be stolen, sadly, probably. One of them is, at least. Oh, he got both. Okay. More shots coming in, and more drive-bys, too. Diffix really making a lot of it.
Needs a bit of time for this reload, and that might not be allowing him to replace his position. That nade is right next to him. He's got to be careful. Oh, moving around the shield. Perfect stuff from Diffix. What a play at the moment. And he gets time to reload off. He's just got to be careful of that car. Okay, does not crash into him. Jeez, things are getting crazy here for Diffix, but he's playing a blinder.
That's an illegal way to survive, and the points that he managed to squeeze out of that one, too. 2 kills from exHOWL. Might be able to get Nail Cup too, as they both have to move around the same time. That would be another 1 point for the kill, 1 point for the placement, guaranteed for him. So that'd be huge for their campaign. And those 2 points would tie them up with Na'Vi and get them closer to that top 2.
You'd think unless something goes really awry, noslack should have this in the bag, having the control of what will be the Longwoods and eventually HiVE having to leave that building, as they should open up a firing line on whenever HiVE has to do so. And that is why I think HiVE is looking towards these solos. Get rid of these. Get yourself as many placement points on the board. Wait for Nail Cop. He's going to have to move a little bit before you into completely open terrain here. And then from that, I think your attention has to turn towards Diffix, but I think he's just going to sit. He's going to have to come out of his crater eventually. And look at the firing line. It's already set up here for noslack.
Sitting there waiting. Nailcup's trying to dig his way into the circle. It's not going to be fast enough for you. Diffix is trying to wonder, can he sneak in? Does he have another area where he does get in? Hello. Spots him out there.
Do more. Come on.
Faster. Work faster. It's going to be denied. That's the smart thing to do, at least here.
Yeah.
And that's one more placement point to go the way of Nemesis to put them on 52. And now it's going to be a 3v4 with noslack and Diffix trying to survive for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, for Nail Cop, when only headshots are an option for the team shoot looking at you, yeah, it's not worth. You're just bobbing about like a little Diglett moving along. Oh, dear me. Okay, actually, I'm surprised that HiVE was able to move as easily as they did onto that extra position, but now they know exactly where every HiVE member should be.
There's a little bit of a ridge that kind of works out on the northern side, but noslack has so much more space control, so much more utility, a little bit of smokes too. It was a little bit early to start smoking up too much. 1 or 2 smokes, and Diffix, they know exactly where he is, and they're hoping that he's going to open up onto HiVE. He did open up one, and there's a great knock onto Rox.
Goes down in the end. I think one thing that slightly limited noslack's control potential on a circle like this was actually Diffix. And now that he's gone down, you can see them completely all fanning out, realizing, okay, the rest of our threat is in one location. Sata tries to start things off. 24 damage go the way of his opponent, as well as a little bit. Just goes for the heal on up. Some smokes to try and get themselves even more control on this circle right now, waiting. Oh, whoa! Nice double nade here from Schengen and the boys to take down Scav.
Exactly how it should be. Now they have to commit a little bit of time and resources towards Scav and be worried that get the rest off. Ixie does have, he's the master of explosives, Ixie. Mortar knocks, Panzer Pals, Kovalevi does get Dante down. And now it's a 3v1 with Sata also finding rocks.
Yep, there was so many options that HiVE had available to them. They're just going to be shooting at some of these trees, trying to shut it all down. They even have cross angles on it as well, so I don't think there's anywhere we can hide. Once that smoke actually dissipates and they realize that that tree is in exactly that spot, yeah, it should be an easy cleanup here for noslack. A very important game for them as they take their first win in this finals. That will propel them up the leaderboards with 12 kills and the victory. Let's bring Mark back in to talk about this one here on Erangel. What do you make of it, Mark?
Yeah, great game, actually, from noslack. And as you say, it is an important game. But I think it's worth noting that they set this win up 3 minutes into the game. They dropped South George. The zone obviously went down to that south side. And Scav leading the charge for noslack. That big rotation down that west side ahead of a lot of teams. The only neighbor they had at the time was VP. So really, really good game for them. But it started early.
Yes, it did. As of course, if we take a look towards Ferry Pier, again, you know, as much as I thought it was going to be doomed on request for them, Storm on request actually made a bit of a meal of this Avenger. Good for them.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised they actually managed to get so much out of it, but nobody held them out, and they full Navy team sealed that, got into a good position here, and a lot of teams do manage to get double digits, both in the kills and also their total tier nemesis. That's a good clutch for them also to survive this onslaught there with Vitality. It was a little bit of a stalemate. We saw the fights coming on. And yeah, HiVE to maximize the points here. It felt like there's not much more to do. That's a very important kind of way to kind of engage with this. But with the southern side control that noslack had, it was just undeniable that they managed to get into a winning position from HiVE's spot.
Yeah, I was particularly impressed, though, by Diffx being able to get the extra points that he did on this side here, Mark. I think that's very important. The MG3 definitely has its perks for sure, but the fact that he's dancing around foldable shields to deny nades and stuff like that, that was some world-class stuff.
Yeah, don't take anything away from Diffx, but I think a little bit of kudos needs to go towards Melman. He put himself in a C4 car to go make a trench for the team.
True.
So he was on a mission, a quest to try and leave the compound at least fine. Because he knows if he gets knocked from the car, at least he gets knocked into the trench itself. Unfortunately, I did find the kill, but yeah, Diffx MG in a trench is not to be shied away from.
Yeah, Melman, like the Uruk-hai at Helm's Deep. Bring him down, Legolas, bring him down! But no,
Yes.
none of that happening. 21 points going the way of noslack in number 1. HiVE with 13 points, very important points for them as well here,
Did they
Martin.
not have 12 kills? I'm pretty sure they
12?
had 12 kills, and here it says 11.
No.
We might get... I need a recount. Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure the overview said 12 kills, but yeah, we'll have to get a recount. But they started the day, and we gotta say that, with 12, and now here... almost tripling their total points already in 2 games is absolutely insane. Maybe that one bad day was just yesterday, and they continue their onslaught.
Right.
Look at that. They're already just 10 points away from podium.
You're saying they might have been cheated out of a point? That's ridiculous. It's fine. It's going to get sorted. It's 67 points for Twisted Minds at number 1. Unfortunately for Vitality, it was a little bit harder to make the catch-up happen in this game with Twisted Minds surviving as long as they did up in that compound. But, man, there was no way that Twisted Minds was going to get in with the way that I was holding that mark. It was always going to be difficult, I think.
Now, you guys called it on the cast as well, obviously, to be able to share that compound. Twisted Minds coming in also with an MG, right? I do like these circles because Twisted Mind's one of these teams with the update to the field were one of the early adopters as kind of creators.
Yeah.
But they held that sort of northeast for so long. And then obviously when that zone shifted away, yes, they took a bit of damage going around the outside edge. But again, Twisted Minds always have as plan to find themselves. Good hold from them, good play, good amount of kills, and they're still holding a bit of a gap.
It also shows just for noslack just how much a win can actually make a difference at this stage in the tournament, right? They were languishing. They were down towards the bottom here throughout the past couple of games, Martin. So to jump up into 6th place with 44 points, it suddenly puts them way back in the race when I thought that after what I watched yesterday, I was like, oh no, is the EWC ambitions going to be in the toilet?
Right.
But hey, we're back, baby.
That's huge. That's very well-needed points here. Some clutches, a lot of players on 4 kills. It's a big tie here, but Nixie does come out on top of the total damage. Another fun kind of side info here, I just double-checked my thesis, is that as Ascend was dropping down towards Remox, they had both T-Bone and Chris kind of eyeing the compound that noslack was in. And as they were driving towards it and kind of connecting to the compound, they were already gliding in that direction, and they shied off that. So if Ascent was a little bit quicker on that drop, they would have been that team in that compound and potentially had a win from there. So that's actually crazy that those little timings would have been huge. And again, if they left a little bit earlier, it wouldn't have been as scary in the start where Joga Bonito was trying to hunt them down for the points.
Yeah, no, I mentioned it whilst
sorry,
Gas was going on, Mark. Yeah, go on.
Oh, go on. You go first, Matt. I was only going to talk about Ascend. Go on.
I was talking about Ascend. You go on.
No, I was talking about Ascend. You talk about Ascend.
Ascend. This is normal. That is a normal Ascend rotation,
right?
Which again, Martin, I'm super shocked about because that's where they play from. Normally, Primorsk is their drop zone. They normally always play into kind of that location that we see, noslack, and then they play into that middle train. I thought Ascend got run out of options, and therefore they were too little, too late, and obviously they will feel the pain from this round.
No, they definitely will. Our team focus though for this one was Na'Vi, as we take a look at how they were trying to deal with things on Ferry Pier, and unfortunately for them, it was in a bit of an odd spot, right? The fact that they come in up against Bushido Wildcats did tons of damage to them, Martin, and then Hakatori had to do something about it towards the end.
Yeah, another clutch, another time for him to get a few points, squeezing a little bit, but it's a rough circle no matter what. Like the amount of water you had in still, the lack of hard cover that this southern side is so rough to play if you don't have one of those compounds.
Yeah, indeed. So that is now an interesting shift in the leaderboards overall. I'm excited because considering what I thought for noslack, I've got a little bit of a they're tugging on my heartstrings here, Mark, because when it comes to kind of underdog stories and things like that and being able to build a full finish roster once again, it's exciting to see them challenging for what could be a huge shift for their entire year if they're able to qualify and to land somehow.
Yeah, take PNC out of it alone. Like that last game, 14th place, what they're up in now, 6th or 5th, right?
Yeah.
So that was a massive jump from them. And it comes back to what we saw from the finals. Like they got really good luck, circle. They closed out a really good game, high kills. And then for me, they were looking backwards. Yesterday wasn't the best start from them. We said it yesterday. This is a team that has the firing power if they just play their own game. Now they've come in today, they've had a good game. And then you look at some of the names that are behind them. VP, construction workers, PGG, all sitting behind them at the moment. And they've got some big star rosters. They just need to continue with that confidence, and noslack might be this like shining light that kind of burns away in the background. If they continue and close out today, it'd be a really strong transition day for them.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, I'm rolling up to the drive-through. I'd like a side of team comms, please. Let's listen in.
Метка хорошая.
Да.
Tek patlıyor aracı.
C4'le cover yaptı. Gözükmüyor bana. Bir can kaldı o. Beni sıkıyor sağdan.
Нет, нокнул. Да, камни.
Парни, камни.
Не вижу, меня не видно. Уебут.
Он лоу хп. Хайкинь снова, убьешь. Не нокни, сука. Nice.
Ihan vasen jätkä.
Kiltoni jäi.
Vika sininen puu. Ollut.
Räjähtää kovaa sua.
Желтая, право бежит, дерево. Точно.
Пробуй ног справа, Джейк. Пока смог есть, попробуй.
Блять, вообще не вытек, да, по сути?
Vitun nättiä.
Easy peasy. That's one way to celebrate in Finnish. Of course, they get themselves the victory here overall. So again, it really sets them up to be able to have a bit of a launching pad for what is going to be the next couple of games. And we're not even at the halfway point so far here for these teams, as we do have still Twisted Minds in number 1. Just 7 points shy of that, though, is Vitality looking to make that move. As I said before, Mark, when I've been scouring the interwebs, watching as good old Levante is going live straight after the tournament, it seems like they are hungry for it. There's a world where they cause some disruption if they get the number 1 spot here over the likes of Twisted Minds, over the likes of Virtus.pro, etc.
You just haven't had the opportunity yet, especially today, where actually Twisted Minds going down and they get into the right gear to go get some points, and another team sideswipes them a bit. So they're clutching. I do like what Vitality are doing, and I do like their work ethic. They always put time in. Yeah, as you say, I was watching the stream yesterday with Levante after, so he was on for quite some time as well. So 7 points, less than a game in it, especially Twisted Minds would eager be trying to take a lot more of that gap and maybe push this team aside. But for Levante and the boys, they don't want to give it up just yet.
No, definitely. And you see as well, teams like Na'Vi, etc., you're not getting that many points, but you're still very much in the running here, Martin. So I think it's just a matter of time before, during one of these games, even just today, they're going to get themselves like a 20-point game, and then suddenly it becomes problematic and precarious for them as teams at the top.
Yeah, I mean, noslack for them to go to Esports World Cup. That would be them having to finish ahead of Team Vitality for this tournament. I think it's almost a guarantee for Nemesis, considering how far they've gone already. They got 3rd last time, obviously. But for noslack, they're currently ahead of Team Vitality, so they need to finish ahead of Team Vitality as well here in the finals. Otherwise, the spot will go to Team Vitality for Esports World Cup.
That's very important indeed here for all of these teams trying to stare it down. Another team that's trying to contend, though, is of course Ascend here, as T-Bound himself is going to go up against Sosed for the rivals, and kind of close together, especially considering what Sosed was able to do yesterday with the M249. Really good stuff for Nemesis, so T-Bone is keeping up here. But anyway, gentlemen, I can see that our game is almost ready, so I will bid you adieu. And Mark and Martin, Eminem, bring us Rondo, friends.
Here we go. It is match number 3 now, day 2. Flight path, really good actually. It's coming from the southwest up towards a northeast. Does favour a little bit on this sort of south side, but it's closer to test track. It's closer to Ninox factory, so Martin, are we getting a circle around there yet again?
I don't want it. I don't want to see it. It's difficult to get to Yaotin, difficult to get to Stadium. There's a lot of spots in this map, though. With this plane, though, we could get some of those circles where we have a lot of water in play around the Rinjiang, Orja, Dana, around the rivers. And those are always interesting, because not until Circle 3 pop, you don't really know exactly where we're going to be ending up here. So let's see how this game shapes up. Hongshan with VP. We also had a lot of endings northeast of that, so it could be a good one too. Ascent laid out towards HiVE Town. We had 1 or 2 endings up there too, Mark. Where do you think we end up?
Well, I wouldn't favour any random zone shifts here. Obviously, for those that don't know, the circle does have to touch the flight path, so we've seen a couple pixel perfect zones where it has just about touched the flight path. I do like your logic though, especially down to that southeast corner. Jaden City can't be quite good. I'd love to see a tin long guard, and we've not had one of them for a long time as well. Normal drop zones for most of the people, does hold on towards that test track, Ninox factory, but as you mentioned, it does have a lot of water. So we mentioned obviously with a lot of these teams yesterday, and we actually got the opportunity to talk with Michael, and we was talking about their Rondo game. And it seemed where he was talking about actually he played an opportunity where they were going to sort of shift into underneath the high ground. But at that point, he was like, hey, we wasn't quite sure exactly where the zone was going to go. And it was difficult to read. I feel like this could be the same. We've got some high ground on that south side. We've got some high ground on that north side. And we can't drop the ball, though, with that kind of test track and Ninox factory, because Twisted Minds, Na'Vi are there. But recently, we have seen a lot of these shifts kind of moving away from them. Southside for me, though, is going to be critical. S2G had the opportunity yesterday. Obviously, the zone didn't help them out, but that compound that has the recall center, and also you have the rice fields down towards that south to southeast side of it, that will be huge for these teams. A lot of these teams might fixate on that location because they see maybe a potential to have a south shift though out of Test Track and Ninox Factory. And obviously, if that's the case, an S2G, they need a big game, and we know they can play really well from home turf. But it seems like we need to get moving. RV already on that split. They extended out last time. Obviously, you saw yesterday Joga Bonito take the cars away from them. And Team Yooo doing the same. So Na'Vi able to extend a little bit more towards that north side. Obviously, the flight path this time is better. But I still need to fixate and focus on that kind of S2G spot. If it does play to the south, they will be in a critical area.
Yeah, they've locked down some of the areas that we've had a lot of endings close to. So they could start having a good one. And they needed, Mark, 13th place, as we've been talking about here, 28 points. But with a decent game, you're into the mid-40s, high 40s, and you're suddenly in top 5 with a Ascend and noslack on that tie on that 5th place.
They're in a tie. 5th place, I think, is key. He's only got kind of Team Nemesis up there at the moment, kind of holding the gap. Ascend, noslack, one game they've leapfrogged. I think there was 15th place, and they've leapfrogged all the way up to 6th. So 44 points is nothing to kind of shy away from. A team, as you say, S2G could potentially doing the same, but they need to be able to get the kills. Like the Navi's already moved out. Ascend, they always go quite late. They do like the corners of the map, especially in this here, because they can go get the gliders, but they've got a lot of zone to cover.
And with how prevalent the river still is here, if we do get one of those wonky shifts, then it's going to be rough to kind of end up. So the points for control, the points for information is where your priority is going to lay, unless you have that kind of inside area where north of Clinching, there's a couple of compounds that we've had a lot of endings close to. And unless we end up there again, it's going to be rough. So we do hope for those ones. The ones north of Clinching, the ones kind of northeast and north of Tuling as well. We had a lot of endings close to that river. Also, the little town southeast of Neox Factory, we've also had a lot of endings there. But we can still end up anywhere. And now we've had a lot of good games from this area. So that could also be their way back. Or it could be, another 20-plus point game for them.
Yeah. Look at Navi's position. They've actually left Ninox Factory. They've gone south.
Yep.
They've kind of taken that compound I was talking away from S2G. And I think that will be a centralized area. But it is a gamble. The zone 1, 2, 3, we know they're potentially random. They might try and play to another location. If it shifts back towards the northwest, Navi have to try and hold the line and maybe pick the kills up as everyone rotates past them.
That could be an opportunity for them as well. This one, especially with the compound here with the ridges around it where S2G is, it's difficult to defend and difficult to get points from, because once you go out of the edges, you're going to get shot at from other compounds. But we do have a lot of innings close to it, so I understand the priority from their side. Yooo on the other side here, second last place. Not a team we expected this far down here as a so-called feeder team, but they have been so far, Mark, and 20 points behind 5th place, but they need big games to catch up, and they need to get this ball rolling as we're effectively halfway through the tournament here with this game.
Especially with PNC, and I mentioned it before, but Michael, obviously now he's in the final. We missed obviously phase number 1.
Sure.
We have other people in other regions that are kind of chipping away at a potential Team UK.
Needs to perform better than the construction worker boys.
Yeah, and they're ahead of him just at the moment. It's only a couple of points in it. I think at this moment, though, for T-Bone, he's happy. He's sitting at the top
he's
of the
guaranteed.
table. Yeah, I'm about to say, at this point, he's a guaranteed slot for Team UK. And I'd say this, coming into this, though, he always having a conversation with him, and obviously you guys know I live pretty close to him. He was like, I'm not sure, there's a lot of other people I have to perform. And he was adding pressure. He was going, like... And I was like, mate, just calm down. Just play your normal game. What will be, will be. And I think a lot of these teams, a lot of these players are thinking about a PNC slot at the moment.
I think so too. And I'll say this at this point with how T-Bone and the Ascend guys have done in the last finals. I think he's an absolute guarantee here. I'm not too worried about that. And also for me, like the question is really like, what's the optimal setup? Do we run it back? Do we just go T-Bone, Vard, Fex, and Michael? Or is something else going to happen? We do have some other players playing around in the world as well from the UK too. So let's see. And for EMEA and America's PNC rosters, the priority is 3 players are coming in from a selection from Kraft and based on performance.
Yeah.
So that's a very, very important one to come in and perform in your regionals. But yeah, UK, I think still looks good, but we do need to get them in and get the ball running. And I really want to see, once we conclude PEC, they need to start getting the scrims in and start grinding if they're not at PGS.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Team UK, you know me. I'll get my jersey on. Absolutely.
Get a jersey on. Get the haircut.
Get the jersey on, lads. Get there. Get the team haircut sorted. Ascend is Chris playing well. Team Germany player. I really like it. I know we spoke last year about Ascend, and actually they had this kind of a German-speaking roster, and I think it came up twice. Actually, it was like, do we continue with this? Do we limit on ourselves on potential players? I actually really like they've opened the doors. Keta, insane with the Bolty. T-Bone wanted to kind of be this IGL, and it seems to have fallen into place. I actually really like how Ascend are playing, kind of like they played before, but also with a little bit of a different dynamic they're bringing to the table. So we'll see how they get into the zone. But for now, HiVE on the defensive, PGG looking to try and press the attack on towards the compound, but HiVE have the high ground.
MP5 in hand. Good close quarters combat here for Schengen. We saw him already banging out great shots in the last one. He can definitely engage onto this. The question is, does know the percent is down here. We might even get an airburst nade straight in his face and do some damage. That's shot and send. But they disengage from this high ground here. And remember, we saw Na'Vi getting really big games from this area here.
I was about to say, look at my map feed, where are the other two, but not too far away. Twisted Mind's going for a 2-2 split as well. They've left 2 in test track. Storm on request, airborne. S2G still playing pretty tight. They've got noslack. Pretty good, actually. Nice area for them. They hold that sort of southwest side. Most of the teams, give or take, are rid. I'd say most of these teams, Martin, are in that sort of southeast corner. They're expecting a shift coming down.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the vast majority is down there also because how the river kind of lays out on that eastern side, and a little bit of unplayable in the north as well. So I understand the priority here, but we do get a pop just in a second here, Mark. So let's see, where do we end up? Do we go from river, or do we go straight to the western side?
Look at Twisted Mind already moving down. It goes across towards the west. So Twisted Mind's migrating down to that south to southeast corner. The zone says no. So they turn around. Whether they hold into the test track could be interesting. That 2-2 split. Yo's already on the move. They were driving as they come in towards the zone. Na'Vi has to collapse as well. Joga Bonito got a prime compound now to try and hold. And I really, really like noslack's position by the high tower.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult to lock down as well. Na'Vi now shots towards Yo here, as they migrate across the Great Plains of Rondo. There is popping tires and disengaging some of the vehicles of HiVE. They're holding on to this eastern side. That's a good shot. Oh, drive-by.
Drive-by, stack up, park their car, and deny Ferris the opportunity to play anymore. They're going to control his area. Sparrow not too far away. Rockton Knock Mogul gets that confirmation. Sparrow potentially opportunity to disengage. Boostic is in the compound with Hakatoris. He looks to go back, gets in the car, goes for the seat swap, now hits the reverse. Should be able to put the car in cover and find safety.
Based on this pop here, the amount of fights we're going to have on this eastern and southeast side here is going to be insane. exHOWL is looking really poised for a lot of points from that northwestern side. They're locking down so much space. And if they can peacock a lot of it, Storm on request might not even get a chance inside a door, or a foot inside the door, you could say even, or a chance to get inside that circle. All the west, though, and you would assume with such a hard shift on the western side that there's so much space there, but it's actually an insane amount of space. As we do have nades from Joga Bonito towards Yo, and PewDiePie goes down. Michael finds Simon, though.
He dropped a grenade. He dropped the grenade. They have to run back. It actually gets back to safety. Michael saving the day. You can see Joga Bonito getting the itchy feet, though. They had the safety of the compound, but they want to push. Cappy gets that confirmation on the board for them. And for Team Yo, they were just trying to dig a trench, though, in the fields and play out. And Joga Bonito eager, itching to try and take some kills.
Well, let's find Slot Jacket here. PGG also losing members. A little bit south of here, as you see in the minimap. Oh, that's a big pull-up here from Vitality. They have Panzerfaust in hands, and looking for a big pull-up here. That's a great angle for Krystalny. Chrissy does find him, though, but he did get Levante, and now perfect third-party opportunity for Yo.
It's good play. Good play. Team Vitality understanding this compound is key. Look, if they lose the fight, they've got the recall center right in it. So it doesn't really matter. You just got to win it. How am I bad? Going to go for the res. Because Jason's side, Bonito does back up. And we spoke to him yesterday. It was all about getting kills. No real plan apart from that. Slaven pops the smoke. He's going to try and close the gap.
Just shoot. Just get the kills. Oh, that's a good nade there. Gedrox does 33 damage to Slaven. Now down to 2-man, and Joga Bonito is definitely worried about the onslaught and the third party from Yooo. It might be just a little bit of a stalemate here. Vitality has the information that this is Joga Bonito, so they know that this has been a fight with Yooo, so it's a great pull-up and a great timing here for Vitality. Oh, Levante with that Panzerfaust in hand. I think they have 2 equipped, or a secondary. Oh, Hello My Red dropped it even, so I think it's only 1, with Levante having 1 of them. He has the high ground, he has the door opening, he can peek out and maybe divert a third party. Next circle pop though, Mark, it's going to be crucial. Where do we go? Oh my, we do go really close and dead center to where Bushido Wildcats is. We've had a circle similar to this already, and that was such a good fight, especially how many teams were fighting up on that eastern side where Yooo, Joga Bonito, and Vitality is.
It's difficult, right? Yooo want to get into that compound as quickly as they can. It's difficult to live out there, especially with a lot of these teams coming around the south side. So I feel like they're going to feel the pressure shortly. We've got obviously S2G, VP have to try and work their way in. Then we to look into accounts of like an RV coming on the east side. So there's a lot of pressure for Yooo, but it's about timing. Cappy gets an open and gets a confirmation done. They really need a knock. If they get a knock onto kind of a Team Vitality, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Yooo crash that compound.
I think they're too smart for that, especially knowing that high ground that noslack was on is going to go away because it's unplayable. It's a big pillar of a rock, so there's a big chance that it might get center circle. I think it's not worth it, to be honest, to commit already. I think it's going to be a third-party timing instead, and then just reinforce from that eastern side where they're already hunkered down. Also, with the few kills that they already had on Joga Bonito, then they might be able to just reinforce that area. Also, the cast they have, like it's too much of a fort mark in my book to give up, unless it's a perfect third party. Like if, let's say, Joga Bonito gets 2 knocks onto Vitality, and there's a window of opportunity of a minute or more, and they see, okay, this is a 5-point play, and then we get the compound. Then I see it, but otherwise they're gonna get backfilled by team that's already on that southeastern side. VP's out there, S2G's out there. Construction workers out there, and Navi's lurking in the eastern side too, so it's close. And that's the scary thing, because teams have gotten so good at their third-party timings that you really have to play really disciplined about it. Kovalevi with the mortar, are they making space for themselves in between, or are they shooting? Ah, that's crazy.
Look at where he's going. He's going just alongside that kind of Bushido Wildcats. He's giving IX the opportunity to move forward. That's really good. Huge. That's really good, the guy's opportunity. And we said this before, I can see the mortars being played as a 50-50. Either goes offensively, and actually maybe say 60-40. I feel like we are going to see more the mortar now becoming a defensive play and digging your own terrain.
Look, and it's around the rock as well. Like, this is perfectly lined up. Like, these guys, shortly, the new meta is going to be a finger tattoo where you can perfectly measure the distance when you're zoomed out on your map to make sure that you hit the perfect area here. 169 as well. That's also a setup ahead to see if they can make some space around the rocks here. I really like this play here. And I completely agree. I think this is the biggest part of the terrain update. Sure, it's annoying that you run into a guy that's had a pickaxe for 3 minutes and has been able to dock himself a perfect angle of attack here, but the terrain destruction is huge. Oh my god, that northwestern shift though, perfectly for IXC, noslack. Storming request as well. Ascent looking decent to get a foot inside the door here, but look at how they have locked this one down as there's a knock on nail cup. They've got to reinforce.
Go back to that noslack mortar. They knew that zone was going to play away from that icon. This was all about this shift here. This is all phase 4 migration for them. But Wildcats looking to try and get the opening. SUG obviously have to work their way in. They do neighbour noslack now, so they do find Dave's got a trench and puts him out of sight here as Code Marco will just make the mark but can't get a knock.
This new terrain destruction here, there's just going to be trench warfare at one point here. The amount of control, and look at the space that they've made themselves around the rocks, around the hard cover. It's perfectly dug out here. You're going to have to hit them with mortars. And if you play it smart, you can maybe mortar ahead and then straight strike off a mortar shot with the airtime the mortars have here. VP, though, on a big fight here with the PGG. Percenti does find Nixie. It's a big name to take down here for Percenti. I'm not sure he's going to be able to be saved. Lukarux finds Salik. And now it's down to just Percenti. Shots come in and a lot of damage done to both Lukarux and them. But PGG's out in 15th place here and 4 kills for VP.
It's a big migration from VP. I was talking to Ibby on the break. I had to remind him that game 2 started. Here comes the third party, though, as they have to move their way around. Look at the counter third party as well, as construction workers also moving across towards the west. Naylup, here's the cars, looks for the opportunity, but knows he can't get it.
I like the disengage there. That's smart. I have to get out. I have to disengage and extract it just a little bit quicker here. And also that did not enable them to get anything done or try to save Nixie either. So now VP's down to a 3-man. Beamy finds Stay It. That's a nemesis on VP. Now shots come in from Na'Vi as they have hunkered down the eastern side of this new circle here. Yooo trying to make a big send-off. Jeem's been found here with the Akatari with them 249. Noti's down as well. Lukarux finds Stay It. Jeem's been confirmed too. PewDiePie goes down as well to Bushido Wildcats. They're just sending it straight through the middle and hoping for the best here.
Yeah, they were hoping for a zone coming back their way, but it's not going to be the case. Steed from Nemesis was caught out on his own, so punished as VP kind of crashed their way in. No, be on the other side though. Boosting gets perfected. Swing across towards Batunin. He jumps on the other side. He gets Batunins as well. That's 2 for Boosting.
That's huge for Na'Vi. What a drive-by pull-up here. More M249 shots comes in. Nagatar finds Lou. There's just Examber left, and he's going to be found too. What a destruction for Na'Vi to deny the leaders of their current lead, and they get 6 kills here and are still 4 alive. Never mind, Boosting's dead.
What are we watching? Na'Vi eager to close the gap. 59 points. They've got it in a range of 10 now, a range of a win. If they can convert, HiVE has the higher ground. They've been here for a while. The zone obviously has to shift back out their way. Ascend moving towards that north side. But lots of teams again left waiting, wanting to find the zone as they're on the outside in the south.
This is actually such a great spot for an AilGop to set up in together with Shiplist on that outside there. High ground, the amount of information they have here. Look at the sense, control, and space that they have ahead of him in the northeastern and northwestern side. That if you cut the circle in half, they have the majority of that northern side with how obviously not moving out of their compound.
Let's see what we see from Ascend though. It's that 2-2 split. They've gone towards the outside. They're happy to sit on the ridge of the zone, trying to catch these rotations around as they will be looking towards that kind of storm request on the south. Rest of the guys, though, want to try and stop any sort of approach, so it won't be kind of from an exHOWL, might become from a Na'Vi, but there's no real need. Na'Vi just had to shimmy their way forward. They've still got a little bit of a ridge to play from. As the mortar fire coming from the south, this is, again, trying to make their own playable area as Bushido Wildcats send them on forward. But look at that, construction workers coming behind. They see the mortars done. Bushido Wildcats looking to go in towards zone. It comes on top, and hell of my bad from 5PWD, but that's from Vitality. There's a second, and Michael will fall as well.
So much damage done already, and now the third party comes in here, and Elb finds the flush onto Michael. Sheila did get Beamy too, and now Bushido Wildcats on an absolute fire here for construction workers. Multiple knocks on both sides. Nail goes down as well. Beamy's been confirmed by Latza. Avad finds Code Marco. What a great engagement here for construction workers to get some points on to Bushido Wildcats.
Wow, they are trying to construct together a bit of a game plan.
Wow.
Oh, Fardo sees the body, but destruction actually puts his car out of action. Team Vitality getting involved as well. They overrun, unfortunately, the guys from Team Yooo. Bushido Wildcats, I felt for them. They were looking to kind of find their stepping stone as they launched their mortar fire forward. The construction workers rolling from the south and roll over our Bushido Wildcats.
That's so well executed. What a great way, both for Vitality and construction workers, to force themselves into the circle and take a spot away from an opponent. That's huge for them, but they are on the edge here, Mark, and if they do not get a circle shift towards that direction, they're gonna have to do it again.
Yep. This is one downside to the destructible train. Can mobilize your car pretty quickly.
That's pretty perfect.
Extra fortification. Na'Vi, they did etch their way in. I think they were looking at the third party. They are neighbouring Vitality and Hakatori with 2 grenades in hand. Knows he's potentially in grenade distance, and with the trenches being dark, all he needs to do is find one of those players in the trench with a grenade, and it will bury them. For now, a bit more of a standoff though. 58 seconds to go before we see the next zone.
Yeah, this western shift here towards S2G, they're just going to be hungering for so long. They actually have such a great spot. But again, that south, that western side, that eastern side, the vast majority of the teams are going to be fighting. It's going to be noslack Nemesis. It's going to be Construction Workers and VP. And it's going to be Vitality and Na'Vi fighting for that same small space ahead and inside this circle here. HiVE is looking good. S2G is looking good. I think Ascent has a good play to kind of play on the other side of the road and play up towards exHOWL until they get another circle, though.
I was about to ask you that. Where would you go if you Ascent? Do you play on that kind of north side,
you play
that
under
region
them.
way? Yeah. They just got to be careful. I don't know if they know about that dugout trench just yet. The Mortifire's going towards the compound. Here comes the grenades. They go over the top here. Quizzy has dug far and wide. Ferris, though, does find one. There's the grenade. Little spray comes in from the adjacent side. Looking for a steal, though, from the Construction Workers. Doesn't quite get it. Hakatori does fall down, so we go round robin. As every team taking their neighbor out.
So much mortars are so effective here. Oh my god, that's great shots from Ferris getting nail cop. That's an AUG headshot from that distance is absolute destruction. Ferris continues to kind of try to deny this onslaught that's coming in here, Mark.
He hasn't got a helmet. His vest is being held together as well, so he has to be careful.
Get the doctor go.
But the cheek of it, to be able to get the knock from that distance, and my bad, needs to get rid of the south. That grenade's good. It bounces through, though. Unfortunate for him, doesn't find the hole. And my bad has one more. If you knew how close that was, maybe he'd roll the dice one more time. The car, well, it's gone. It's descended its way down. No more cover for that one. Na'Vi has to push his way in. Ascent did push away on that north side. And for Team Vitality, apart from the flashes, they're running out of utility.
You know, you gotta stop digging. It's gonna be rough to have anywhere to play now. They push on to.
Reload,
oh my god, he's got to reload, Quizzy. Shots coming in too, and more denies coming in. S2G denying noslack, and any of these guys trying to get in here. Shida does a lot of work. And Vitality with this fight on the eastern side with Na'Vi is going to be rough.
We saw this though from exHOWL. As for the qualification that allowed Team Nemesis, you've got to remember they were in this compound here last week. And Team Nemesis came storming by with two. Correxy needs to try and storm by. Lucrux does find one. Fexto holds, and he holds the line. He gets not just Lucrux confirmed, but he also gets Corexy confirmed out. Team Vitality 4 kills, and now the blue pushes them in.
It's got to sneak in. Hello, my bad, trying to make the most of it. Hakatori down here. A little bit of a rough fight. Spirit does find Quizzy. That's damage done again. Na'Vi 9 kills, 2 alive still. Can't get more done here from this northeastern side, but they do need another shift to come their way. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible. Look at that shift though, Mark. They're going to have to run open terrain and cross where HiVE is just looking straight at them to get into this next circle, or engage on the compound and try to take a 2v4 with HiVE.
It's just to see what they do, right? Not just from a kind of Na'Vi perspective, but Ascend needs to make a move. Storm request, we're going for a 2-2. They reinforce a 3-1. Not too bad. Team Vitality fall a knife. Not a bad game for them. 5 points in the zone. That doesn't favour them. Everyone else in the south side must be looking at S2G location. And with Construction Workers up to 7 kills, they've got the numbers. But they, as you say, they've got so much open terrain to move forward. I think it's going to come down to how much utility do they have. And look, no grenades here from Fex. He has no way to dig himself a new hole until he gets there with the pickaxe.
He saw one guy sneaky beaking over here. He's got the cover. And Ferris might have some information too. From Ferris' angle, I think he might have... Fex's phone number. 2 stuns are coming in. That shot's coming in. Good connections. Spiritos hit the headshot and takes Fex down though. And now it's down to Nailup and Pixelic to get the confirmations in on the 2 Na'Vi guys. 10 kills though for Na'Vi. What a game again for them to come back here.
Yeah, and now we're in the placement points as well. I think he's going to tab out. That's not a bad game for them. And they are looking at the marathon, not just the sprint. So they will go out. 7th place for them. It does put them on a nice number. Ascent, They need to figure out how they rotate their way around, but they can't drop the ball on exHOWL because at any point exHOWL can come peek over that ridgeline. So yes, they might be able to commit some bodies towards Storm and Request if they want to, but the danger is higher up. Nice move from Storm and Request though. They know that Ascend might need to come this way. They do push 2 towards S2G, but they do anchor 2 towards that northwest corner.
Really smart play from Ascend here. Look at Storm and Request. There might be a third-party opportunity for them to take this fight with S2G and Storm and Request. Ascend might be even fighting with HiVE here. Utilities being committed. Now that's a big fight here. Chris is sending it in. Jump shots come in, connecting a lot onto Shipless. Look at that. Gets another one. Gets the knock on him too.
Catcher's got information as well. The other 2 are coming out of the compound. And the Shipless sees the movement though from it's Chris. They have to try and defend him. They just defend him once and they get the second. Kess goes down. Now they can open the floodgates now as Ascendo getting caught out. Nacop launches out with the molly though. But Storm on Request, they want to get their points and they're able to back one.
Yeah, that's a huge one now. It continues the onslaught onto Nailcop. exHOWL here now down to just a 2-man. They're going to have to dig deep to survive this one.
Look at Storm and Request position, Martin. They've committed. They've gone across the zone. It shifts back their way, and they're trying to capitalize up here on exHOWL. Is this another week that exHOWL lose the compound on the high ground? They will be gutted.
Yeah, that'd be rough. Sense push on to exHOWL here. A push for and a play for points here, but rough engagement with them having the hard cover behind both the houses and the walls as well. Sure, they got the opening knock, but the Mad had an absolute opening onto 2 of the members on Ascend there. Keta going down, unfortunately for them. Now Storm and Request is looking like they're having the vast majority of the control and the space here on this circle. Mark, I really feel like this is an easy play. If Storm and Request plays it smart and just poke the other teams towards each other, they might be able to finish this one at an absolutely staggering amount of points here. 5 kills already. This could be a 10-kill game plus for them, plus the win. That'll be 20 points. And they had nothing prior to this game almost. It could be doubling their points just in this game alone.
Oh, let's be completely transparent. There were 17 points coming to this game, right? So
easy double.
This is a huge game from them, right? Easy double game. The danger I feel like is that north push, whereas we might see exHOWL leave the compound and wrap their way down. If they can defend that, as you say, they are going to push the other teams into each other. S2G, well, they've been digging a hole for quite some time. I wonder if they can dig a hole in towards maybe a top 2, as they will receive a lot of pressure, because as they do push these teams round, the only position to take that you have a bit of cover now is S2G.
Well, the next apparent fight should be Storm and Request holding out HiVE from the compound here, or maybe construction workers fighting straight towards S2G here. Let's see with CISO. Only 1 utility in the pockets. Pixel continues his search for diamonds as he wants to upgrade his pickaxe. Is not happening anytime shortly though. CISO trying to single-handedly hold out HiVE. Both Nailop helps, Pixelic finds more as well. CISO finds Nailcop, and that's an opening on to HiVE. That's just 1 player left. And Shipless finds CISO. That's 2. That's huge. This is S2G's chance to strike.
This is unfortunately Storm and Request getting blown away. They lost the whole side. They have to reinforce. They have to try and get the res. That means they have to try and hold out though. But with an M249, 210, that might try and help out. Nice pickup. Quebecer does find Pixel, but they've got multiple teams to hold on to.
They're being held by a single player, but he has an M249, and the amount of bullets in that gun is just never going to stop. Pixelic dropped a Molotov on himself to get the confirmation. Now it's just Nailop. And it's going to be a 4v3 with S2G and Storm and Request here, Mark. And I'm kind of surprised that S2G actually didn't come out and strike in the 2 knocks that Storm and Request had. That was their chance. That was their window of opportunity. And now Nailop continues to onslaught onto Storm and Request here.
I'm with you. I think that's a big talking point, though. I have to pause that at the moment. Maybe it was kind of the construction workers that stopped that push coming out as Pixel was coming over. Now comes the flood as they will work their way around. The M249, well, it sprays out the bullets. Doesn't spray for long, though. Nailop does go down, and Storm Request, though, it's like a breeze. 2 versus 1. Lazar actually going for the res as well. Dave is sticky. He pops up. He goes down. Oh, my God. 1v1 at the end.
So confirms 1 more. He's 7 kills. Storm Request 10 here. It's a little bit more to get it in. 1 more player. Could he get a res off? Is that the opportunity here? Schiller, though, he's a mean man. He can finish this fight quite easily, but Ciso has the advantage. He has the ridge to work with too here, Mark. Look at that easy peek.
Let's get a peek. He's out in the open, and it seemed like a summer storm. It came, it went, but it came back with a vengeance, though. 11 kills, 21-point game, and for Storm and Request, though, James, they did not make that look easy.
No, interesting this one, because it's crazy how similar a circle could be to like one of our playoff games, but then looks so different as a game as a whole. As we take a look back at some of these highlights, I'm happy to see Storm on Request finally being able to get this on the board, though. From the west side that they were playing here, Martin, I felt like Nemesis was going to give them a bit of a harder time, but it was not the case.
No, they were, they should have been third party 2 times there. Like, that should not have been their game. That's so unfortunate for STG, but also, I'll say this, the way that Storm and Chris got into this circle here is just by the smarts, right? They saw the western shift, they said, okay, we're going to rotate all the way over of test track north around to get on that western side, because with such a hard shift to the west, there should be some open space. And they found the absolutely immense amount of open space ahead of them here. Only Ascent holding the northern part. They took the kind of more western side of that shift there, and the third party timing onto Ascent, the third party timing again, and even the 2 knocks on them. Like, this should not have been their game, but 11 kills, 21 points, more than doubling that they had on 17 prior to this one.
Yeah, as exHOWL obviously had, actually, in the playoff game I'm referencing, exHOWL had the same compound, and obviously the circle was a bit north of them, and Nemesis did Nemesis things in that mark. But exHOWL really seems to have a grasp on these kinds of circles, knowing exactly when to come to this compound and when to try and hold it. It just didn't work out in this one with it being south, right?
Well, they had the grasp on finding centralized compound, very Turkish style, right? But I feel like they've got to go back and understand how do they play the late game, because 2 out of 2 games we've seen this, but they've not been able to convert it to a win. When you'd argue to say if they were a bit more bullish, if they were able to push some teams and punish the teams around them, they might have been able to sort of breathe a sigh of relief as they leave the compound. I think they hunker down. I don't think they pressurize the teams around them, and as a result, they're eventually getting bullied out themselves.
No, I think that's a fair criticism. As we take a look at those leaderboards and construction workers, a big bump up for them right here, Martin, considering 43 points on the board after this game. That's a really nice maneuver here from the boys. Yeah, it puts them straight into that mid pack there. It's actually just one more good game, and they're just 10 points from 4th place. That's huge. And with all the teams kind of stopping just a little bit, we had some decent amount of points on the top teams throughout here, but Na'Vi kind of continues their path, and it could feel a little bit like it's becoming a 3-horse race. I do hope, though, that Team Nemesis gets to stand up and gets to fight back here to make it a 4-horse race. Yeah, the thing is that anyone, I would say, like, getting themselves, even from HiVE, and getting, like, a full win, would suddenly start joining and being in contention. There is also a glaring omittance that we need to kind of talk about, which is Virtus Pro, 2 placement points, but 40 kills, Mark.
Insane. And a lot of that's coming from today, right? It's not like they're finding the zones, but you can't say the zones are leaving them because they've had 2 home turf zones, right? But again, what comes with that, sometimes you don't really get as much as you want. I want to see more from them. It's difficult. They're chasing, they're rotating, but at least they're getting the kills to stay in the race.
I think you just mentioned it there, Martin, here. Zizo has been kind of the savior for Storm on Request at the moment. Be it getting a few cheeky points in that Miramar game to now getting 7 kills off the back of this compound and then transitions across the road. Really good stuff from him. Even though Storm on Request is having a bit of a harder time compared to some of the other teams in the lobby so far, he's really trying to make it work.
Yeah, and he's tied with Beamy for 3rd most kills on 13, where Hector and Levante on 17. So it's very impressive to have him all the way up there. So great effort for him, obviously. 13 after 8 games is so impressive here at the very top level. But what a way for them to lock this one down. And as I said here, with that western shift, for them to scout the containers to get into that spot, and then their timings on their third parties was just perfect.
Yes, it was. And especially dealing with Nemesis, a very important team to deal with in a circle like this, considering Nemesis, last time we saw them here in playoffs, was running the lobby. They were coming in from a very different angle, of course, in that playoffs game, but DiffX had no opportunity to be able to do anything with this one as well. So a little bit of a shame, as Nemesis is trying to find themselves some footing towards the top 3 pack, I would say, Mark, right? Considering that Team Twisted Minds hasn't had the easiest of days so far. I think they've got themselves, what, like 12 points on the board? So there has been definitely some catch-up from Vitality and Na'Vi, and Nemesis would like to also be up there.
Yeah, look, Nemesis are trying to look for a break. They're trying to look for that one big explosive game, not just to close the gap, but potentially really sort of stakehold themselves in a top 2 position. But so far, the games Twisted Minds still performed despite going out. We've seen Na'Vi and Team Vitality also perform. And then a lot of our last late games, none of the top teams are alive, and it's fighting of all the bottom teams. So like we've seen noslack, they've climbed up, Storm and Request have now climbed up as well. So it's actually our lower part of these top 16 are taking full advantage of the late game.
I'm still very surprised at how the overall standings are very close.
Yeah.
Never mind just the top. But let's listen in on some team comms from that game to round out our rondo.
Cross kal 3 kişi oynayalım.
Hitli. Gazda kalıyorum kanka. Cross demiyorum şu an Medo.
Biri bir can, biri bir can.
Beyler sola cross koyun.
Biri bir can. Sağ tarafta tutuyor ama, sağ tutuyor.
Banak. Running out.
Knock one.
Knock. One more. One more on the wall still.
One of you. We go right side.
We go by the A, go towards him. Yeah, yeah.
Нокнули одного. Блять, одно хп. В смоке нокнули, все, ластап. У холов ластап. Бля, кидает.
Я слышу так вот, смотри, прожимать хотят. Прожимает меня, помощь не надо. Трое.
Убил.
Убили.
Так. Bir tane kaldı resetten.
Hızlı kalsana, Semih.
Bitteyim. Aldığımız res. Ben Deadbox'tayım şu an. Ama birazcık sağlı daha gitti. Ridge'in diğer tarafına doğru gitti.
Я на инфу попал.
Тихо.
Я буду хилиться, понял? Инст.
Все, он там же,
Если
он на
побежит,
оранжевый.
он
Он
там
на
же,
оранжевый. У него яма, бежит вас, бежит, по правой бежит.
Я хилюсь, все нормально. Не пикай. Давай, на раз, два, три, Гоу.
Найс, блядь.
Ебаный деть шлюх.
Ты ставил на нас?
Tough one for Sheila to make work there towards the very end. Cizo had the res going, had all the information going, and that's how the cookie crumbles. But Martin, as things stand so far, still very open.
Yeah, it is Storm Request so far. Second most points today. He had 29 points. noslack's 37. And the reason why it's so close at the top, Twisted Minds is only on 10. Team Nemesis is only on 13. Na'Vi, Vitality 15 and 16. So it's so close because the top teams are slowing down just a little bit. And our mid pack is on the chase.
Yeah, looking good. All right, things are open here at the PEC. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we've got 2 more games here for day number 2 of our final.
Come kill these guys.
I'm flying in on a 2-story. I'm flying to the 2-story. Knocked him.
Nice, one up.
Where are the other knocks though? We could be getting flushes here.
No, there's no flashes.
They're outside in the smokes.
I just mollied on the
Nice. One
watch out, don't go to my doors. Don't go to my doors. There's a molly.
Nice.
All that.
They're coming road. 2 guys.
Somewhere in front
one.
towards yellow.
One active.
One more there. Exactly same outside. Now slow down. Just wanna insta these guys. You just wanna insta.
I have 2 nades.
Yellow side Spencer, by the way.
Nice, fucking doing, bro.
He's on stairs. He's on stairs, top. He's top now, top. Out.
Nice.
One active.
Can we close that? I'm getting smokes out, guys.
I don't have.
Okay, we gotta run.
No, insta left.
Nade on me, guys. Nade on me. Run.
Esin ton yapıyor Marco. Esin tutacağım ben. Sen yılan eliyle. İşte koşuyor. Öldü Marco.
Esin'de bakacağım. Buradan Esin'de oynayacağım ben.
Hayır smoke bittiğinde ölecekler ondan bahsediyorum. Bir tane daha aynı yer. Çok iyi nice. Helalle Marco. Tamam süpersin Marco.
İyiyim Kuras, güzel yere geçtim.
Adam chatta.
А я дал на зеленую.
Взорвал.
Смоки, еще смоки. Нет смоков, нету смоков. Рисольников.
dönsene, git dön. Bir tur git dön. Acele etme. Yo, basamazsın. Gitmen lazım. Gitmen lazım bros, gitmen lazım.
Still on the right somewhere. I think in both.
Dog shit.
Nice try, bro.
Yeah. Joga jest single skreśliło. Padaj na kryszę, dziama!
Хорошо, блядь!
Take the one side, Keta.
It's green.
Yeah, I can't play it. I don't see him. He's big red.
Somewhere.
He's next to his car,
Can you mark it?
Car's over
Yeah,
green
in a sec.
somewhere.
He's here, second car.
Guys, can we kill them on green?
Just chill for now, wait for everyone else to move first.
I'm safe.
Not fun.
They miss now.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way. Every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Hello guys, it's Kurax from Virtus Pro and today we are going over my favorite skins of the game. So let's start with helmet. My favorite helmet skin has to be this weekendy one. There's a nice mountain on the back. Nothing else to say about it. Next we go to my favorite weapon skin, and that has to be the base skirmishes skin. Nothing bad to say about it. Looks nice. Unlucky that it's on skirmishes and not on any better AR. Next one we have my favorite backpack on the game, and that has to be this one that has wings. You jump out of a building, you can fly longer in the air, so that's nice. Next one is gonna be gloves. That one I'm gonna go with the base one as well. It's nice. Yep. My favorite piece of clothing has to be this mask. I think it scares people off in hot drops and higher chance to survive.
Gosh, is he giving away that he might have been a member of FaZe Clan in the past? Well, anyway, we've got ourselves 2 more games remaining for today. And whilst yesterday it was really the heavy hitters, the big names that were taking all the wins, today the lesser names are really fighting back. PGG with a win. You've got Storm on Request with a win, and noslack in 5th place at the moment here so far, Mark. So definitely all to play for, with the likes of Twisted Minds only having a little bit of points on the board today.
It is all about that kind of mid-pack. A lot of shift there, and obviously, Twisted, as I said before, Twisted Minds, Vitality, Na'Vi, and sort of Team Nemesis trying to break away, but they're unable to. A win from noslack, good amount of kills, that put them right in the mix, 16th to 5th, and I think that just tells the story of this kind of transition day. All of these teams in this mid-pack are getting closer and closer together because no one's really sponging up at the top.
No true runaway just yet, like the Virtus Pro of our first finals, which is always exciting to see, considering that it will be very, very open into those last games, unless something can be done about it. I feel like now, Martin, more than ever, time for Twisted Minds to kind of turn on here a little bit. 'Cause 10 points, it's not usually their MO. Yesterday I was saying, oh yeah, they're getting 9 points every game. Today, that's been nowhere near.
Yeah, not so much today. We just need Yooo to get a big game here, maybe a win to join that mid-pack, and then we're gonna have like 11 teams within 15 points, and then it's open for everyone to try to fight to get into that top 5.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You guys over at home as well can get involved, not just by watching the games, but also going on a little treasure hunt over on social media. You can claim yourself half of this code, and then you have to find the other half, and then you get yourself some G-Coin if you combine it all together. So we're giving away plenty here, Mark. Maybe an opportunity to be able to get yourself a little bit more skins on board. Maybe save up for the Harley Davidson that's coming along. What do you think? I know you had a bad time with vehicles, actually, and acquiring them.
No comment. No comment.
No comment.
I am dedicated to get this Harley Davidson. I'm going to tell you that. It's going to make me bankrupt, I feel, because yes, I'm not the luckiest when it comes down to getting the skins, as you two keep reminding me.
Yeah, it's going to be... I'm personally of the belief I'm going to get it straight away, Martin. Probably you as well, now that I think about it.
Yeah, just open a little bit of packs and then boom, boom, it's there. And I'm going to, screenshot it and send it to Mark every day until he has it as well.
You did that last time, guys. What are you talking about? What do you mean it's like not new? That's what you did last time.
We run it back, Mark. We run it back.
We edited our little faces in there, having a great time. You're being dragged behind on
I feel like it's going to be even more fun this time around with AI and the enabling that we've had and the exponential involvement we've had to our show with that.
Yes, we've definitely had some bangers, but there's also been some disasters, like the recent one that has been put in our chat. I am not impressed by production, what they've made. That is awful. I hate that. No.
It's fun.
It's basically, guys, it's all about Martin's big headphones once again, as always, because that has been the main attraction for this final, I think. Martin, what do you think?
It has. And I do like it because, Mark is zooming out even more and more. He also have it's larger than yours, but, last time...
Come back, hey!
Last time, maybe for PGS or something like that, I might have to upgrade to make it even bigger or change it completely. Let's see.
We need him moving though, James. It's because he's in the middle. It's worse. I feel pressured this time. I've got to move out because he's right in the middle. He's ginormous headphones in the middle of the screen as well. Move him over, production. He needs to be on the outside edge.
With his double air conditioners side to side. Yeah, it's crazy. You want to talk about some of the teams anyway? Let's. There is still a PUBG tournament going on here, of course. If you had to pick Na'Vi and Twisted and Vitality, who's going to challenge #1 at the moment for Twisted Minds, personally, Mark, I'd go with Na'Vi. I think that in this last game, once again, it's another situation of Na'Vi turning on late in a day and suddenly really gaining some decent points.
It's like Aaron said, they normally come back. They're a team that finishes off strong, right? Starts slow. And we're getting to that point. We're at the halfway point. So you'd expect them to kind of dial it up now. Have we seen a little bit too early? That Miramar game was insane. 20 kills, 30-point game. That was great. Are they still riding that wave? I feel like a little bit. I'd actually back Vitality a little bit myself. I think they've been more consistent as they're getting more placement points. They seem to be finding circles. And even when they haven't got the circle, they're able to kind of rotate their way in. But I do think it is a toss-up between these two. So they're definitely the teams to watch.
A little bit of salvage here and there, and obviously coming in on Rondo from an extreme position of power, right? And even taking down your big rivals, that's also dropping right alongside you as well, Martin, really does mean that you have a bit more of a decent entry point to a circle like this, despite it shifting away from you.
Yeah, it's making it good, obviously, like the three teams at the top being within the 5 points, but it's mostly off to, as you said, Na'Vi being able to stop Twisted, but also the aggression that they had and the way they engaged on that eastern side, that was really the opening of getting the kills because it was targeted, it was, accurate, and they realized that they're not going to be able to get potentially the win, but the amount of kills that they're able to get, that's more than enough for salvage and more than enough to kind of hold on to that top 3.
All right, I see production's quite keen. Do you want to do a quiz? Do you want to do the quiz? Well, we are waiting for a regame on this. I don't know how much time we have, and if we can actually
quiz time.
Go for the quiz. It's quiz time. All right, they've been preparing this for weeks.
They've developed the site just for us to make a quiz here, and it's going to be fun stuff.
Yeah, all right, let's click on this. Basically, we've been given links, and they're going to throw simple questions at us whilst we wait for this to come along. How many players do we have in the match? Wait, what is... Okay, all right, okay. Well, I mean, there you go. Is it going to merge our faces? No, okay. It's fine. What is this question? Who's answer? All right, it's going to ramp up really hard, like when we trolled Martin with that thing.
All right, let's go. All right, can we get some harder questions? Can we get some harder questions though? That would be crazy.
Imagine if they meant like a pub match, and it's like, oh no.
I like it.
We got music as well. This is really well done. I didn't know it was going to tally up our scores.
That's worrying.
Here we go, next one.
And go pub match. What percent is land map? Stop that. I'm gonna go 6, 7.
Your mind.
Wait,
Stop
what's
using
this little
AI.
picture of me? What's this? No, don't Price is Right me. This is ridiculous, guys. It's gonna be a bit more than that. To be fair, Martin's gonna.
It's not being already.
Oh, really? That's crazy. Nothing.
51%. Gee, okay, I guess there were.
There's a lot more on the outside, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess.
Okay, tied still, guys.
Okay, so nobody actually gets points for that because we were that far off. What percentage does a first aid hit? Oh, okay, all right. Well, you mean from like 0? Why is the countdown starting already?
What's going on?
Oh, it's crazy. You guys answer quicker. Answer quicker. I'm gonna answer last.
What do you mean?
Can't change it. I'm gonna go. Mine's gonna go bang right. I'm on the money.
Yeah, exactly.
I actually clicked on 75. It just appeared. That was crazy.
Okay. Can we get some harder questions here, maybe? What do you think? Ramp it up, guys.
What is the terminal velocity of an unladen swallow? And it's like, okay, great.
What's the muscle velocity on a mini without a compensator?
Oh, we're ready to go to the game. All right,
that's crazy.
I was getting excited to do this. We need harder questions, I think, for sure.
The percentage one was good. Yeah, I like that. That was good.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen. I've just got word, guys. We're ready to go into the game. Crazy stuff. Of course, Hackatorial and Levante looking awesome here for Na'Vi and Vitality. Let's see if they can look even more awesome, or if they will outdo the amazingness that was that quiz. It's time to Tego. It's time for M&M to bring you game number 4 of the day, which is, of course, game 9. We've passed the halfway point here for the finals, boys. Let's do it.
Yep. Thank you so much, James. We do have 2 more games to go, and the second last one here to be on Tego, Mark. We are going to be starting over the northwestern side, or Strick, or Godok, down to the hospital, Mark. It's quite an easy opening for the majority of these teams to get into the usual loot spots.
Yep, good flight path. Nemesis will take that new spot. Obviously, Ascend will go for that fishing camp. Let's see if they try and hold out. We see them trying to play to deny teams, especially if the zone comes down towards that south side. I'm quite intrigued to see where the zone might go, whether we get the island finish or whether we get this kind of Song Am and go down towards that south side. I do like the south side endings. I think they're a little bit more predictable where they're going to go, but that engages a lot more strategic fighting for these teams.
Yeah. All the teams kind of already getting into some of the better spots here. The central south area, we've had so many circles, around the Buksan Sao, Yang, Song Am area so far. So I'd like to see us go somewhere else. With us starting over in the northwestern side, we do have a tendency that the first circle kind of pops up there as well, Mark. So let's see where we do end up once we get that first circle pop.
Problem with that, it always holds on to Godok, right? And that's the crazy. Johnny needs to get a connection. Oh my God, he's getting a connection. The first spray. And James, though, goes down as he tries the great escape.
I would like to hear the comms of James right now, and it's going to be like, guys, a bit. That was insane, Kristalny, with an iron sight barrel, one of the hardest guns to control even, and now with an iron sight too. And look at that, northwest. You said it hold on to Godok, sure, Mark, but not for long.
It has to. Of course it's going to hold on to Godok. It's going to bounce up towards that northeast again. And my thing is, where does HiVE position? Who positions on the hills south of that? It has to.
What about an ending on the little island?
No, stop dreaming of it, all right? It'd be chaos if it does.
I've only seen it once. I've never played it. I've only seen it once, and it's so rare. Cristiano trying to go for the confirmation, though. You know, there's no
replay.
Look, let's replay. Oh my God!
The fact he gives up on it as well. He does the throwaway spray, and they just go tab, done.
He is bossing right now. Joga Bonito already having had a pretty bad day, to say the least. They were less than, I think there were 5 points even before this. So a really rough day for them. They finished on 34, I believe, and now they're on 40 with this kill here. They're in that mid-pack, but only 9 points from 5th place is still doable, but then it starts ramping up quickly with Nemesis on 54 and Na'Vi 10 points ahead of Nemesis at this point. Nemesis is looking good for a good game, though, Mark. Gotta say.
It's home turf, though, isn't it? It is home turf for them, but they are split. I think they're split in their decision of they might need to get kills. Got to remember, Nemesis like to play the outside edge. This ain't their style of zone. They look good for it, but it's not how they like to play.
Let's see, though. What can HiVE do to kind of push away S2G? They're already searching for an area here. And this kind of western side, west of Godok here, has a few really high priority compounds, good spots that you can take. And if you're able to lock one of those down, or 2 of them even early on, that'd be huge. What does Yooo do, though, is, and is Joga Bonito already out stealing some of it, or does Kapi get a little bit of a recall later on there? I'm not sure if he's going to be able to pick it up, but we'll see. Did he even get to pick it up? I'm not sure. Let's see what goes on later. I didn't check on the minimap if Kapi was out there looking for it, but I think if Joga Bonito's smart, they grab the chip and deny that recall.
Again, you see obviously Yooo at the bottom of that table, but the game before it was other teams, Storm Request. Again, will really convert things round. So that mid pack, that lower pack is getting really tight together. Na'Vi was also dropping pretty close between Joga Bonito and Team Yooo, but they disengaged. Now they move towards that north side. So don't get held out by Bushido Wildcats as Palace is free. So again, they'll be happy with that transition. I think Na'Vi might look at this as an opportunity, maybe as a stopgap, and maybe pick up a couple of kills as they don't have anyone contending them in that southeast corner.
All right. Let's see if the teams from that southeast side are going to loot for long enough to get an E-pick-up or something, Marky, because it's a long rotation. And also, it's not that much of great spots to get into already. Yeah, maybe.
Look at Twisted Minds in that shipyard. Sorry, mate. They are waiting. They know someone's going to come around here because the choke points in this map are the bridges. They're on a big 2-2 split. They, Lure and Perfected, went way to that north to northeast, and they are holding out. They are expecting a team to go, actually, you know what? This is a long rotation. Let's go really wide and come in by army base. Twisted Minds are ready and waiting.
PG coming in into this new circle here, hoping for an opening on the bridge. No one is actually holding it down. It's kind of nice for them. They're going to be able to cross easily, but they're going to be scared that someone is camping that bridge for sure. Nemesis is really setting up for that western shift. Even the Sosets, even on the small island I was talking about, it's kind of crazy. Oh, he's in a glider, no?
I said it must be in a glider, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be in a glider.
Yeah.
noslack have made a stop. They are checking out that bridge. Hopefully, for Twisted Minds, they're not giving away any position yet. In that northeast corner, PGG coming on the other side. I'm interested at Ascend, haven't tried to hold out anyone also migrating on the south. For Team Nemesis, They do have the glider and they are farming the information. Bushido Wildcats will be happy as well. Look at that. Twisted Minds. This is timing. They know they're coming. Pans are ready. Perfectix is going to wait though. Try and get that commit for the car. The first one comes through. The shots come through and Lou gets the connection and right down. And the rest of the guys, well, they have to tuck tail and leave. Twisted Minds, they get themselves an early kill.
Yeah, they do. And that's so unfortunate that being locked down there, but an easy point for them to come their way. But Twisted Minds is not usually the kind of guys that, you know, shy off of getting some of these easy early kills here, but that's a great play for them. Smart thinking here to get an uncontested... Yeah, sure.
It hasn't stopped. Look at their position now. They've moved to the other bridge. They know they've got a team in their traps. We've got battalions now moving all the way down towards that south side. So they know they've done some damage. They know a team's going to turn and tuck tail. And the battalions is now waiting for the counter rotation, the secondary rotation from noslack. The only thing they could do is potentially go really, really far back the way they came.
Yeah, they just counter. They just go all the way southwest. There's no way they think that Kovalevi's chip is going to be available. So as I've talked about here, gliding around, especially around the island here, trying to get information for his teammates. They've already locked down some of the compounds ahead here. It's one of the more difficult ones. He does see the cars rotating just below him. That's construction workers. And it's coming in. I actually had a thought to me just now, Mark. What do you think about the UI change where you see the heals?
Yeah.
Maybe we put a little blue chip counter in there. What do you think?
Yeah, I like that. Obviously, we've seen it on the left-hand side of our leaderboards, right?
Sure. But that's an API thing. That's not directly integrated.
That's the next step. I think that'd be a really good add to the team.
I like that.
I'd actually like to see potentially on that sort of bottom left-hand side, if the recalls happen, that they maybe are flashing or the indication is there. Because obviously, if you're the last person, you've got to stay alive. So I also wanted to see if people have now picked up the other people chips as well. So I actually have an indication that they've picked up because they might be looking to go get the crates and get themselves some goodies from the kills they've got.
Yeah, that could be cool. A cool addition down the line. We must pass that on to the developers. Now Vitality coming in. A slow rotation here, then going straight towards the destroyed bridge here. And they see Nodi from Joga Bonito that's actually passing on. Pixlick does have a gun now, arm in hand, and some gear. Make sure you put the extra helmet and 2 helmet and gear into your car that you just dropped, just to have that as an extra, unless you have it stacked with mortars and utilities and ammo already. That's a good way to make sure you have some armor for the late game if that gets knocked off.
You got to think, if you're noslack, you're going to second guess every single bridge now, aren't you? Car underneath here, battalions. He actually gets in the car, so maybe a bit of a giveaway that they're there. Example,
could be a bait.
No, but they haven't seen him, surely.
He's going as well, okay. Yeah. I was like, okay, maybe Battalions leaves or does something and like the other guys kind of goes in and goes around. Now IXC gets the information here. Yeah, maybe they could have left his chip. Otherwise, the chip would obviously show on the minimap unless they destroyed it by putting it in a car and blowing it up. But yeah, now flying off this one here. Now they're going to be driving through a red zone. That could be scary. Was that a knock on one of the guys from a red zone? I'm not sure.
Like it.
Yeah. Look, Rooks. Whoa. What a shot.
Knock. That is another shot. exHOWL going to be there. Luke Rock swaps over towards the MK. Spray goes forward. And they are chasing down. VP need big games, and it's been big starts. And Nick Zito finds shipless. There's another one before.
VP just continues getting the kills, man. It's crazy. They're trying to snowball every single game, and one game it's going to be a success. One game it's going to be a 15-kill victory, and they're going to be fighting through all of it. Twisted Minds also taking some shots here from Joga Bonito. So many teams. Vitality also rotating south of Joga Bonito here. Example sees Kristalny in the distance. He's going to be beaming with confidence after that knock on to James. Not a fight I'd like to take, though. We got to talk about the circle as well. It did go on to mainland here, maintaining a lot of go dock.
Always does, mate. Always does. And then we see teams get really tempted. Let's go towards the town. And then it shifts away from Godok. I've had one ending in Godok where Pixel was jumping around the roofs, killing people, and he was on Team Threat. But for now, they are stuck in the trenches, and Team Vitality versus Joga Bonito. jedrox does find Cristani, but Cristani finds Quizzy. So a little bit tit for tat for these teams now. As jedrox looking to try and get the res.
Oh, it's going to be rough. Second circle already taken here, and damage is being done from the blue, and the teams are going to be trying to third party this one. Look at that. Shots coming in from Levante. Really great drive-by here from Nodi. Gets Levante down, and it's going to be a rough one here for Vitality, Mark.
So remember, there's no game plan for Joga Bonito. It's just kill people. Nodi will try and hold off. The car rotation will go further afield, looking for that confirmation if he can. Cristani is down. Simon, though, a little bit of an on-off angle. He's trying to find Hell My Bad, but he's keeping track, though. And he does keep track, not for long. Hell My Bad does find Nodi.
My bad here. Again, some shots coming in and Joga Bonito. Whoa, that's good connections onto Quincy, Mark. But he's going to have to bow down and get a heal a little bit. Not sure if Nodi's going to be saved. They're going to go for the confirmation on him. A little bit of a mutual destruction here, more so than a fight for good points here, though, Mark, in my book. But let's see what these guys cook up for later. Levante being down is a big shot to Vitality, but might be able to get restless here. jedrox gets the confirmation onto Nodi, and now it's a 3v2 effectively.
Yeah, not too far is Twisted Minds. IX, he did go back towards that bridge, so I'm interested to see actually, did he get that blue chip? Slapping, no retreating back. Simon going the other way. Vitality, are they even aware that Twisted Minds are so close? I very much doubt it. And here comes the shots through. Shots go forward, though. jedrox taking a huge amount of damage, but it looks like he's just about got away.
Yeah. So it seems that he's outside the blue here. Good thing that is Twisted Minds going to be setting up, like they have the kill feed information from the knocks and some of the confirms here. But are they going to be setting up shop outside northeast of Godog to get some kills potentially? I'm not sure if that's the strategy they go for. Next circle pop, though, we do have a lot of the teams already in that southern side of Godog, in the fields as well. HiVE holding that compound down that's so ever prevalent. Ascend is looking good to have the ridges east of HiVE. That's actually really good as well for late game. It has a lot of cover, has a lot of rocks, the kind of high ground and the dips around it. With a pickaxe or a nade, you can make some really good spots. And it goes directly there. HiVE looking really good. This is a very crashable compound though, Mark. We could see that happening. And there's some E-pickups coming in as well from Na'Vi and from, I think it's Yooo that's coming off to the center.
I think HiVE will hold the compound. I think people are going to go to that corner on the other side of the road and try and take the rice fields. As it's quite naturally an area you can try and hold out. You can try and hold out some, but Zubida, well, he's looking to try and hold the angle. Does find the opportunity, find Nix, he does go down, Beamy, well, he bounces across the field. Now he hears the car coming through, correctly he goes for a full send through. Whee! Finds in the other corner.
Oh my god,
nade! And Presenti be found.
Michael also joining in on the nades, just hijack it here. VP just absolutely slaying it. Finds one here. That's big damage. Big points come to VP here. Now they got to try to survive the third party coming from HiVE, coming from Yooo. There's a lot of players running at it right now. It's Copy, it's Michael. Look at the nades coming in, the smokes. You have to deploy as many as you can here. Get the fake smokes out. That's a lot of damage done too. Wow.
He caught that. Correctly puts it in his back pocket and drives away. Hakatori and HiVE get involved. Michael goes down to 8 HP, but these corners of the field, as I'm talking about, it's difficult. It's really down to timing. PWD clearly making the call to come back his way as he heard exHOWL coming through Godog.
Twisted Minds now, again, in a kind of northwestern rotation. Simon, noslack, shots coming in here. You can see this. Swapping just a little bit here, but that car you can only drive by from the second seat. It looked like he did swap a little bit just to survive. I actually like that. And you swapping to the third and the fourth seat, you're a little bit safer kind of on the back seat because it's tilted slightly differently. Now the Tulins, more shots come in here. 210 finds him. Twisted Minds has not really found a lot of space inside the circle so far. And now they're being denied the entry from that northwestern side.
Are they trying to find space or are they trying to find kills, Martin? I think they're going for kills. They're driving around finding teams in front. We saw them hold the bridge. We saw them try and hold out between Team Vitality. Now they're trying to take a fight with Storm on request, all on the outside edge of the zone. You get caught, example, does some great damage though as they come flying through the other side, but they've got to stay alive. There's one looking for the second, has to swap over, but he has to cover, but oh no. The guys will fall down. Twisted Minds 15th place in the Storm on Quest. They get the better of him.
I said I don't think it's going to be a 4-horse race today, and it's looking like everyone is catching up to the top, though. Vitality has lost 1-2. Na'Vi is the only team that's really in a good standing for this next circle here, being 4 alive. Nemesis looking decent too, but we're going to have to see how this next circle approaches with the next pop coming in 10 seconds mark. We could go anywhere. Their fields are really difficult to play. You have to be that last team coming in from that angle of approach.
Yeah, well, the first team with a lot of utility to try and hold out. There goes that let go of Godok. So for Yooo, they need to try and hold out exHOWL. That positioning I really like, obviously right in the middle. Obviously VP will look to try and push on towards that. Vitality coming back on the other side. HiVE, SDG just need to try and hold here. We've seen some great games from Na'Vi, especially on this zone as well. So they're kind of doing a repeat and they love this southeast corner.
A lot of damage done already. Hagatori Pixelic steals it though. It's Chris going alone towards cover, alone towards the crates, alone towards that angle. That ridge I was talking about, that's a really good one. But you gotta be the last team that enters it. And right now Na'Vi has this ridge just oversees and overlooks this area that is the next angle of approach for Ascent here. It's gonna be a difficult one for Ascent to get deeper into this one here, but they've now been taken over by VP, and they just continue to kill everything. And with the top teams having not had the best of games so far, noslack, VP has been able to catch up and now are within striking distance to that top 4.
Well, Vitality moving towards zone. I think Na'Vi is set up to have a good game here. It's the penultimate game here for day number 2. exHOWL, don't want to risk going through Team Yooo. I do send the car further afield. Odin will try and hold, and Vitality, as I said before, they kind of came in from that north side. They have found some cover. It's been quite rare to see this remain in, but for now, at least a stopgap.
This is going to be a rough pull-up for them. Finds Nixie, though. Looks that does find Keter. And now more points and more differences is coming in. Oh, that's good cover, to be honest, though, but still a bit difficult now. The utility's being committed. Beamy does only have 24 HP, but utility's been thrown and not connecting just yet, but it's a little bit rough to lose Keter, to lose. It's Chris already down to 2-man, and now Beamy's down to a little bit rough play, both for VP and for Ascent. Oh, T-Bone down to nothing, too.
It's going to be a good game from Na'Vi. Got so much control. They're going to be able to look into these fields when they get a bit of breathing room from the teams rotating around. Joga Bonito finds a kill confirmed as Cristani puts the mad down. Ferris and now starting to expand out. Pixel has been knocked. Ascend will try and hold. VP are split, but not too far away. Team Vitality, as I said, this is a bit of a stopgap. We're 27 seconds away to see where Phase 5 goes.
Lookrook's trying to dig a little bit deeper just to make sure he has something to play here. VP was really hoping for a big game from this, but they got pulled up on. Even though they got 5 kills, it's difficult to squeeze much more points out when you're just a 2-man. VC does get the confirmation onto Crossberg. Construction workers with an angle of approach close to Nemesis here. That's going to be a big fight in between the two teams, and a BRDM is in play.
Back up to provide the pressure. Vard does get the better though, so let's see if it goes over the top. They do jump out on the other side though, but construction workers though continue to hit the barrage towards that BRDM. Diffix though has the Groza. Finds on one, but finds 2. Nelip and Vex will fall down, keeping Team Nemesis in the game.
That's huge, but having lost Soset already, Millman being knocked 2. State does find Pixel. Construction workers are out here. It's hard to do a lot against a Groza and a FAMAS and a BRDM, but the circle does pop towards the fields here, and we were talking about it. It's a difficult area to kind of lock down, and a lot of pull-ups are going to be happening.
I'll be a little bit more of a stopgap from Joga Bonito. They're running their way through and find themselves now on 6 kills. Mid-game, it's good to find. 13 teams still remain, 32 players are up, and Joga Bonito, again, now going for a full send into the rice fields.
A lot of teams are going to be entering this, but you got to be that last team. You got to have that last angle of approach. Otherwise, you're going to get third party. Otherwise, you're going to get backfilled. Odom Avasi, last player from exHOWL, is looking to pounce onto Joga Bonito here, Mark. It'll be a little bit difficult for him to squeeze much more punch out of this one with 13 teams still alive, but we have eliminated half of the lobby, being down to 32 players.
Still at the placement now. Vitality getting a bit of breathing room. No, they're in zone. They've spread out slightly. They haven't come into the right field, so they deny some of the angles from people that are in there. HiVE holding that corner. Again, I do like that spot, but they've got to be ready for these kind of crashes. These teams kind of going their way round. BRDM distracts only one. Hazard is going to be there. He's going to fall down. Shooter though holds the line. Those Diffix will fall down. It's a big gun that goes out. Melman has to go for the jump in. He has to wait for this one. Flash comes over the top. Has to dodge around. The Shooter gets the better of the second.
Third party. He's just taking all of it, finding so much damage here. Schiller trying to get out and get the confirmation here, but he could also get hit here. State does find Lazar to get the confirmation, and he's the last player in. Nemesis gets 7 kills in this game, but might be eliminated outside the placement points. Get it, steal it.
Get out!
Oh, it's not a lot of HP though. Baron does take it. Yoink. I don't think it's worth it. That's just half a mag or so into it, and it's gonna be out. But Baron does try to go for it, and just 1 kill for S2G.
Be free.
Nemesis is going to get the most out of this one here. Don't think Nemesis... Oh, yeah. Boostic finds the confirmation or the bleed out onto Melman. Celtic goes out. Bushido Wildcats out in 12th.
I don't know. You might have a repair kit. Baron goes towards the outside. He does need to keep that BRDM out of sight. Yo, do fall down. Scav finds Cappy. 11th place for them. They're not having the day, really. Cappy hasn't dialed in like he did yesterday.
Nope. He forgot where the phone was. No dial up there. And S2G in this angle of approach, I don't really see Baron getting much more out of it. Let's see if we go though. Oh my god. That's Na'Vi a gift to Na'Vi being able to hold on to the ridge here, Mark, on the southern side.
I've seen them play this zone so many times. They just need to stop anyone working their way around. But I can't see what team in the lobby now is going to be able to pressure that ridge. Everyone's committed towards mainly, I suppose, that north side of the road, or I suppose that northwest side. Na'Vi, they need to find some terrain. They need to find some cover. How much utility do they have to make it themselves? That'd be interesting. But for most of the other teams, though, they're stuck in the trenches. And for Sasa, Slaven, and Simon is going to fall down.
It's big knocks to be able to get here. Scav does find the confirmation onto Simon. Slaven also confirmed here by Sata Kristalny. Does get VC, and it's multiple fights on this northern side and eastern side of the map here. Storm and Request has no way into this circle here. They're going to get absolutely demolished. A bit of a car being gifted here to Nodi. And now noslack and Joga Bonito is going to have to fight their way into this. And they have VP denying them any space inside this next circle as well, Mark.
Yeah, they do. Vitality on the outside edge as well. They're going to have to keep an eye on Storm and Request. Again, they have made trenches. They've used the red zone to their advantage.
Mark, Vitality is the only team to have 4 alive here. If they play this right, stay 4 alive, they might be able to sweep through this northern circle with all the force that they have.
100%. Double stack on grenades as well. First one is good. Second one is perfect. Head of my bad does deliver that one. Reinforcements come, but he jumps out into the loving arms of Quizzy. And he's going to say, Storm and Request, 10th place, and see you no more.
Oh, look at that. That's a little my bad with the mortar. More explosives, more ordnance to this man here. And I actually think that's a good shot that with this game here, Vitality takes first. They're just 1 point away from it. They're 4 alive. This next circle has to shift twice down to the south for them to have no chance. They also have a mortar to make playable space ahead of them.
Well, they are making playable. They're going playable. They're not going aggressive. They know it's going to be one square away. Out. Nemesis full, 9th place for them. That should find a little bit of an opening to the corner of the field. And it does.
Beautiful.
That's insane. That's exactly where they want to go. That's going to give them a little bit more of an edge. And for Ascend, they can't even get up and take the fight. They're again being pressured by other teams.
Oh, Baron takes a lot of damage here as well. Look, Karuks might be found. That's good nades. It's going a little bit too deep, though. Baron's out in 8th place. S2G does get a placement point, but Hello My Bad finds another point to Vitality. This could be the double-digit kill game that they were looking for to take first place, as they have now jumped in to 71 points and taken first place, Mark, here. What a game for Vitality.
Yep, new leaders, 71 points. Twisted Mind's going out a little bit early. There's only 1 point in the moment, but they are looking to find out where they rotate. I think they're really second-guessing that kind of hole in front of him. Luke Rux has dug himself in, but I think the Bees are questioning whether the HiVE rotates that away. Levante does see Sata, does find him as well. So he's going to fall down for noslack. It's so hard to survive in these sort of fields.
Yeah, they have more mortars to set up. Look at all the 3 gear they have collected as well. You want to get rid of Lookarooks, but they do have that playable corner just northwest of Ascend and T-Bone. But let's see how they engage in this. Dante also has a mortar. And the next team that's going to have to make a big move is Na'Vi. Where do they enter? Where do they approach and try to get into this next circle here? They could, with a little bit of util, set up some shops on the other side of the road. But, yeah, could be a breach onto Ascend as well.
I think Killy's getting a read on this.
Oh, Gedrox!
Gedrox does find T-Bone. A bit more a Battleships game at the moment, as I'm guessing exactly where people are, but does find luck of one. Let's see if we can find luck of the other. Killy takes some huge amounts of damage as well. He has to try and hunker his way down. Team Vitality definitely controlling the lobby. Lukerux, Panzer in hand, waiting for Gedrox to kind of come his way. He does continue to wait in his foxhole.
What a way to do it. Oh, Lukerux, the 6 kills that VP had here in the top 6 that they're in right now, Mark. It's an 8-point game, and it is pushing them even closer. Gedrox does find Lukerux here. Great push here for Vitality, and now he gets his foxhole with just 3 HP. He's able to heal up. Now, utility does come in. That could knock Gedrox, but let's see what does Na'Vi do here once they have healed up and have another angle of approach for this game here. It's a pickaxe play for the Rich inside, and the smoke enables him to dig very deep here to get a playable area. Very well played here for Boostic.
Need to keep those cars active as well, though, right? One car pointing towards the North Star. Jedrick, though, tries to launch that molly forward, takes huge amounts of damage. Head of my bad does get that confirmation, though, on Corexi. But the vest, it's now gone. He's behind hard cover. He does look forwards. And again, Vitality are just picking team off at a time.
Oh, Na'Vi does so much damage. They've been farming this game, Mark. I'm so curious to see how much damage they've done throughout this one here. Could be a double 1K club we've seen before. Dancer now, though, does a great nade. Oh, that cooked a little bit too little here. That's going to find Quizzy. Easy damage done for HiVE here. They're only a 3-man, so they're going to have to take them on.
Stacking up the utility. I thought Rox would have sent one as well. That's confirmation. Again, a little bit further. Mike Viner. That one, though, looking good. Destroys with the shield, though. This Kitty doesn't launch a second. The car will explode, move back. Levante's going to find a little bit more cover. It's not quite the shield, but he's got not just Ascend, but he's also got HiVE breathing down his neck.
It's going to end just north of that central haystack. We do have Na'Vi with a little bit of rock still on the other side of the road here. And Mark, Na'Vi's looking poised for this one here. It looks like HiVE is going to try to get on the other side, though. But Na'Vi, look at that, finds Mogul. HiVE might be denied any entry into this next circle.
It's time, though, right? It's phase 8. We've got 5 teams. Na'Vi's on the outside edge here. They want to try and hold out HiVE, but they need to obviously prioritize getting in towards zone. They have another stopgap. They have dug down as well, but the smoke has to keep that car alive. If that car goes, Na'Vi, well, they haven't really got the smokes, from what I've seen, to get across that road and to get into safety.
500 damage done. 550 damage done from Na'Vi. I don't know how much Boostic has, but they have done so much so far. Look at that. Boostic also. All the 3 players remaining, 500 damage plus each, Mark. That's insane. It's going to be a tough one to compete with. Look at that. Yeah, they're going to have to get in and steal these guys' ammo. Utility being committed. 4 nades in the hands of Boostic here. That's going to be an easy one.
Good nade. That's a Kobe.
Huge.
That's oh my God. What a nade from Boostic. They need ammo. Scrap that. They've got grenades. It's been delivered. Na'Vi, they need to leapfrog. They need to get in there as well. They are burning dry. 26 bullets remain on Hakatori, but now they charge forward.
Vitality has to lock this one down, has to deny them any space. They know that Hello My Bad is in close. Hello My Bad finds Fairist, and as I said before, Vitality having 4 guys alive for that long might be a difficult one, but look at that. Gedrox is sending it full 3-gear Panzerfaust, and plenty of bullets to have and give from the AUG.
He's got a position, he's got the ammo. Na'Vi, if they left it too late, it's a 3 versus 3 versus 1. Joga Bonito sitting in the wings, hoping, praying, maybe eking out for Noddy to get another placement point, because if one of these teams fall, that's a double up for him. But he is on the outside edge. He does have a car fort in front. He makes a dart for it at the moment. Now will potentially find safety to go back towards ground.
Nice.
Now he gets an opportunity to get a bit of a restock.
He can steal 1 point as well. That's huge.
Nice.
Now he knows, though, and Joga Bonito getting 10 kills here, Mark, is insane. They had 5 points total on the day after 3 games, and now a top 3 and 10 kills is 15 points guarantees. They triple their points in the day just in this game.
Yeah, it's a huge game. And again, if he can eke out another placement, if he can eke out a couple more kills, there is an opportunity again to try and close that. He'll potentially take over that noslack position, then start knocking on the doors of Team Nemesis. Hell of my bad, no vest. The helmet is going to be there. The spray comes through, but Na'Vi has to be very cautious about where they launch their bullets because they haven't got it to spend.
Vitality is such a good game here. We're talking about it with the 4-man coming in from the north, but the amount of control and impact they've had through this one is insane. Boostic goes down to a blue zone here. And hello, my bad. Also a little bit stuck in a rough spot here. That's a little bit unlucky. Can't roll out of there. He's stuck in between like 3 points. Hello, my back goes down. Hakatori does find Nodi. And now it's Hakatori versus 2 from Vitality. Getrox is in a hole.
And Levante's there, and my bad will fall. And he does find another one. It's a 1 versus 1, though. You can't put Hakatori down and out. He's only got 5 shots. He's got
No way!
Oh my God, Martin! It's the final bullet, and Na'Vi confirm it. 9 kills. It's a 19-point game, and rags to riches. Na'Vi delivered.
I cannot believe this game, James. From the start, with insanity and Crystality, to the finish, few bullets on Hakatori to win this one out here. So unfortunate for Vitality, but what a game for Na'Vi.
Yeah, as always, EMEA performs wall-to-wall excellence in just a single game. This was a treat to watch. And of course, now with Vitality and Na'Vi making such a big leap forward, overtaking Twisted Minds at the top here, Mark, and Hakatori, doing Hakatori things at the end. Is there any surprise?
No surprise. I'm sorry, production. I think I've blown out the sound guys here. What a game. What a game at the end.
He can't hear anyway.
He can't hear me. I might be muted. He doesn't know.
Oh, he's already deaf.
What a play, though, from Team Vitality. They had a little bit of a send from that north side. They found some hard cover. And from there, they got a zone. And then they just dialed up. They're like, right, this is our game. We can now take on the top spot.
Martin?
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it. Them being a 4-man, the only 4-man through the kind of mid to late game here. They just started absolutely slaying everything. From the mortar setup to the approach onto towards Pearl and Ascend here. Vitality did it all. Denied and helped deny HiVE any approach from this year. The 3-gear enabled them a lot, but what a play for them. 11 kills in the second place, but holy Na'Vi's nades, Na'Vi's engagement. They used everything and every single last bullet to finish this one out.
I've said it so many times about Tego, but one of my favorite features that I feel like should be in every single map is the way the fields work on this battleground. Compared to everything, oh my days, and Hakatori. But the fact that there is just lips against every single field makes it playable for so many of these teams. Here's the points coming in. 19 for Na'Vi, who was able to technically take the top spot. But of course here, with that, there were so many kills everywhere else. Joga Bonito as well, Martin, looking really on point for this one and pushing themselves up the standings so far.
Yeah, Joga Bonito tripling the points in this game here, having 5 only before this. This is going to catch them up to that top. But also the way they did it, the way they had the fights, we were talking about it throughout the game, that Simon was able to kind of clutch and get some of the guys back and also get back into Godok and fight the way they did. That's insane. Look at the overall leaderboard, though. Wow. The top 3 has pushed themselves deep here. So Na'Vi and Vitality, 1 point difference.
Yeah, that's crazy stuff. I will say, you guys were saying, I wonder what the comms were like when Cristiano hit those shots. I know exactly what James was going to be saying. He's going to be saying, he's a demon. Like, that's the kind of thing he's going to be saying about those kinds of shots. Because again, it was a fadeaway shot towards the end. He wasn't even thinking about any more shots. Crazy stuff. But yes, 83 and 82 points here from Na'Vi as well as Vitality, Mark. Maybe I have to eat my words from what we were doing post-show last night, where I was like, Twisted Minds is going to keep going because they've not kept going today, and everybody else around them has risen to the occasion.
Is it something that Twisted Minds is doing, or is every other team taking the opportunity to close Twisted Minds out? I'm not quite sure on that at the moment, but we're not seeing them get really to the late games, but they are taking early fights, they're getting kills, they are trickling their way up the leaderboard, but they're not having that explosive game. We've just had an explosive game here, we've seen an explosive game from Vitality, Joga Bonito. They haven't got a plan. We spoke to Noddy the other day, but they're getting some great amount of points, and it's that mid-pack. Every time we see these top teams potentially go down early, not quite this game, they're closing their gap. And actually for Twisted Minds, that's applying more pressure.
Virtus Pro are Focus, who might, again, be playing a different game. I have no clue. But they're definitely not playing the same game that the top pack is at the moment here, as they're trying to go for some crazy stuff, Avenger. But I think they've been afforded the opportunity to go for some crazy stuff if they so wish.
Yeah, I don't think they expect these teams to kind of be in the areas that they are, like, oh, this kind of Western shift, there's not going to be a team up here. And all of a sudden, there's a storm on request and a healing noslack, and a little bit rough here for Virtus Pro as well. They actually had a really good spot, but this Ascent pull up here absolutely destroyed everything for them. And then the third party with everyone kind of looking in. I'll say this though, Twisted Minds on the day is the second least amount of points. They had 10 going into this one here, and I think it's only Yooo that has less. So it's a really rough one for them.
I mean, at this rate, I think Nemesis is also going to take them over. They're looking scarier today than Twisted Minds is, for sure. It's an unusual scenario that Twisted Minds is having such a rough day here, Mark, but there is a world where we end up with them on fourth place if Nemesis is able to have a good game for this last one.
Well, we take the silver lining, right? We go into a final 5 games and we've got a pretty tight top 4 and we've got big teams in there. So they're teams that could potentially come back. But you're right, they are underperforming to what we expect. I feel there's an element of pressure there. These teams coming in, some crazy zones, some teams being in a location, as Martin said, that you wouldn't expect them to be as well. But if you go back to that game, Twisted Minds are hunting for the points. They actively went out to that bridge camp. They actively went for a 2-2 split, expecting the team to come back the way they came. So they are trying to drum up the points. They're just not finding the circles.
All right, team comms ready. Let's listen in from Artego. Even though you couldn't hear the comms, I've already told you what he said. He said he's a demon.
I heard it. I heard it, guys.
You heard it.
Yeah, I heard it.
Oh, right. Good point. Yeah. It was just in ultrasound. Thanks, Martin.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, we have sound now, maybe. Do you want to try again?
Yeah. Let's go.
In the south compound.
One guy in my compound. Okay. What the fuck? 2 guys came from my compound. I might be dead. What the fuck? The shots he hit. Oh! Bro, I didn't see the second guy.
Ну-ка, левую бушу, ну-ка.
Раген. Возьми смоку и из тебе смоку.
Глава, не могу пронати.
Прона на другу, я мисс. Ничто.
А марш!
Он за камнем ресает. Он за камнем. Ластап. Нет зоны, Сань, нет зоны.
Верхний камень дал.
Стоял Нави. Я смотрю справа.
Просто лежи.
Бля, что мне... Он за зоной, Сань. Он влево пробежал, за левый камень. Метка за камнем.
Мне нечего сделать.
Бля, да что он мне поставил, сука?
These team comms are absolutely golden. Yes, no, apparently James did not say what I said. He said something very similar because those were insane shots, which is not too much surprise considering what Cristiano's doing. He's kind of having a bit of a star-making performance, I'm going to be honest, with this tournament. You know, Joga Bonito might not be at number 1, number 2, number 3 here, Mark, but Cristiano is looking insane right now.
He's been about, and you've seen him, and he's kind of coming through the ranks. My biggest question after this one, whatever happens with Joga Bonito, where does that kid go? Because there should be teams looking at him because he can put points on the board. And actually, arguably, if someone needs to fill a gap, that's a big name to pick up.
I mean, I feel like whenever I'm just flicking from stream to stream, there's a reason that like Nixie and the boys are playing with Cristiano, right? I think they... Not he's going there, but I think they realize how good he is, Martin.
Right, Luca Rooks even pointed out when they're like, talk about the most underrated, overrated players. He said Kristalny is one of the most underrated players, and I think it hits the nail on the head for this one here. Look at the headshot percentage, though. That's an insane difference for Nixie with the amount of kills he had to get up here. That's crazy.
That is an insane headshot.
It's on the knock. It's on the knock bullet, right? So it's not like every single shot's a hitting headshot. It's like it's on the knock bullet. Still insane.
Yeah. Yeah, very well done here, of course, by them, even though, again, they seem to just be looking for the fights, and that's what their plan is at the moment. I don't think Virtus Pro is going to be the one that's challenging here for the repeat for the PEC Championships, but in the end, there's such a great opportunity for these two teams. Look at them, neck and neck, Hakatori and Levante. The new blood, effectively, of EMEA is just astounding, and we get to watch them game in, game out. It is now game number 10 here. 2 days out of 3 will be concluded right after this as we head into the next match. Thank you very much for joining us, Avenger. We'll get you right after this as me and Mark will round out the day here from good old Miramar.
We will. Final game, though, of day number 2 for PE Spring Spring. See, it is phase number 2. It's north down towards the south, but does favour this east side. And will anyone be able to knock Levante off the rivals? He seems like he's rivaling everyone at the moment, James.
Well, I mean, when you've got guys like Levante and Hakatora making it look like they do, is there too much surprise? We've seen Cristiani up there. We've seen Nemesis players up there as well. We have seen plenty of spectacular stuff coming out every single game. It never really disappoints us, the EMEA, does it? We get some real blinders.
No, and I think that's what we like, because there's a kill in it here, 100 damage here or there, and obviously that's how close our region is. But they're grinding all the time. We're finding them. We're finding them.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the playing pass it's not favouring it, guys. Well, actually, unless it goes really crazy, then yeah, maybe you might get it this time. But there's no wishing this way, production team.
Yeah, I'll start my timer again and see if they follow it up with anything. Yeah, but you would have to have something. 5 seconds coming in here for the circle. Looks like nobody's going for it. Okay, it's a bit more north than it needed to be, and it's also a bit more west than it also would have really needed to have been for your cheeky islands to really have existed. But this does present some problems, this circle. There is less playable area than a lot of these teams would like. It's not just the water that cuts into the circle. It's also the unplayable on that far east side, the cliff side that you cannot go to.
Yeah, that is a big denial of opportunity, but it is zones that we've seen. I think these teams will try and go early. We see construction workers doing that already. The high ground, the compound in and around there would be key. That kind of T-junction, we've got those compounds there. So I think these teams be looking kind of for that mountain, that high point in the middle. I wouldn't be too surprised to get some teams kind of set up some fortification early, try and catch some kills coming in, because it is the last game of day number 2. And actually, you might want to end this one as a potential. If you can't get into the zone, how many kills can you get and deny people entry?
True. For a team like Yoga Bonito, if they're wanting to come in on the far edge sides of these circles and just roll from fight to fight, it's definitely open for them. There's definitely an opportunity for them to be able to do things. It was good to hear from Noddy, of course, in our first day's interview to see exactly how they were kind of faring as a whole. What's cool about some of our cup teams is that there is definitely opportunity for clearly noslack, for clearly Yoga Bonito, for clearly Nemesis to just shake up the status quo in this region once again. We've had it in previous years where some teams have just come along and been able to shake things up a bit, but not by much. There's been isolated incidents, of course, of like Entropic being able to defeat Twisted Minds to take a championship, right? Geeky, when they formed, to be able to come and take a championship, but it was names we were very familiar with. Yeah. And yeah, once again with the cup teams, yes, their names we're very familiar with, but it's just different configurations, and they're able to look really good in these lobbies.
Yes, they are. Might be all the same names, different banners, different titles, and new honeymoon periods. But it's the teams that stay together do sometimes rise to the top, and this is one of them. Win or Die, Team Vitality coming through. A couple of changes here and there, but definitely all coming to form, and obviously with them going to LAN. As you said before, Levante becoming that kind of shining star, and I feel like he's breeding off of all of that, and that mic's so far away, his comms must be massive to be able to get to the team. Do you see this camera? It's right in the corner.
Yeah. The Vitality camp must be extremely happy to see them as far up as they are right now, of course. Let's make no bones about it. This pickup has a lot of influence on what would occur for an EWC potential qualification. And right now they're looking at it. They're looking really good for it if they're able to continue things throughout tomorrow. And also, you know, there were sparked rumors in the last couple of days that so maybe EWC is even moving to France and Paris, and of all places, that's Vitality's home turf.
Home turf, home field advantage is what you're telling me.
Maybe.
Let's see. We'll see if the rumors are true, but this is a critical event for them, not just for the PGSs, but as you say, for the EWC and for PNC. So a lot on the line for a lot of these teams as they are rotating their way in. exHOWL coming in that southwest corner. They're going to be coming in behind Na'Vi. Nemesis just about leaving. Joga, Bonito haven't even left yet. They're still looting. Twisted Minds also just about getting ready to rotate. So some teams, we're finding a lamppost. Some of these teams opting to maybe not go as early, knowing that they're quite far away from the zone and will take their time rotating through.
A lot of time. It's going to take a while to get on in for sure. There's definitely potential for some barrier teams to have set up. So maybe they'll be playing hard edge for a while. I'm curious because I feel like Yoga Bonito is uncharacteristically coming very late to this circle. So I guess maybe a little bit of a shift in what they might actually want to accomplish here.
Trying to look for a team, aren't they? They realise there's no team next to them. They've checked the neighbouring towns and everyone's left. So they need to get back to looting. They will look to try and migrate themselves as well. Teams are on the outside, so exHOWL haven't kind of encroached too far in towards zone. They're sitting on that southwest corner. Na'Vi's just ahead of them. North of that, we do have that sort of HiVE position, and then we have to kind of slot in Bushido Wildcats. We have to slot in Twisted Minds as well. Lou's already gone in. He's in that northwest corner. So a lot of the position is taken, but it comes back to your original point here, James. There's a lot of unplayable terrain.
Yep. Yes, there is. And of course, while that crate is descending as well, yeah, technically there's a few compounds alongside that field far east, but they're not exactly the most high prior locations. We have seen some teams take residency up in them for sometimes, but it very rarely goes their way. Coincidentally, actually, fully enough, one of the teams that has taken those compounds in the past is actually S8UL, or the current S8UL squad, right? Like, they've been able to take some of those spots in the past and actually make it work a little bit, but it usually requires playing in, so it can be a bit tricky.
Yeah. Pixel, trying to find out diamond pickaxe. Yet again, but construction workers had the positioning. They went for this early, so they know exactly where they want to dig in.
Yeah, they do. And, I mean, considering it's dead center, right, it's okay. There's some compounds near it. There's even the pillar near it as well, which is just a bit south, which obviously does cause for concern sometimes for some people. So if you're digging in and then suddenly somebody's on really high ground, they could actually see you quite easily. Now, you do have to be a little bit careful about that. Ooh, I like the glider. We're coming in slow, coming in cheeky here. It's the weather report from Storm on request.
It feels like, yeah. It does feel like, yeah. exHOWL, they were finding that south side, didn't rotate across. Team Nemesis obviously just slipped the noose and go past them. And they do a 180 and go back as exHOWL look for a reposition. The road does divide. exHOWL have the high ground potentially if they want to make the climb. But we're doing that, but we are looking for this next zone shift. 1 minute 52 remains. As I said, also now leave a late comer towards this zone as they dropped for Oasis this round.
I was going to say, like, I was looking at my map and I'm like, where are they? And yes, they're quite a ways out so far. So yeah, we'll be waiting on them for sure. It's been an all right tournament for Ascend so far. The only problem is it's been an all-righter tournament for a lot more teams. So I feel like Ascend hasn't done much wrong, honestly. It's just that so many teams have done so much right above them. In terms of the quality, in terms of the fragging power. Because I think that's one thing that Ascend slightly lacks compared to kind of their placement points. I feel like if they were able to get big wins as opposed to a 16-point win, a 17-point win, right? If you're suddenly Ascend and you're getting a 25-point win, I think the landscape looks a little different.
Yeah, I'm with you. I always second guess, are they overanalyzing too much? Are they trying to run the numbers too deep? When actually we know that team has got huge amounts of skill. Actually, sometimes just kind of doing a Joga Bonito, doing a bit of Ascend it and picking up the kills. It does work in your favour. Joga Bonito are the team now ahead of them. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe Ascend they'll play in the 15 game, and as we're over the halfway point, they're happy to take that longer rotation and close this day number 2 out and pray the zone comes back their way.
What are Bushido Wildcats up to? Everyone's just playing it in slow, of course, for these kinds of circles. And hey, Ascend, okay. I don't mind the idea of the glider here, coming in a little bit later with it. This can work out for sure. Get some more info on the board. See if you can bash into 210's glider for the weather report. And El Azahar is a big focus here. And the high ground above it. Ooh.
That is huge. That's going to divide a lot of opinions, but it does give opportunities for some of these late teams if they can kind of slip their way past, thread the needle, as you say, find themselves into that kind of hard cover. That might give them a bit of a stopgap out on that west, where Storm and Request are that high ground. If they can defend that, that will be huge as well, because they will be able to get so much information. The question then comes down to, where does the zone play? Does it go north? Does it go south? Because whoever gets left, they might get left packing.
Yeah, I'm concerned for especially the teams that might have big crunch down. I mean, there's that valley that exists between the two hillsides. Is somehow, some way, construction workers is getting the best of Virtus Pro quite significantly here. Beamy though, jeez Louise. Okay, but he's got to realize that there's surely going to be a lot of threats lurking around. The info must have surely been fed forwards, but he is being locked down by Zubila here, his nail up, so he can't quite be as aggressive as he wants to be. Oh, but Virtus Pro's gone. Jeez.
Yeah, I have been decimated at the moment. PGG looking to try and find their way in. Zubila down to a one-shot. Salik does look for the third party. They are trying to generate some kills. Again, a team which we see like massive glimmer of lights, and they have these huge games where possible. But yeah, it's just not really working out for them. But then we've got so many teams here, James, that are so close together. It only takes one game, like we've seen from a noslack, like we've seen from a Joga Bonito, to rise that leaderboard.
Yeah, suddenly HiVE in 14th place gets a game with 22 points, and they're in, hey, guess what? You're in 4th place. How insane is that? Of course, if the goalpost isn't moving. But seems like Twisted Minds as well should need some decent points from this one to try and start catching back on up. Some more kills here as Yooo trading blow and blow with Dante, as well as Joga Bonito, who came in later, but they did come in all the way alongside to the west side of El Azahar, so they managed to make some decent landfall in what would be an okay position, and I think they can get Slapson up.
I think they can. The opportunity. Not as many teams full sent. We're obviously a position. Bushido Wildcats trying to claim the majority of the town, as they will spread out. Mitch in the centre. Yooo have the high ground south of their position. You can see them in the top of your screen at the moment. No one taking that sort of high terrain out on that sort of west side, as our Storm Requests have gone for the weather report as they've gone north.
See if they can catch any sandstorms and maybe ride those towards what could potentially be a circle or far away from them. As, yeah, those two teams on the top, on the north side, they're just scouting about having a fun day. I feel like the two teams, Ascend and Storm Request, are just playing a completely different game to the rest of the lobby right now.
Where is everyone? There must be a team here. There must be a team here. But no, quick go back. I think there's a team ahead of us. Quick, go find some cover. Yeah, free train. And we still got unplayable in the northeast corner. So wait for this next zone to shift here. As Sadiq launches a grenade forward. It might go for the bounce. It does cook. Bit of damage to nail it, but it's not going to be enough. Bounces the second one through. Comes off the backboard, but no, doesn't find anything else.
Yeah, before I was interrupted by the construction workers' fire, I was trying to talk about the kind of small valley where S2G currently is, and actually they realize it's kind of a problem as well, so they've set up an emergency pickup just in case it shifts away from them, but it doesn't. It goes straight south here, does this circle onto the high ground south of El Azahar, so all of those teams on the north side, especially our Storm on Request and Ascend playing a different game, are going to have to get moving.
Comes back to that hill we spoke about at the beginning. Everyone's going to be climbing for this. So the teams that kind of weren't faltered by that shift towards El Azahar and they stood their grounds, they will be okay. Construction workers were one of them. I mean, they kind of got parted with a third party in a bit of a fight with VP, so that was a denial. I like Nemesis' position as well. If they can hold this east and stop any team sort of working their way around, could be huge for them, but it's a lot to ask.
I really hope Ascend's eyeing up that zip line. They absolutely shouldn't be, of course, because it's suicide. But I did see the cars drive up there, and I was like, wait a minute. But
what are you talking about? It's Chris, M249, the zip line. It's like a James Bond movie. It's Chris style.
He strikes me, does Chris, as more of an Arnold Schwarzenegger with that M249.
Get to that chop up.
But I don't know. Maybe they can go for it. It would be super cool if they do, but I doubt it. As Narvi on the south side. Oh my god. No, they're not. Narvi has so much room on the south side. What is going on with this split?
Well, huge amounts of teams just sort of migrated to the north with that shift towards El Hazard, and they were just left. I think partly they had that BRDM, so they had to try and wait that up. Chris took a dive bomb and found some safety, but the rest of the team not going to be the case. Yeah, it does pop a smoke. I don't think he's going to keep that glider protected, and arguably as to why. But the rest of the guys, they've got to get so much momentum to come up here, and these cars, that's a big mountain to climb.
Yeah, it is. Kiliakai trying his very best, and he is being watched by some teams here. As the Mad's going to try and take a bit of a... honestly, it's a Mad spray. But not really working out there for a second. So, still keeping an eye on them, making sure they just don't move on to their territory. Because I think exHOWL actually realizes that they've got a pretty good shot here. The only problem for exHOWL is that Odin is miles away from the rest of the team.
Yeah, he is. There he is. I mean, he's in zone. It's an option. Shipless is trying to dig his way to him.
Okay.
I really like the pickaxe. I know we've had mixed opinions between a lot of us, but I really like it, and especially with the high ground, so much can be capitalized here. Hakatori, though, waits, lines up, gets a spray. The fadeaway does get the knock. Initial shots come around the corner, though, from Spyro, finds one, and Hakatori, well, he launches a grenade forward, and he gets himself an easy knock.
Yep, not bad at all. You know what, just on the pickaxe thing, I am absolutely no contester of... Jeez Louise, wait a minute. They're just absolutely ripping Storm on Request apart. As they came all the way around, I understand why they had to try and go for something like a bit of a wrap, knowing that it was going to be hard to make an entry point on that north side. But then you go into the jaws of Narvi, and they're feeling it right now, so I don't want to be here.
Yeah, they can just try to tuck down and go back the other way. Ferristone does have that BRDM. Pyro has the opportunity just to kind of sit back. The bus, not the best. Distracted with the backflip maybe from the bike. There's still more requests. Well, they survive with two.
The bus on Miramar is like the poor man's BRDM. You know, it's got the same bulk, but not quite the same defensive capabilities.
It's not got the punch. Some teams have to punch their way through, and there's no threading the needle now. It's a full send, and exHOWL on fire. Get out!
No!
Lose one, Fex finds the Mad, and they go from 3 to 1, and it's some easy kills, and they wanted that one little more ridge. Odin has to give away his position. Is there anyone that can get close to try and take the kills? Maybe not.
No, I don't think anybody can send Odin nades over either. It's too far away. I will say, you know what, exHOWL, kudos to you for the commitment to that, because that was, they knew they had to get as close to Odin as possible, and unfortunately it just worked out a few seconds too late.
Did.
Oh!
That's squeaky bum time. And Scav, well, the Lynx, he's lining up the shots. He does whack-a-mole. Levante does fall down. Has to be cautious. It is phase number 4. The Jabber Pack is helping him out as he builds the momentum. The car works his way down. Head of my bad. Well, he does pop the smoke. It's going to give them a bit of a breathing room to try and get the res if they can, but it's not going to be the case as Bushido Wildcats claim a point.
Yeah, the heavy lifting going to have to rely on the other 3 now as Levante, the big flexer, is down. It's tough stuff here for them. Also playing from the edge and having quite a few big names ahead of them, of course. Diffex and the boys here from Nemesis might be the next ones to kind of hold them out at the moment. But Batulins, okay, starts things off. This is an important game here for Twisted Minds. They've been kicked in the teeth quite a lot today. I was going to say another region that they were going to be kicked in, but no, kicked in the teeth. And now, at least Batulins, you need to get across this. And Michael is in no man's land here. Get out of there, fella.
Yeah, he is. He's just trying to keep the car. He's like having a bit of a breather. He doesn't. I don't think he knows that he's split between the same team. Yeah, he can't park there, man. Mike, he's waiting for Batunians to come down. He's found some cover. He finds the opportunity, and he does find the knock. So Michael able to claim a point now, as he has delayed, and now he puts Twisted Minds down to 3.
Yep, not bad, not bad. Any point will matter here, as Michael's just going to heal off and be an absolute nuisance to Twisted Minds. That being said, though, I think Twisted Minds also realizes that they don't think Michael's going to be getting up here anytime soon, so just do the damage, get rid of him, and now turn your attention elsewhere, because there are some threats up on high ground positions that are kind of irritating.
Not a great day for Team Yooo. We saw a great start to them, day number 1, but the day 2 hasn't fallen exactly as they want to do. But it can't fall to everyone. Na'Vi have control on that south side, but they don't have the zone. Ascend have the high ground on the east, but they have to try and stop a Team Nemesis. Again, a team that maybe hasn't got the results that they needed from a day 2.
It's another okay circle for construction mode, because even though they're only 2 alive at the moment, they're still kind of in the shantytown area. So they can survive for a little bit longer during all of this, as Vitality now is looking to try and show up the defenses. They know that Na'Vi's far away from them. They've seen them in the kill feed. They know it was quite a distance, at least I assume, as long as they're in range. And then from there on out, Vitality here tries their very best to try and shore up that number 1 spot, trying to deal with all of these teams, trying to sneak in on these surfaces, on these rock edges, because there's going to be a lot of sneaky boys here.
Yeah, and again, the train, they're able to adapt it, so what these guys know, the muscle memory they have, it's not always going to be the case. HiVE charge their way forward, and he looks into his soul and puts Joga Bonito out.
Oh, Quizzy down, Gedrock's down as well. Hello, my bad, has to make the recovery happen. As Bushido Wildcats still looking a bit on the warpath right now. If they could take some off angles, and I think they are, they're coming around as well. Now they're completely blind. That's even going to deny and delay anything from Vitality completely. I think they're going to fall apart here. This is a prime opportunity for Na'Vi to claim number 1 at the end of day number 2.
Yep. He's looking like the case. Bushido Wildcats backing away slightly, though. Metabe back in towards the car. Quizzy has to try and hold on the other side of things. Nemesis running through Ascendos. They're unable to hold their line on the east, and both those teams eager to try and get points.
Yes, they are. Quizzy still keeping himself alive. You know, good for him. There's a few crates around as well. You can negate the lines of sight of Bushido Wildcats, and that's what he's trying to do. Trying to not give any information away. Pixley, he really is dug in, isn't he? Oh my days, so much going on kill feed as well. Nemesis taking down Ascend completely here after backfilling that kind of position. Really good by Nemesis. And now they're going to be taking Bushido Wildcats here as well. Good peek on over here. Nemesis, oh, Diffex, you've got to get some reses going here, fella.
Yeah, again, a bit tit for tat between Ascend and Team Nemesis. Bushido Wildcats caused some major problems. Kill feed as well. Scav was able to find multiple kills as well as he puts that team up towards 2. And Diffex, so nice play, nice discipline hold, and able to find 4 kills now for the team.
Yeah, very important. I don't think, though, what I was saying in the break about them being able to take over Twisted Minds is going to come to reality here. Twisted Minds still central, absolutely central on this one. And I don't think they're going to be letting go of this anytime soon, as Dante here for HiVE. I have a very hard time believing HiVE is going to be able to get beyond S2G. As long as S2G is able to keep trained on this and not feel too much threat from just Scav alone in the north.
Scav's been causing problems. Just takes a lapse of judgment. But a Kobe like that does some damage. Gets caught up in the car. Tippy Toes has got a new pedicure. Just to now get the med back on. Does have the train. He's going to use it nicely as he works his way down and around. Second grenade will go in. Does get the bounce and actually gets that confirmation on towards Schengen. So Dante is going to be there. And this is the position. Now sees the player. Has no idea. And it should be a free kill. HiVE will put out in 10th. And for S2G, they're coming off the high ground.
It's a great timing on the push-up, right? And, speaking of doesn't know anything, Baron has no clue. Scav's still lurking around. The rest of S2G is kind of bailed on that position. A few shots coming in from the distance there from Na'Vi. You can see him from miles away, can Hakatori, but he does have laser vision inbuilt within him. He was born weird. I don't know how that happened, but it's amazing. It's an amazing quality to have for Hakatori.
Vitality have gone down. Na'Vi have claimed that top spot, and they are still holding that sort of south side, so they're keeping multiple teams at bay. Team Nemesis back to a 3. They send on that east. PGG doing the same as they send it down from the north.
Let's see. Big nades forwards. Trying to get rid of PGG. Scav with
again.
a link still. You know what? I doubted that it could be an annoyance, like you said, but I'm wrong. I eat my words.
He's going to be a pain. He's going to be a pain. His stories. He's got the scar. Maybe he's got that phase skin scar. The Hazard goes down, and he's dispatched of this team one man at a time.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Good points. I mean, they're in 5th place, right? Scav is kind of saving them here at the moment. It's a huge play from Scav. Not only being able to get a few more placement points if this continues on, but the fact that he's able to get yet another kill here. Oh,
Free
the
mollies.
IGL.
Rain fire, Scav.
No
Rain
way.
fire. He knows they're there. He knows he hasn't got the secondary. Ferris knows that he can keep Society potentially out in the blue as he plays the dance off. It's not going to be the case. The first one he will go through. Doesn't get a connection. And it looks like Na'Vi does get rid of Nemesis, unable to try and get in all three. Well, it puts fire behind the back, and Scav, the demon himself, applies pressure to exHOWL.
There's no more mollies. They could have been burning. They could have been burning, but it's not to be the case here from Scav the Finn.
Gas can. Gas
can. Now, oh, yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. He does have a gas can, you're right. Okay, it's time. Scav, you've got to make the most awesome play of all time, my friend.
Not like he's done loads already. We want more, Scav. We want more. No slack. There is no slack. You've climbed the leaderboard. You're up into 5th. 61 points. You've still got more to give here. He does sneak his way around, but the sound cues would be given. exHOWL know he's now on that sort of south side, and the zone does pop again back towards maybe a donut. Maybe push down towards a little bit of a southeast.
8 forward still. I feel like we just watched this. It feels like deja vu. But no, they've moved up to the next crates here to deal with Pixelic, who seemingly has infinite nades to try and hold them down. I don't think PGG realizes it's just like one person looking their way. I mean, actually, it is 2 with Nail up here. Now on this other side, oh dear me. Peeking around there, Salik had no quarter given there. He was just raining down bullets on him.
This fight's been kind of brewing for a while, right? They came in on the third party and they've kind of left themselves at bay. Construction workers, as you said, have dug themselves into a position. Nailip using the smoke to his advantage. Scav goes down, but he gets another one while he does it. I think they'll be able to get the rest here. But Hakatori puts an end to the Scav reign of terror.
Are we just having a reverse PGS? Na'Vi 1 and PGS 2, and then Virtus Pro 1, and then now it's just Na'Vi's kind of bringing it all round back around. This is crazy stuff from them. Really, we said it turned on towards the end of the day, and oh boy, are they. 713 damage at the moment here. Still the BRDM in play, and now they know where Twisted Minds is. Perfecting.
Oh my god.
Here. Surely. Yeah.
He's burning.
He's burning.
Hakatori does find him. The next crater over. exHOWL down to 2, but they have now get moving. PGG opt not to continue to fight. Pixel does not like the idea that people are leaving his compound, his trenches. He's been playing, making sandcastles for friends. Boosting though, open hands, says yes please, come my way.
This is an open construction site. Where are you going? Come back. This is ridiculous. But yeah, I guess they've gone for the big wrap. I don't know if you wanted to have gone into the jaws of Na'Vi, though. We already saw how this worked out for some of the teams here, trying to go for the wide wrap, and it did not work. I mean, of course, they do not have Spiro at the moment. Ferris, Hakatori, and Boostic more than happily will greet you going around the far edge of this circle, coming around the corner here. There was even the opportunity there for an extra peek and a trade with both of them very, very keen-eyed and trained on that push around.
Yeah, they've dealt with one. They now try and deal with the second. Hakatori using the gap in the smoke, does see the car, waiting for them to kind of peek out on the other side. Ferris, though, does go for a little bit more of a scouting mission. Surprise! Ooh. Bonk underneath. He does survive for one. Now he's going to get that confirmation. So he'll try and reverse round, but information gained. And that car doesn't allow them to move. And it's 1-2 done. 11 kills. And oh my god, Na'Vi wanted 60 points. And they look like they deliver.
Oh my god, they might break the 100 here. After starting off the day, what was not exactly the most monumental of point scores, but now they are just raining it down. That has been really the theme of today as well. Example, though, shuts down Odin and Twisted Minds. The fight backs come in the last game. It's not big enough, though, as they go down. They deny themselves, knowing that Na'Vi is a ginormous threat here across these 3 days. Na'Vi takes the win. Let's bring Martin back in to talk about this one, because Martin, this is scary coming in from Na'Vi at the end of the day.
Yeah, I tried to cast a curse them at the top of the day, but they did not bite for sure. And look at that. What a way to finish the day. And what a consistent day. You talked to Alrin, Mark, and he said 60 points.
60 points, yeah.
Here they are, and they deliver.
Not wrong.
I feel like maybe he bullied them into it. Are the Na'Vi guys safe? Are they being held to account? But they delivered 60 points, and that's, again, before we started. So Na'Vi definitely wanted to work on that momentum. As I said before, they don't want to be that team that's catching up on day 3. They set out pretty well here in the finals, and they delivered on the second day as well.
It's we have teams in EMEA that I feel like in normal sports you've got like once in a generation teams and stuff like that. I feel like EMEA has like 3 or 4 of them, Martin, and Na'Vi's definitely one of them. They just constantly shine, and again, it's the reason why we say we think they're going to take more PGSs this year. They just look that good.
Yeah, they look amazing. I'm really stoked to see them continue here. And also, one more day tomorrow. Can they close this one out? Not like they need it, to be honest, but wouldn't it be something to already be sure to go to Esports World Cup and to go to PGC? That would be cool.
Yes, it would. Even the BRDM as well in play here for Na'Vi causes so much problems. And the funny thing is that how slowly you can run over people with a BRDM. Like, that's just, it's almost obnoxious there, Mark. It's like, well, I'm right next to you. There's not much you can do.
It just got crushed slowly. He was screaming for help, but no, it didn't come. Na'Vi did close out. Denial from Twisted Minds. It's 23 points for 13 kills, and they had so much control on the south side. No one pressed down, and I suppose if they did, there was 2 teams, Team Nemesis and PGG. They got deleted.
Yeah, big games for points big points for games and teams that were needing it, right? Twisted Minds, of course, needs to keep themselves still in the hunt, considering what Na'Vi's just been able to put up. No slack here, Martin. Like, having Scav be able to salvage some of those points towards the end and really hurt S2G, that is a really important play for them. But the problem is that the teams that they need to beat are running away from them on the leaderboard.
Yeah, Vitality's had such a good day today, obviously, and that's what we are here with the overall leaderboard. Look at that. Twisted Minds, obviously, with a little bit of a decent game here is important, but look at Na'Vi, look at Team Vitality.
It is a big move indeed. We started off the day with Twisted Minds ahead by 10 points from Na'Vi and Team Vitality, but now those two have shown some absolute class here in a lobby, which has got tons of class in itself. Again, Virtus Pro is still at 4 placement points, but has 47 kills, Mark. This is it's a bit ridiculous, but yeah, I don't think they'll be challenging for the top spot, but still, they're doing something. I'm not sure what it is, though.
Someone record that, because if they do, oh my god, 50-point days, like Na'Vi could be pushing at the top. No, there's a lot of variations, there's a lot of variables, but no, good day, especially at the top here, and the damage does go towards Hakatori. He gets the kills, but good to see Bushido Wildcats, so also making a lurk on towards the revives, and laid up though for construction workers also up here.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Another Hakatori #1 spot, Martin. I mean, how many do we give him? It's ridiculous.
Someone's got to stop him, surely. But yeah, for me though, for Na'Vi to come this far, and for obviously Vitality doing good, but Twisted Minds, less than 25 points today compared to the 59 yesterday. It's just insane.
Yes, it is. Let's take a look at our team focus. Looks like we've picked Vitality for this one, who had to make a bit of a meal of this game, of course. As I think when you look at how kind of things were going on in the north here, Mark, and where they were actually trying to come in from, because they were around like the gas cylinders, right? And when they're trying to make this transition up, there's just too many teams on this northern side for them to ever really be able to make something of a 4-man surviving into the later stages of it, and all of these teams eventually crunching down.
Yeah, look, was it a 50-50? It'd be difficult for that zone to go to that north because we had that unplayable, but obviously the guys coming in quite late. They were just trying to find space. And then it was about this high ground. Good hold, though, from a lot of these teams. Vitality obviously got pressure from Bushido Wildcats. They had to run a gauntlet to get up here, right? And let's not forget about Scav, like one-man army, they got caught up in this barrage of fire. And then Scav somehow slipped the net of everybody and went all the way around towards that sort of west side. And as he was doing it, he was picking up kill after kill.
I think that's actually something that really stands out, right? If you're really not making something work there, and it's actually a very hard and mature decision to make, right? If you feel like you're okay, yeah, you're 4-man strong, but you're losing 3, what can you do as a solo player, Martin? Sometimes it's completely disengaging and find a completely different route to the circle, and look what it's able to yield towards the very end.
Yeah, and also Nodi last game managed to get like, points out, squeeze extra kills, get the 3rd place. Like, you cannot deny the importance of being able to salvage important games. Also, Batulins, remember, he got 2nd place yesterday alongside with some of the kills. Like, salvage games are crucial, and you need to realize once you have a chance to kind of disengage, pull out, and try to have a go at, or even some of the recalls that we have in effect already. But yeah, what a day for Na'Vi, and what a way for them to push through here, because a 20-point lead down to 2nd is nothing to shy off of when we're talking Na'Vi.
Yeah, no, definitely. You guys at home as well, if you could check out the QR code below and check out the regional fan survey. I still don't know what it asks. Did you scan it, Mark, yet? I should have scanned it. Damn.
I should do it, but my phone's out of reach, unfortunately. So I'll be back later.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, but go check that out. Go and fill it in as well if you're enjoying the show, and tell us what you think overall. That's always nice to hear from the fans. As we always want the show to be as good as possible for you guys, and for us to be as entertaining as possible for you guys as well at home. Of course, we've had definitely an entertaining day. I do wonder, Mark, when you look at how PGG played out that game, I thought they were going to be way more aggressive on construction workers, but I guess in theory, them disengaging and trying to go towards the south side of that circle, because it did shift away from that position, right? So if you beat construction workers, you're just kind of stuck up there and nothing really going to happen, but at least they tried to make a run for it.
You go back a little bit further, because they even tried. They were the team that came in on that 3rd party on construction workers, and they came in a bit late, and it was like, oh, do we push down, do we not? Then they kind of went down to the other side a bit, and they never really kind of ignite that spark to take the fight on with construction workers. Would I've liked to have seen that earlier? Yeah, 100%. They should have potentially applied pressure early towards construction workers, at least fight for the spot, because they're a team lower down the leaderboard. They need to get points and go out with a bang. The risk they took, though, to then go in the cars and just rotate around, that's too risky, especially late game. You don't have the information as much as you want to on that south side. They took a big gamble and it didn't pay off.
Oh, definitely. All right, well, I am getting word that we have our interview ready for the day, so let's bring on our special guest. Well, it's Mr. Batulins. I thought we'd have been talking to you before, but no, we've got you finally. Batulins, how are you doing, mate?
First of all, hello everyone. Nice to see you again. Long time no see, I would say. Yeah, I'm doing fine, not too good, because today was kind of a bad day for us. I don't know what happened, but like, yeah, the first one was much better, but it happens, bad days happen, so it's fine.
Yeah, that actually was going to be my question, but maybe you've already answered it then. What do you feel like if you really had to identify what the difference between yesterday and today was in terms of those first couple of games that didn't do much? What is there anything at all, or you can't really find something?
I would say that like individually we're like playing worse today. So it's like in some situations, like I would say basically every game, if we would do a bit better, the games might go another way, and then we would never know. Like, yeah, like this moment when Lou killed Navi, it was the only good moment of the day, you know? Yeah. So, like, yeah, we lost people many times lost people in very, like, stupid situations, and it led to, like, this amount of points today, which is, like, I would say 20 or something like that. So yeah,
that's fair. That's fair. Avenger, do you have a question?
Yeah, for sure. I want to ask here, there's a little bit difference to the lobby this week compared to the last finals. What's your perspective on that? Does that change anything for you, or do you have teams kind of where they shouldn't be? Like, let's try to give me some thoughts on that, maybe.
Well, first of all, in my opinion, there's only like 5 top contenders in Europe right now. It's like 4 CIS teams and the VP. And basically, as you can see, we have the same situation in the top of the leaderboard when Navi, us, Nemesis, VP, this time it is Vitality instead of S8UL. And so basically the games feel like the same. It's fight between these 5 teams. And for the lobby, the rest of the lobby, they're like trying to do their best. And I see that like teams like SLK and Ascent, they're also trying to get this, you know, this ticket to EWC in PGS.
Sure.
But definitely feels like they're a bit weaker than these teams that I said before. So yeah.
A follow-up before we go to Mark. I gotta ask, Petulins, do you view the other teams here? You're saying you have these top contenders, but do you view these other teams as not free points, but do you view them when you see them in kill feeds and third-party timings? Do you view them as an easier opponent to get easier kills, or how is your kind of approach to kind of saying, okay, we see this team over here, we can third-party because it's a weaker team, or does that not go into your thought process?
I would say it's always like that. In PUBG, you have to find out where like the weakest teams in the lobby, if they are near you. You understand that they like most likely they might make some mistakes where like good team will never do that, right? Also, you know that like if they're on your straight line and you have to fight with them, of course you will do it with more confidence because you know that you are just stronger individually. Even from bad position, you can easily wipe them and have a good game. So yeah, it's not like super nice habit because when it comes to the LAN tournament and the teams are actually good, sometimes this mentality might work not well for you, yeah, but you still have to use all the opportunities, depends on the tournament you play. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Love it. Right, between us, I'll actually prize on the actual new update compared to sort of phase 1 versus phase 2. This 41.1 brings obviously the destructible terrain. We see a lot of teams using it to their advantage. Is it something that you think's really changed the lay of the land? Like, is this something that you guys haven't found your sort of momentum with the pickaxes and the sort of mortar fire? You guys seem to be playing the standard sort of twisted minds and clearly bullying teams next to them by pure gunfire.
So I would say that I like the meta with this new destructible terrain. I wouldn't say we don't use it as advantage because we do use. Usually we use like pickaxe to like make our position stronger, but we do not like to go, you know, like in the middle of the circle, like every time we can, just because we can make some kind of, you know, like underground compound. Yeah. So we're trying to use it only in the situation when we have no other choice but going there. And before that, we prefer to like fight because I think, and I mean, all of us think that our aggressive play style is the best, and we can manage to get more points if we just slay the lobby, like kill everyone, put pressure on teams. And this is what like we usually do better than others. And especially like when we're playing at home and we have good computers with good FPS, we're able to provide more damage to do like to show better performance, and we should use it as our advantage. Yeah, but in terms of this new meta, I really like it. In my opinion, it only makes the game more interesting, more variability of choice. Where like before you have to die in the open and some team will farm you from like compound. Now you can possibly survive, and maybe you can even get some more points, you know, more average points. So yeah, I like the meta.
Okay, cheers, mate.
I have one final question for you, Betulins, and it actually doesn't relate to this. It actually relates to the broader PUBG ecosystem right now. Finally, we're gonna see a team from your region in PNC. Obviously, you guys have been omitted in the past couple of years. And to me, I always felt like that was, you know, obviously missing massive players and a massive potential team. So what does that kind of mean to you? And obviously, I think that no doubt you guys would be contenders for the championship, right?
Yeah. Well, the way how they chose the players for our country is a little bit not as I expected to be. Okay. And when the announcement gonna be official, I think many people will have questions. But in terms of our roster, we're still like super good, and of course we're gonna try to compete for the championship. We're not gonna have any time for like preparation because most of players will play for their like own teams in PGS, and then there is like a very small time between the tournaments, so we're just gonna try to adapt. I mean, during the tournament, to talk to each other, to try to find some, let's say, synergy between us, because it's not just gonna be like Twisted Minds. It's like it's gonna be much different. Yeah, but I'm just happy that we are finally invited. It will be a very interesting tournament for me. I have never been to the venue, with many viewers in Korea. I just am hyped for it. I'm really, really happy. I'm grateful for this opportunity. And hopefully we're gonna show the good results. Yep.
Fantastic. Oh, Batulins, we've missed you. It has been a great interview.
Yes.
Thank you very much for joining us. Any final words before we let you go, my friend?
First of all, thank you for the interview. It's always nice to talk to you. I feel like really didn't do it for a long time, and hopefully gonna have some time later. Yeah. So I'm also happy to play PC. Like, feels a little. I mean, it might be weird, but like for me, playing home is pretty fun. I like it. It's pure pleasure for me to take part in this event. And I also would love to say, as usual, thank you for all the fans who are watching PUBG Esports, who are cheering on our team. Not the best day from us today, but overall, I hope you will be pleased with how we perform. And hopefully we're gonna show the better results tomorrow, win the tournament, and then come to PGS as a full roster, win PGS, then come to PNC, win PNC, then EWC, and we win EWC, and so on and so on and so on. Yeah.
Just kill everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Batulins, thank you very much for joining us. Good luck tomorrow, and may the best man win.
Bye-bye.
Bye-byes. Oh, Batulins, what an interview. As always, this man is a phenom. What a charismatic individual, Martin.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have him on. And I mean, even the times where you could pull him in Kuala Lumpur, we could pull him, or say he just had an interview on stage and it was like more formal, and we grab him in and he just talks for like 3 minutes. He's always a guy to be able to share some information, especially have a little bit deeper with more context from some of the games today. So it's always awesome.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a steep hill to climb tomorrow. We're talking a 25 points difference up to Na'Vi, and they're firing on all cylinders. So but they're always a day 3 team. They're always that last day team, and they're so good at doing it. It's good that they have this kind of bad day today, because it makes the tournament so exciting and so close for tomorrow. So hopefully they're going to be able to do a little bit of a comeback and make it a 3-horse race. Let's put it that way.
All they need to do is just have what happened in day 1 happen again, right? With all of the teams and the dynamic and how that kind of works on out, right? And suddenly Twisted Minds is back in the driver's seat as we take a look at those PGC points, Mark. And this is, of course, Twisted Minds with plenty of PGC points. We know they're going to EWC. We know they're in Circuit 2 for PGS. And quite honestly, that as GPT, we're going to be seeing them throughout the year, no doubt.
Yeah, look, and alluding obviously what you're saying, they like fighting teams. So I think we're going to see an aggressive come out for the final 5 games. We're going to be kicking things off on a wrangle, home turf as well. So look, I think it's interesting. Is it a 3-horse race? Potentially. I'd love to see a Team Nemesis. I'd definitely love to see a noslack, but they're going to have to start tomorrow for game 11, game 12 with a huge game if they want to stand a chance to get up there.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's definitely opportunities for some of these teams to have a blinder of a day, but considering the stranglehold, Martin, that we've seen Na'Vi and Vitality show here throughout today as well, I don't think they let off the gas. What do you think?
No, I don't think so either. The big problem is that right now, the obvious fight for noslack would be to take down Team Vitality. They also have a 25-point lead down to noslack, and that's the only opportunity for noslack to go to Esports World Cup is to take down Vitality and take over them. And they would need to have an absolute record-breaking day tomorrow to do that. Then they also have all the other teams trying to chase them down, so it's going to be difficult. If we lock the leaderboard as it is right now, it would be Vitality and Nemesis that takes the 2 EVC spots. If we assume that Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, And VP, they go from Esports,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here today. Of course, in a few hours' time, we have PAS going on. Team Liquid is in #1 at the moment. It's a little bit of a spoiler alert if you didn't see yesterday's, but it's on day 2 in a moment. And cool to see them being able to rise to the occasion. That does it for us here for now. Join us tomorrow, same time, same place. We get the conclusion of PEC as the Titans at the top will challenge for #1.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.